What's going on, everybody? What's going on? I am going to how do I invite? I forgot how to do this a while back. It's been a while since I've actually used StreamYard. Let me paste that. Okay. I'm not sure if notification, I haven't gotten that yet. And I don't see anybody here. But anyway, um, let me come and check myself. Let's see. Well, what's going on, Letitia? Welcome back, sis. Um, we're gonna do some testing. Um, oh, Kira came up. That's you, Kira?
Yep.
Okay, so let's do a test really quickly. Present, share screen, and then it should be that. Share tab audio, yes. Share. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, let's see if you can hear it. Can we hear it?
Oh, okay. So here, I think my
Cool. StreamYards. So StreamYards letting us on it, baby. Okay. We're gonna back it up a little bit. I'm gonna skip through when Dr. Phil's talking, right? Because that's the stuff that could probably get me flagged. So we ain't got it. We don't. It don't matter what he's saying. Okay. So let me back it up just a tad bit. Okay. Here we go. Fair use. Okay.
trafficking, rape, and organized crime investigation.
If you give a man true free reign, completely be who you want to be, and you don't let society program you, he's going to drive a fast car. He's going to have a bunch of women. He's going to want to have a bunch of money. He's going to do whatever he wants, right? Or whether a woman wants to be a lawyer or a housemaker or a webcam girl. Unless she has a man directing her, she's going to up. They're just not built to be completely independent creatures. Men and women are not the same. We've never been the same. This new think idea that men and women are the same is complete garbage that's been invented, right? If a woman sleeps with multiple people, that's cheating. That's absolutely unacceptable on every level. If I have a woman who I truly love and I go out and I come back to her and I don't care about her and I only love my girl, that's not cheating. That's exercise. If she even talks to a dude, it's cheating because females are emotionally invested. I have no emotional investment.
And see, that's that. And they really believe this, y'all. It's like, especially what he just said at the end. They think that women, all of us are so emotional and that our emotions get more involved. With every dude we even meet and talk to, like this dude said, we can't even talk to a dude. Right? So it's cheating even if we look in the direction of another man. But they get to go and have sex, and then they want us to believe that they don't have no emotions when they have sex with people. That is dumb. Like if anybody believes it, all you got to do is think about that thing. Let's think about it. So he can marry you and have sex with you and not have any emotional connection. That's what the men are saying. They saying they don't get emotional. They don't have emotional connection. They say they could just go and sling their dick and no emotions. And then they said that though, as soon as we say hello, we've invested emotionally. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Letitia. Hey, Black Beauty, what's going on? Anyway, so that's what he says, and a lot of these, and because he's saying it. By the way, this man has millions of followers. Okay, a couple of million followers, and they're young. They're young, like teenage boys, and you don't have you have a group of these black manosphere men and some of these dumbass niggas who like what he's saying because it boosts their ego, right? But truth be told, there's not that many adults with a brain who follows him. So he is reaching out to our little boys though. Okay, the ones who don't have no daddy. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Foremost by
This
how
is the
fertile
guy
she is.
I want.
Men like Andrew Tate inspired him to break out of his shell.
A woman's primary biological role is to make kids. So the more fertile she is, the prettier she is, the more feminine sexual energy she has. But for men, our primary biological purpose is to build things. A high status, high value man is a man who builds valuable things. That's where his masculine sexual energy comes from. So a man's going to judge a woman first and foremost by how fertile she is. That's why men care about a woman being soft. Men care about a woman being pure and healthy and nurturing, good at cooking, cleaning, and all that jazz, while women care about a man's status and a man's value, because that shows how good he is at building things, how good he is at taking care of his body and being strong enough to protect her and her children. It's not unfair.
And her children. Now you notice, what y'all think? Where y'all think he lies in this manosphere thing? What y'all think? Do y'all think he's red pill? Do you think he's incel? Do you think he's a coach? Like, where? Just listening to him right now, where would y'all put him? Cause this shit right here. What's up, Brownie? How you doing, sis? That well, based on these men, yeah, he they care about how fertile she is. But how do they know she's fertile? Just because she's young, and that's right, every woman aren't able to have children. That's, so they don't really care about that.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
Somebody over there
So
telling one.
looking at him right now, where would you put him? Which do he sound like? Manosphere? Do he sound like he's an actual coach? Like almost like an angry man and Anton Daniels. Do you think he's at that level, or do you think he's an incel like Jalen level, or do you think he's getting women? Because he showed some photos. You could tell by the photos he submitted to Dr. Phil. What y'all thinking?
I'm thinking his crazy ass done overdosed on these pills and he needs to get a stomach pump because he done lost his damn mind. Women are fertile. The first thing, you ain't looking at no damn woman thinking, oh wow, she must be fertile. Shut the fuck up.
That's right, because they
my
say they don't
damn
want to be daddy.
shit.
So why would they look at her to be fertile? But remember, this is the white manosphere. This is the actual manosphere. So the manosphere.
I know who they are.
So
I
they
started with them, and yeah, they the same damn way.
Well, they're not the same way as the black manosphere, because the manosphere do
They
value in women. Now it may be this misogynistic value, right? They're not trying to harm white women. They're not trying to, and they do want to have sex with women, just like you said. The black manosphere is on some opposite gay shit. They on some don't mess with these women shit. And white manosphere is like, no, yeah, we want to. So they do want to have children. They do want to be with women. They do want to have children, and they don't care about that stepfather shit. So it does sound different than the black manosphere, because it is, but it's still misogynistic. It's still an issue.
That's true.
Right? They just don't beat up on their women. They see value in the women, but you heard what he said.
They see value in them as a receptacle, so which is fucked up.
Right. But at least they not talking about killing us and telling them they're going their own way. Even the MGTOW men, the white ones, they still see value in women. They end up getting married. They're not calling each other simps and shit just because they married. That's only the black manosphere. Letitia said, purple pill, red talking points, and blue because he want a lady. I'm thinking it's a person with an opinion on what he thinks women want. Okay, what he thinks women want. But no, they still fall in categories though. And so this guy right here, He says he's a coach. That's why he's on the show.
Oh God.
And at the same time, this is what I'm saying. When we look at the manosphere, there's a certain look about him. So as you see, he has the cap on.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a regular dude. So let's continue on. Fair use.
Care that men care more about looks than women do. It's just how nature designs.
Men care about looks more than women do. That's what they think. I don't know why they think that, but that shit is not nowhere near true. But that's what a certain man of a certain looks, that's what he has to think so he can have a chance. Right? The men
Mm-hmm.
who have looks, they're not talking about, oh yeah, women don't care about my looks. Now the men who are handsome and know they're handsome, they make sure that they look good every time they go out and around women. If they thought that we don't care about looks, then they wouldn't care about their looks. Right? My
Mm-hmm.
sons take care of their skin. They want to smell good. They do. We know that men doing that for women.
Mm-hmm. Why you got that hat on if you think women don't care about looks? Just lying to yourself.
Exactly. You
And they
notice he got a
say,
hat. Do you notice that every
yeah,
pose he
they got a hat on.
he
Mm-hmm.
do, and you're
Yeah.
gonna know why in a second, because I guess Dr. Phil didn't allow a hat on. Watch this, y'all.
Wow. So you understand women.
Yeah.
How do you?
This is the only reason I
You
knew.
better lie, Mom. You ain't right.
Oh man, do y'all see what I see, y'all?
Yes. Oh my God, it's a conehead. You were lying. It's a baby conehead.
God. Look, y'all see the difference from a hat to no hat? That's how Angry Man over there doing it too. When they wear hats, it's almost like we wearing wigs and weaves. You know what I mean? But they trying to hide. You could tell even if the reason why he bald, you could see his hairline. If you look real close, I can't do a close up on it because it's a video,
Oh, you can't
but
zoom in.
you could see that his cowlicks are way back there. He got a big, deep ass V in the front because you can see where the hair is starting to grow, but you could clearly see where there's no hair. Y'all see his head look like a penis, or some balls, comb. Man, oh man. So now y'all know that he not in no relationship. He needs to keep that hat on, sleep with that hat on. And he needs to get out of the misogynistic ways. He will be able to get a woman. But they cannot be ugly and then be misogynistic. This is terrible. Okay, here we go. Oh Lord, fair use.
You understand women so well.
Oh, just life experience. I've put myself out there a lot and had my fair share of learning.
Says he had zero self-esteem as a kid, as a teen. Okay, here we go.
I've read a lot and experienced a lot of different perspectives and did my best to put them all together.
You're a sexual.
You notice he didn't say he had any experience with women. So even though you have self-esteem, he is not getting in many women. But he's a coach. Let me see. I think Dr. Phil asked him, and because I was talking, we probably missed it. Here we go.
Wow. So you understand women.
Yeah.
How do you understand women so well?
Oh, just life experience. I've put myself out there a lot and had my fair share of learning. I've read a lot and experienced a lot of different perspectives and did my best to put them all together.
You're a sexual energy coach.
Yes.
A sexual energy coach. Did y'all hear that?
What the fuck is that?
Something he came up with. You a sexual energy coach. We might have to look him up on see because he's on YouTube. Let's see if I can see if I put in sexual energy coach and let's see if he come up. Sexual energy coach. Okay, get it. That's the Dr. Field thing. Trying to see Dr. Field thing. A sexual energy coach, man. Ooh, Lord, what the hell happened down there? Who is that? Oh, Sexy Red put that picture up. God damn.
Oh, you say, well, what the hell is that?
God damn. What the
That's what
fuck?
we heard.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't see him nowhere. So it's something he created and got on Dr. Phil because I don't see him. Maybe, um, yeah, he made that's crazy. Here we go. Was y'all able to see what I was just watching when I was scrolling? Or no?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you wasn't able to see what I saw?
Mm-mm.
Okay, let me show you when I said what the hell. Okay, look, watch. I gotta stop the share. Cause I think the way I've set it up, let me see. Present share screen. There you go. I was scrolling to look. You gonna tell me? I want you to respond like I responded when you see it. Okay? I promise you, it's gonna be obvious.
What the hell? Sexy Red. I saw that. I went to her live to see if I could catch it, and that picture was up. I was like, "What the?" I said, "Oh no!" Her and her backgrounds.
Man, Sexy Red is crazy, baby. But yeah, it just stuck out. I was because at first I went like anyway. I'm
That's
a
disturbing as hell.
Sexy Red knows she wrong for that shit. Right
She
there, baby.
is.
She wrong. Anyway, let's finish with this little Dr. Field thing. I gotta present it again. I'm trying to talk, y'all. I want to get through it, but I know I'm playing with fire. Because let me tell you the secrets to those of you who might end up wanting to get a channel. Although I could say fair use, Dr. Phil has his logo up there. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see on the video it says Dr. Phil, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is so if we already know, not if, but we know that is his logo that belongs to him. So his trademark and things like that. And there's no fair use with shit like that. I don't have a right to use his logo. And that's why people put their logos on their pictures and shit. And so even when I'm saying fair use, that shit don't matter. And they'll get me just because of that. And that's so I am playing with fire. I know that if yeah, I'm playing with fire right now. That's why I should just listen to the audio. Since we seen his head, we gonna
Yeah, go ahead and take that screenshot.
huh? Yeah, I do need to get that picture.
Go ahead and take that screenshot. We can just take it on with us, so you ain't gotta get in no trouble. And just put your picture. Every time we come up, just flash it.
That's the damn shame, man. Let me stop the screen share real quick. I do need to grab that picture though. You're right about that.
Make sure you get a screenshot of him in that hat.
Oh yeah, him in
And
the
be
hat.
like, this is what he's hiding.
Let me do that real quick. Okay, yeah. Look like he's TikTok because this is a TikTok or Instagram. No, it's TikTok. It says the TikTok. Okay, let me take that picture real quick. Boom, and then let me get it after he's sitting there with no hat on. That's a damn shame. Let me see. I'm play a little. Okay, there we go. And this is him. Bam. Okay. So now we just gonna kind of go through the audio. Let me see. How do I'm gonna present. Shadow audio. I wonder if I could. Yeah, I might have to do it this way so I can cover system audio. Let me see. If I put it here, let me see. I'm gonna test something. I'm gonna press play.
He does say a lot of controversial things because he's an extreme
Can you
person.
still hear it?
He is not your normal average guy.
I wrote down some of the things that he said. Some of them I absolutely cannot repeat. But he says, I think my sister is her husband's property. Would you agree with that line of thinking?
Not in the literal sense, no.
Well, I understand. He doesn't have.
Yeah, well, I mean,
He doesn't own her.
women are obviously people, not objects, but it's one way of looking at things, misogynistic as that might be.
He describes a sexual encounter and says that's
okay. You hear when he said his sister is her husband's property. This is long way back, few damn centuries ago, it seemed like. And these dudes want to bring that back. What y'all ladies think about that?
Hell no, we won't go.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit, right? That we don't want to go there, but they want to force us there. Okay, they want to force us there. See, so let me start that. So do you see the bomb squad picture? You see that?
I sure do. I like it.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Let me start this and we're going to.
That's how it goes. Slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. That's how it should be.
Well, if it's consensual, then it's all good.
Okay. He says, I'm not a blanking rapist, but I like the idea of being able to do what I want. And I don't believe women are as smart as men.
Well, that sounds really misogynistic.
Do you agree with that? You said the more muscle I put on, the more affordable, attractive, healthy girls will be available to you. How does that work?
The feminine women are attracted to masculine men.
Really?
Yeah.
And later, I have a question about what y'all are going
You energized. Simply join through the free PF app.
Will be available.
I was kind of a coward. And
Yeah.
when I was in high school, I decided that
I'm
not a blanking rapist, but I like the idea of being able to do what I or a bad thing. And what's it mean?
I think it's a good thing. I mean, for
$1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime.
Sounds really misogynistic.
Do you agree with that?
Not entirely, no. We might not have the same biological roles, but I think women are really smart overall.
Yeah. Do you think there is a pecking order in a relationship?
I wouldn't say a pecking order. I would say that men bring certain strengths, women bring other strengths.
You say boys will be boys. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? And what's it mean?
I think it's a good thing. I mean, for boys to be boys, explore the masculinity, find ways to meaningfully challenge themselves and grow.
Yeah. You said when you were younger, you were an aimless loser.
I was kind of a coward. And
yeah,
when I was in high school, I decided that I'm going to get to decide who I get to be in life. So I decided I'm gonna be a strong masculine guy. And so I got into lifting weights, I got into self-development, and eventually I put myself out there in the dating world a lot, and I learned a lot and grew a lot. And I would say I'm a pretty strong, confident guy now.
You said the more muscle I put on, the more affordable, attractive, healthy girls will be available to you. How does that work?
Okay, so what you think so far of what the hell this dude is talking about? I'm gonna exit that real quick.
Motherfucker backtracking everything he probably done said online. Stand on your shit, you punk.
I know you noticed that too. And that's what
Mhm.
Dr. Phil is kind of saying. Dr. Phil, that's why he's asking him questions, but he backtracking. He's backtracking every goddamn thing. And so that's why Dr. Phil said, well, what do you think about that? And he said, I think women are very smart. He wasn't saying that on his TikTok because Dr. Phil wouldn't have had him up. He's gone against what he originally was saying. And I think we all can tell. I'm glad that you feel it too. You feel it too. Because Dr. Phil not going to bring it up. Dr. Phil going to ask you the questions and let you answer, right? But then because he's throwing him off by not stating what he probably said before. Okay. Wow. Anyway, let's see. So these men, right? They're gonna have a man we're gonna skip to, because this guy not gonna be truthful.
Because the more muscle you have,
he's not gonna be truthful. So they're gonna be another guy though, who claims that he's the. Remember, I mentioned the godfather of. He's the beginning of the Manosphere. This guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, can you take a screenshot of him so we can see what he look like?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna. Can you see him? You can't see him.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm gonna share it. Present. That's the thing I don't like about because if I choose, yeah, I'm gonna choose this. How do I want to do it? No, I'm an entire screen. Okay, yeah, let's do it that way. Audio and share. Okay. So here he is. Tell me if you see him when I pop it up. Can you see him?
Mm-mm.
You can. Okay, let's back up.
Oh, I saw somebody for a second. It's weird when it
Oh,
goes
okay,
out, like
maybe
when
it's a
you're
delay.
exiting out. You kind of see it.
Can you see him now? No,
No.
you
Mm-mm.
don't see the Dr. Phil thing. It's something the
Mm-mm.
way whatever I'm
Yep.
choosing.
Every time you go out, I can see it, and I think I know who that is. That looks like Rollo Tomasi. That's what it looks like.
Oh, okay, let me present again. I'm gonna share. This thing keep popping up because maybe if I do window, tiny screen, window. Let's just do. We can see him now, though, right?
Yeah, I can see him now. Yep, that's him. That's Rollo Tomasi.
Oh, that's who it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, he's the. I guess they're gonna announce that he's the godfather or the yeah. I think it said not the godfather, the grandfather. Maybe I think they say. Let's see what Dr. Phil says. There you shall. Here we go.
Usually a derivative of his book and his teachings.
We have women who
Let me-
are building themselves up
Let me
according to
find that a
this
little bit.
strong.
And so
Okay,
young
hear what he
women
said.
are more.
His 2013 book, The Rational Male, has come to be considered the unofficial Bible of the Manosphere. Now, he says everything that you hear from Andrew Tate is usually a derivative of his book and his teachings.
We have women who are building themselves up according to this strong, independent female empowerment narrative. And as a result, all they've done is become the man that they wanted to marry. And guys don't want to have anything to do with that. So what do I tell them? What do I tell that chick who's 26 years old, who's probably making more money than most of the guys I know? Who's an alpha male, right? What do I tell her? Dumb yourself down? The first thing out of my mouth is, well, you need to be more feminine. Right? Get in touch with your feminine side. You've got to invest in your beauty, invest in your femininity, rather than, being worried about like starting some gourmet cupcake retail outlet.
You see how they always go, instead of starting a cupcake retail outlet, but they never say, instead of saving the world by starting organizations that does this and organizations that does that, or creating voice over IP, so everybody can do what they're doing on the internet and shit like that. They always go, like, even Kevin Samuels used to say things like, yeah, or Tommy Sotomayor would say, yeah, all these women, all they do is get into social work. What is social work? Social work is that's a big lane. You could be a goddamn doctor doing social work, right? Because you could be a therapist, you could be the psychiatrist, and things like that. But they made it seem like, yeah, everybody doing social work, all the women, yeah, when they talk, is doing social work. They need lots of social workers. That's why. But they made it seem like it's little. So even just now, he mentioned cupcakes. When he mentioned this powerful woman putting business so she could live a life or becoming the man she would like to marry, why in the fuck did he mention cupcakes? And that's how they try to belittle us.
Yeah, diminish our value, which this is why feminism was started in the first place, because they kept diminishing women's value in the home.
Exactly. They diminished our value even in the home. And so, and like even when we was doing what they wanted us to do, they was diminishing it, making it seem like you ain't doing nothing.
Doing nothing because you ain't bringing home a paycheck.
Right.
And now that we are, now they complain.
I remember, I remember what a lot of women being upset because the men, even my husband used to do it. Oh, you at home all day. What you mean I'm at home all day? I am at home all day. And I don't get no break. I don't get no 15-minute break. I don't get no goddamn lunch break.
2 days off.
That's right. I don't get the 30 minutes or the 1 hour where you could go and recharge yourself or go eat. I don't get all of that with these kids running around. And then when you come home talking about what you were doing all day, what you mean? Look at the toys on the floor. I'm like, yeah, we got a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. Leaky is always grabbing some toy. And Leaky could grab it. We'll tell him to put his toys up and he'll pick them up and put them right back where they go. And then he grabs another toy and then comes and throw it out again. So that when you're dealing with children, especially when you're allowing them to be children, right? You're not making them sit on the couch and sit on their hands. Then, yeah, I'll be cleaning up behind them all goddamn day. Changing pamper, and guess what? Like you said, we didn't get paid for that shit. And the men act like we just at home all day eating bonbons and watching soap operas. So even the men actually are the reason why things are the way they are. Okay? And so then the women like, well, shit, you keep saying I'm at home doing nothing all day, so let me get a job. And then when she gets a job, and then she wants to be better at her job, then she starts, you know what I mean? And this is what the men created, though. And then they blame us, talking about feminism. Feminism is a result of how women were being treated, or should I say, mistreated. Okay, here we go.
Because if I don't, then I'm not feminine, and then they're not going to want to get with me. Oh, well, you mean I'm going to be 38 and lonely? I guess I'll die alone? Yeah, unless you do something. And if that sounds like dumbing yourself down, then I don't really know what else to call you.
Bro, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So your book and the things that you espouse predated Andrew Tate.
By about 10 years. All I do is present facts. And what happens is particularly now, and I've been doing this for about 20 years, you will see a lot of come ups right now who want to take it and run with it on TikTok. They want to take it and run with it on Instagram. We live in the social media age, and a lot of the work that I've done really for about 20 years right now gets distorted quite a bit. And I think we're at that point right now where things are getting distorted. And again, to the point where I've got to come on the Dr. Phil show and be an apologist for Andrew Tate, which I am not going to do.
Yeah. So
Whenever,
why do they call you the godfather of the manosphere?
The Manosphere is sort of a consortium of guys who get together and they compare notes. So the Manosphere
Okay, so let's listen to what he's about to say, because this is, I found this fascinating. And then, but the Black Manosphere, though, like when I hear angry man say the shit that comes out of his mouth, which is full of shit, right? This man is the beginning. He gonna mention terms that you never hear angry man and the rest of these men even mention. Remember, I think I told even Big J that this man, right, was here even before Big J said he found him. When he goes back like to 08, 09. This man is about to go almost 10 years even before that. Okay, so let's hear what he says what the Manosphere is. Remember, they do consider him to be like the godfather, like the beginning. Okay, so here we go.
We're at that point right now where things are getting distorted. And again, to the point where I've got to come on the Dr. Phil show and be an apologist for Andrew Tate, which I am not going to do.
Yeah.
Hey,
Why do they call you the godfather of the manosphere?
Hello, welcome, Supreme Goddess. How you doing? Sapase, what's up? Letitia, Kira, Snyder, what's going on? How you been? Caitlin, how you doing, sister? And everybody else who in the chat. And let's listen. So this is interesting. Remember, this is the Manosphere, not the Black Manosphere. And so there is a clear difference, because one of them want to destroy their own women, and the other, well, that's not what their goal is. Okay, here we go.
The Manosphere is sort of a consortium of guys who get together and they compare notes. So the Manosphere proper started right around, I would say 2002 in forums. It developed and evolved out of the old pickup artist seduction community.
Now, see, it started with a group of men trying to figure out how to pick up women. That's what he just said. He said the pickup artists, where men would compare notes on what works. How do I get a woman? So that's the beginning.
The PUA community.
Yep. So they're not against women. They're trying to get women. Okay. That's how it started. Now let's continue listening.
Forums that were online at that time. And then it developed into the blog era, and then it developed into the social media era. And now here we are in the YouTube era. And it's been, like I said, about 20 years coming right now. But the Manosphere proper is a consortium of guys who get together and they compare notes about really three main things: money, muscles, and game. So, and by
money, muscle, and what the other one was? Game?
Game.
Okay, game. Money, muscle, game. Money, muscle, game. Right? He didn't mention nothing about beating up on women and shit like that, but you do money, muscle, and game all have to do with women. But it's all about getting a woman. And then the Black Manosphere is about shitting on their women whenever they can, going overseas to make a woman into what they call cheap fun. That's me being nice and polite. And men getting together and needing to get away from women. Like Kevin Samuels say, men need to get used to just being with men. Okay? These things are different. But The white manosphere is about they was trying to figure out how to get women and be successful at, with families and shit. And the black manosphere want to run from their children and want to sit on here and spread lies all goddamn day. Okay, so that's why the black manosphere was kicked out, by the way. Okay, because they don't care about power and game or how to get money. The black man was like, we don't care about no money. We're not getting none anyway. So let us shit on women. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
Game, I use game in the terms of social skills at this point. So,
And these pickup
see, social skills. That mean get how to make money, how to, take care of my family. And look at this dude with the cone head. I don't know what's going on with that head. Doctor feel wrong for that. He should let him put a bonnet on his head. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. I ain't gonna
Nah, don't blame Dr. Phil. We all know good and well that's always them camera crew people doing that, zooming in this shit. That's them being messy.
Woo, baby, here we go.
artist sites that you're talking about, people were putting up websites and all about how to pick up women.
that originally it was discussions on forums where men all over the world would get together and say, let's compare notes. Let's compare notes. Let's get together and let's see if we can figure this out.
Well, I've seen a lot of seminars and stuff where you can sign up and take a course, and they guarantee you if you have trouble getting dates or picking up women, they tell you that they guarantee you take this course, you'll date the hottest girl in the room. And
I don't know anyone that is guaranteeing that at this stage. I don't think anybody has ever guaranteed that. However, if there is a benefit, a net benefit for that, it is the fact that you can take a guy such as Ben here and level him up from, say, a 5 to a 6. Is that not an improvement? If you went from being...
See how he went to them numbers, 5 and 6, baby. They like these men, man, and these goddamn numbers. It's the weirdest thing ever. 5 till 6. Do we think that this dude is a 6? And was he a 5? He just had to go up one number because even the way he said it, he was sad and had no confidence, and he probably was a 1. And now he's a 2. Okay, I don't know. These goddamn numbers, man.
Ordinary to being somewhat extraordinary. Is that not a net benefit to a gentleman like Ben here?
You say the greatest problem with men is men are purposeless and sedated by pornography, online video games, alcohol, or marijuana.
Yes, absolutely.
I like when he said that, baby. That's funny. He at least, when the men in the manosphere, they over there telling the men what the issues are and how they need to benefit themselves. But you can't do that in the black manosphere. You can't tell them that it's their fault. You know what I mean? You can't tell them that their life is in their own hands and what they get and don't get is essentially because of them. Right? You can't do that. They want it to be all on us. Well, you chose him. You can't blame their dad for running away because they say it's the mom's fault because she chose a man who ran away. But the white manosphere, or should I say the manosphere, they are over there trying to educate one another. And there are different pills even over there. And I'm not even saying I agree with everything they do over there. But remember, we women, we're not going to agree with everything they say. They're not going to agree with everything we say. That's just the way this works, right? But one of these groups of men are hurtful to society, and the other one, well, we've been putting up with misogynistic men forever, and women have come up with a plan to combat that. We are out here making our own fucking money, doing our own thing. You see, there's a difference where one, we women can handle it. Because we came up with a solution. We ain't got to be with those men if we don't want to. But then there's this other group over here trying to hurt us. Bringing it back to the story where the young lady was walking to go get her a bottle of wine, and she bypassed a few men. And when they asked her, they followed her in the store and say, "Hey, I'll buy that for you." And she said, "No, thank you. I got it. I'm good." And then they commenced to whipping her ass. You see, there's a difference in these men. There's a difference. So one of them, they may disagree with us, we disagree with them, but we could go about our own business and live our lives. And the other one, they want to kill us just because they can't have us. Fair use.
So we're looking at a Gen Z. You're looking at a generation that was acculturated and socialized behind a screen. We have a generation of what we call lost boys right now who don't have a father figure. They don't have any guidance, whether it's masculinity or much else for that matter. And so, of course, if I can,
you see that he not you see, he's not blaming it on the women. He's not blaming it on women. He's saying we got the lost boys. These men, you ever heard the Black Manosphere mention the lost boys, Kira? Because they are that's right. But these are lost boys. That's what they are. The generation of young men with no fathers. That's what they call them, the lost boys. In fact, I forgot about that term until he said it. But that is what they are, the lost boys. If these men would be honest, you would hear them mention, "Hey, we are the group of lost boys." And they would talk about how to solve that, how to get the information that they need without blaming a woman. So,
Yeah.
and that's just what the difference is. What's going on, Burble?
Hey, Purple.
So that's the difference between when people hear me say, "Hey, the Manosphere is the Manosphere." The Manosphere do not hurt. They really don't concern us. For real. If all the men was in the Manosphere and at least following their, some of their thinking points and talking points, that would not hurt our community. So, you know what I mean? Because women, we know how to handle it. We know how to handle our men. We know how to, how should I say it? We know how to move around and like my husband who had a lot of these beliefs because he's a man growing up in America, right? And grandfathers teaching them the misogynistic shit. And that men are strong and women are in the kitchen. That's beliefs that's been going on for ages. But that didn't harm us. That's not the stuff that harmed us. So that's why you don't really be concerned. You end up marrying a man. He may have those beliefs, but he gets out of it. You know what I mean? He start loving you, and he don't treat you like shit no more. Or like he thought women were. He realizes that's not true. And then you have daughters, and that's a whole nother level of them being educated that they were wrong and taught wrong. But in the Manosphere, though, they teaching them not to care about their daughters. Listen, it's just dangerous. Here we go, fair use.
say, "Hey, look, I'm an older gentleman and I can help level you up, and common sense is so rare right now, we can commodify it," then I'm going to go and do my best to help men. I'm not in the business of helping men become better men. I'm in the business of helping men have the tools and the equipment so that they can build their own lives.
You say the greatest problem with
y'all heard that? That is what I'm talking about. That's what I've been saying. That's what these men should be doing. You don't tell a man, "Don't get with that woman. Don't be this kind. Don't get with her. She already got children. Don't do this." No, you give that man tools. You educate him and teach him how to be a provider. You teach him how to make congruent decisions. You teach him how to be a man because he's a lost boy and he need that. But the black manosphere aren't doing that. They're deciding to be your daddy and your mammy and telling you, don't get with women. Ooh, don't get with women. No, don't get with women. Now, at first, it was, don't get with these black women. Now we got another group of men that's saying, don't get with women in this country, period. And most of you men, most of the men gonna be thinking, well, damn, like, I gotta go get extra money, and so I could fly. And then they're not even talking about marriage when they get over there. So I guess every 6 months, you're gonna go meet your girlfriend. You're gonna have to fly out to her because she can't come in this country. Because your dumb ass barely got your passport. You're not gonna be able to what they call it when you allow people to come in, be a sponsor. Your ass can't sponsor nobody coming. Your black ass, it ain't happening. So you're gonna have to go over there by her, and then you're gonna pay for everything. And then you're gonna bring your broke ass back and start working. And so you can save up enough to go and see her again for a weekend. And that sounds like a great life to me. I'm saying do it, nigga. We don't give no shit. I think it's best that you do that because the women in America, we want to just deal with the men who want to deal with us. If I have a granddaughter, I want her to know that the men who dealing with her like her. They want to be with her. So, hell yeah. This man just said something I've never heard. I haven't heard BGS said, Angry Man said, and Tom Daniels said, the lead attorney said. None of these niggas who claim that they are want to be educating, and help the community. None of these niggas mention lost boys, and none of them ever, 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 ever mention giving tools so men can make their own decisions. You're supposed to be given tools so you could be a man. But in the black manosphere, they don't want you to be a man. They want you to be their bitch. They want you to continue coming to them. They're going to keep you angry so you will continue to go to them and give your money to them. You have officially went from a lost boy to some nigga's bitch. That's it. That's what they want. Anton says all the time. Anton Daniels said it's about getting the money. Whatever you got to do to get the money. You messing up the money. Just go with the lie. Lie. It's okay to lie because it's about the money. He tell it to even his people. He says, yes, I don't care what I got to do. It's about the money. So if I got to lie and cheat, then I will do that so I can get the money. But I'm going to look like I'm legit. He's a grifter, man. A scam artist. I won't even call it scam artist. It's called the grift. A scam artist is, when we say that, y'all look at him and y'all say, there's no way. He looked too clean, too this, too that, too nice. A grifter, though, when they take your money and smile in your face, baby, sometimes you be happy that, because you want to give it to them. They convince you to give it to them. Okay? Without offering you anything that's helpful. So here we go. Fair use.
Men are purposeless and sedated by pornography, online video games, alcohol, or marijuana.
Yes, absolutely.
What do you mean sedated by?
They're escapisms is what they are. If your crummy life is, if your escapisms are better than your crummy life, then you're going to dwell more in those escapisms. So what do men do today when they're addicted to pornography? Anyone in this room on their phone can go get hardcore pornography anytime they want to. There's a reason why it's free. If you go and you look at marijuana being legalized, if you look at the opioid epidemic right now, if you look at the way we sedate men today, That is the number one, I think anyways, is the number one problem that we're looking at for really the latter half of the millennial generation and all of Generation Z right now.
Yeah, and you talk about that the suicide rate for men is 3.5 to 5 times,
depending
what
on
it
whose
is.
numbers you're looking at and what the demographics are.
Yeah, than it is for women. And you interpret that as meaning what?
I interpret that as meaning that those are deaths of despair. We have a term for that right now. Men get zeroed out. They build up lives, they build up personalities, they build up what life equity, let's just say. They lose a job, they lose their wives, they lose out on something, and no one is there to tell them how to bounce back from that rejection, how to bounce back from that defeat, how to come back from being zeroed out. So,
boom. When he said this, I was like, damn, he's right. See, there's some points that men have, some concerns that they do have, that is true. The problem is that if they not going to solve it, the ones who control mostly everything in this country, men, white men in particular, why are you complaining? Are you complaining to whom? Are you complaining to yourselves? Because he's saying, and he's right, like that's what the issue are with the men, right? They're saying, once I get zeroed out, nobody taught me, which I'm shocked that they're saying it, to be honest. Because I watched my brother get knocked down like in a fight, and my dad would say, get your ass up and continue. It ain't over. You're a man. Teaching him that you gonna get knocked down. Black men, you are already assured to get knocked down. Not once, twice, several times. And it gonna be by many things, right? In the world in which we live in. And it's the same for black women, black and brown people. And even now, anybody different, anybody other than the straight white male. But even they get knocked down too. So I guess it's more of a human thing. So if you get knocked down, you can either stay your ass down there and cry or whatever, sit your ass down and lay down and die, whatever, right? Or you could get up and push forward again. That's what the little engine that could story was about. I think I could, I think I could. Like, it's up a hill, it's an uphill battle. And as you might gain some inches upwards, and you might slip more inches backwards than you went upwards, but you don't give up. And this man just simply said that he wants the country to start thinking of men as they need special something. They say we do it for the little girls. There's the reason for that. First of all, women fought for that. That was a time when women had no rights. Women fought for it, and now we're teaching our little girls that no, you don't have to sit under no man and pray that he treats you well for your survival, right? So we now teach our girls, yes, you're gonna have to go out there and make that money and choose something that you like. Same thing I told my boys. But then these men start crying because they'll say, well, I picked the woman, and it was my family, but I didn't really put nothing into her. So she divorced me. And now here I am starting all over again. But he'll rather her start all over again, is essentially what he's saying. Well, I shouldn't have to start over again. Make her start all over again. Man, I'm telling you, the cry baby ass motherfucking niggas, man. Let me back it up so we can hear him what he said again.
Than it is for women. And you interpret that as meaning what?
I interpret that as meaning that those are deaths of despair. We have a term for that right now. Men get zeroed out. They build up lives, they build up personalities, they build up what life equity, let's just say. They lose a job, they lose their wives, they lose out on something, and no one is there to tell them how to bounce back from that rejection, how to bounce back from that defeat, how to come back from being zeroed out. So they're faced with two really very real decisions. One is rebuild yourself or delete yourself. And unfortunately, most
Yes, rebuild yourself or delete yourself. That's the decision we all have.
I was about to say that's everybody.
Right? Rebuild yourself or delete yourself. So, and it seems like men are deleting themselves, right? They'll delete them each other, and then they'll delete themselves. But then in the meantime, they'll also come over and delete us, women. Okay. So, yeah, the danger. But then he want to act like men are so in danger. But you're gonna find out. Somebody gonna come up and say almost what I'm saying. Yeah. Because he wants us all to think about the men. We should cry for more boo-hoo. You got to start over. You don't want to start over. You want the woman to start over. Yeah. Okay. Big man and protector. When you decide you don't want her no more, or she decides she don't want you no more, you think that she should go and suffer because you're crude. You're rude and crude. Yeah. But he forgets that just like men delete themselves, they also delete women, though. They also delete women. Here we go.
men are deleting themselves right now.
Most men are deleting themselves.
Well, the prime demographic for suicide for men right now is 45 to 65 years old. It's what they call deaths of despair.
Most men are not deleting themselves. That's why Dr. Phil's like, what? But I guess he's saying about a group of men. He putting the age on it, but still most of them are not deleting themselves. I think he's talking about the men who have deleted themselves happen to be along those age lines.
We constantly harp on the fact that men don't have friends, they don't have close friends, they don't have the same networks that women do. And then we put the
men don't have friends. A lot of women don't have friends neither. Based on what these men say, though, they want to be able to go out with their friends. So, do they not have friends, or do they have friends? Did they never have friends, or did they lose their friends? Like, how is it a woman's issue or society issue if you don't have no goddamn friends? You see what he's doing? This is the core issue of even the Manosphere. They want to be baby. They want society. And by the way, like I said, they're the ones who build these systems. So if they really wanted this system of help for men, then that would have been done so long ago. But yeah, that's why your granddad and everybody used to say, be a man, stand up, get up. You fall, it hurt, okay, get up. Don't cry, dry your eye, and try harder. But these men are saying when they fall and get a boo-boo, they want one of us to come and kiss it for them and make the boo-boo better. Like we did when they were babies. Like their mother did when they were babies. They now want their girlfriends to do it. They want their wives to do it. They want the neighbor to do it. The strange woman on the street. If she see him fall, she should run to his assistance and kiss his boo-boo. That's what these men are telling us they want. Because if they really wanted help on this scale, then why aren't they making that shit happen? They're not even considering taking this shit to Congress. And they just want women. They rely on us. They want us to take care of it for them. And the black Manosphere, they say it all the time. Oh, these women, they march. Yeah, women march. Yeah, the women went and march for their rights. You motherfucking right. We fought for them. That's how you do it. So if you're not willing to march for a dude, then I guess you don't want it. That's all I could say. Here we go.
Blame for their mental health back on them by saying it's toxic masculinity, and if you guys were just more like women, then you would reach out for
Bye,
therapy of some
Achilles.
sorts. If women were killing themselves at 4 times the rate that men are, you would have a dedicated month, and the NFL would change their uniforms to pink or something else, so that we would have some sort of female suicide prevention month. But we don't see that right now because we
There is a suicide prevention month, but you know
Yeah,
what I mean.
there is.
There is already, but you know that what he's saying is he wanted to be just for
Just for
men.
men.
That's
Yeah.
that's what he's saying. We already have a
Yeah, there's a
suicide.
suicide awareness month. What are you talking about?
That's right. So that's the disingenuous about these men, no matter if they're manosphere or black manosphere. Now, like I said, there's a clear difference between the two of them, right? But there's these similarities of them whining and do not like the job of this gender that they was chosen to be in birth. Like they didn't have the choice. It just is what it is. It's like we didn't choose to be women. We didn't choose to
Mm-hmm.
be black. We didn't choose to be this, that, and third. I didn't choose to be short or light skin or whatever, right? That's just the hand dealt to me. And they don't like the hand dealt to them, even when they say men have roles. You know, the person who didn't want the roles were the men. The men. The women had no choice but to jump in certain roles. If the man don't do his part, what we supposed to all just die of hunger? Are we supposed to go and rely on our family, which we know the family has been destroyed to a degree, right? Or the family the way it used to be. Now we have a different type of family in today's society. Across the board, by the way. When I say across the board, I'm talking about across genders and also across ethnicities. They call them single parent homes. Okay, that's the type of homes we have. It's still a home, a family, right? But these men are crying. They are mad that they're men and they don't want to do what they claim. They're the ones who are against the gender role. If the man is the provider, but then they don't want to get up and go and provide. So then they say, come on, woman, you got 2 legs, 2 arms, and, so how about you come and help me? And so the women go out to help. And then when the women succeed, they don't like that, especially if she over exceeds him. Then that's when they start calling her masculine. Okay? That's what happens. I heard a boop. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Hey, Big J.
What's going on?
Just chilling, doing our thing. What's going on?
I'm kind of tired. Um, been on a tear today. I'm kind of calm.
You sound calm. That's good. That's good. What you got to say? What you want to add? Go ahead.
Oh, Rolly Tomasi on Dr. Phil. I hear people talking about this all over YouTube. Yeah, Manosphere going mainstream, and that's what's going to kill it.
That's what's gonna kill it. That's right. But remember, I told you. Remember when we was talking last week or early in the week? I told you a manosphere, and I kept asking who it was, but I didn't know his name. I couldn't remember. I didn't know his name. Remember, I said they called him the God. He called himself the grandfather or the godfather of the manosphere.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so yeah, and I was telling people to watch it because I wanted to review it. Like I, I think like he kind of said that the younger manosphere they use his talking points, but they've taken it to a whole nother level.
Right. That's been as a Manosphere adjunct. He's right. Like that they take the red pill and they go beyond what the true meaning of red pill is.
And
It
that's what
says,
he's,
and that's the problem.
yeah. He said they're taking his, and so somebody in the chat, Zulu said, "What's the job of a woman today?" Um, the job of a woman today, for most women, they're saying to secure and themselves and their families. So if a woman already has some children, she wants to take care of her family herself. What do you mean? What's the job of a woman today? Like y'all, we are acting like y'all want to act like we in the 50s, the 30s, the 40s, like way back when shit was cheap and one income could do it. I don't know why you, especially you black men, are acting this way right now in today's society. As of fucking this week, if you don't have almost two incomes, it's harder than a motherfucker out here. We were just talking about that last night. How my electric bill, right, went from like one something to $600. We don't know. We don't know why that happened. I don't know. I'm gonna have to call them, see what the hell is going on. But if you think I'm gonna be able to talk them out of that bill, then you got me them fucked up. And I could tell when some of you don't really have lives. Like I know that some of you living with your grandmas and your mothers and shit like that. I know because y'all don't know the cost of shit in the fucking world today. I can also tell that you may not have no children, or if you got some, you ain't taking care of them. When you complain about child support, giving somebody $500 a month, as if what the fuck is $500 a month is when an electric bill is $600. The child still got to eat.
Hmm.
So what I'm saying is, when you ask what the role of a woman is, well, women have been surviving, and with the lost voice, which means y'all daddies wasn't around, right? So who, like, what was she supposed to do? Was she supposed to go get in the kitchen and barefoot and pregnant, but nobody bringing in no bacon, nobody bringing in no bread, nobody bringing in nothing? What's she supposed to be cooking if nobody bringing it to her? So I don't know. I think I'm listening to you younger people when y'all say you don't want to have children who suffered the way you did as a kid, with the manwich sandwiches or the mayonnaise sandwiches and the ketchup sandwiches. But I need those, like, people who ate that type of stuff. Like, was both your parents in the household? Probably not. So when you ask about the role of the woman, how is she supposed to be cooking up something that nobody's bringing for her to cook? That means she got to go out and grab the bacon her goddamn self. So her children can survive. While the man, he don't give a fuck. He went and laid under his mama and left his children to fend for themselves. So I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, what you wanted to say, Big J? I was responding to somebody in chat when they asked me what the role of a woman is. Y'all got to get behind, away from these roles, because in today's society, we all got to come together if you're a family and make that money for survival.
Right.
But go ahead, what you want to say?
No, I got nothing to say right now. Just
No, you can say what you want to say. Just give us your point of view. It could be different than ours. You know that
well,
already.
well, it was something what Rolo said because I watched a little bit earlier when I was on another channel, but he said though a lot of guys don't have purpose, and that I don't know if he said it on this clip already. I don't know if he played it already,
And he
but he's
just,
right, huh? He just did.
yeah.
Okay, well, he's right. There is no purpose. Why you think? Why you think though? There's school shootings. Why you think though? Most of these mass murderers are usually men who are single of a certain age group. They have no they have no um no no purpose in life, and and he's right though. I don't know if he played or not, but he's right. Later on, he said something about there's going to be a mass deletion of men, and he's right. There's going to be a mass suicides of men. There's going to and a growing epidemic of men going to start committing suicides after they reach the age of 40. Um, and between the ages of 40 and 56, you're going to start seeing that number increasing. Um, and
But
and
why
I
you
do see
think
that
that is?
happening.
Why you? I'm speaking from the Black Manosphere perspective. Why you think that is? Because I dreamt that. Like it's a couple of us, including you and a few of us. We've been on here saying that hey, some shit is coming. I
Yep.
contribute to the Black Manosphere. If a man tells you that your worth, your value is only in the amount of money you make, and if you're not making six figures, then you ain't shit, you ain't valuable. Then when you turn 40, where they claim you should already have a car, already have a house in your name, when we know most Americans, that's not true, right? So then a man, y'all tell men that their value is based in the shit that they build and have and their money. And then when you find that you're 45 and you don't have much money, you don't have that beautiful woman that society say he should have, and he don't have the, why wouldn't he delete himself? He feels like he failed.
Hmm.
That's the men's who did that. They doing that to themselves. Because when a woman says, "Hey, as long as you hardworking and we could build together," but no, the man says, "No, shut up, bitch," pat and slap her, tell her to get in the kitchen and cook. And then she's like, "Well, okay, what you want me to cook?" Now he bet the pressure's on his shoulders, and now go figure out what she gonna cook today.
Okay, well, I'm of two minds here, right? I agree with you on that, but at the same time, but the cherry on top is when men receive messages like, well, you have to be 6 foot, you have to be 235 pounds to get with me, um, toxic masculinity, um, things like certain it's like that Shellac commercial
Mhm.
that preaches about toxic masculinity rather than talk about selling a product of shaving one's face. The
Mhm.
hypocrisy of Shellac when they talk about toxic masculinity, but they perform toxic masculinity on themselves because if you paint that same razor blade pink, women use it and it's cost $2 more than a man's razor. So I mean, I know I'm going off on the weeds right there, but that's the cherry on top when the media itself is telling you are bad, evil if you're a heterosexual man.
Yeah, but I don't think so. Y'all got that toxic masculinity uh, commercial, and then y'all want to hang y'all head on it. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Women saw that commercial. We knew exactly what they were saying. Y'all see the commercial, and y'all uh, start talking about, oh, they're claiming our masculinity is toxic. That's not what that commercial was doing. But in the commercial, there was a guy, and I'm not sure if this is the same commercial, right? But I do remember a toxic masculinity where there was a guy, and when he saw a girl, he assumed he could just go get in her face. And another guy stopped him. It's
Yeah, I
like,
remember. Yeah, it was a white guy and a black guy stopped him.
right. So,
Right. You're talking about, it's
um,
the same ad. Same ad.
okay. So me looking at that was saying, yeah, it's about time men stop other men from just thinking just because I'm a woman that he could just come and get in my face. He don't know me. Now, if he was walking outside of me asking my name, but like the cat calling and all that shit, that's toxic masculinity. Nobody has said that masculinity is toxic. There are certain things that is toxic. Why would it be toxic? Because you might not think it's toxic to sit on the side of other men, cat calling one woman, but that woman, she feels threatened. She's scared. So if you making somebody fearful for just walking down the street just to go get whatever they need to go get, and a group of men get together, that is toxic. And if y'all don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. But the facts are the facts, right? So you said something else. You mentioned that toxic masculine. You mentioned you hearing it in the media that you got to be 6 feet tall. Well, but when you look outside though, and you see people together, is every man 6 feet tall? And the ones who aren't, is he always alone? Are you saying that short men not getting with women? In fact, reality is even on this channel and several many others, when y'all ask the women what they like, you have heard women say, I like the shorties. You have heard women say, well, I don't care about height. So it don't, at the age that you are, I don't even know why you telling me what the media says. Like, at a certain,
Again, I'm speaking as somebody who remembers when he was 20, 25, 30 years old.
That's
And,
sad in
and
itself, baby. When you look back at your past, like when I go back and look at what I did when I was like yesterday, I put up pictures, and everything of me 19, and I even told a story. That's a memory. That has no bearing on me today. In fact, that's the reason I even shared it, was to say when I was 19, boom, this is how I was, and today, boom, this is who I am, completely different. So I'm not understanding. Oh, let me pause. Go ahead. You can. I'm gonna let that go to voicemail. Okay. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like you saying you speaking from your almost 40 years old, and you're speaking about while remembering what happened to you. That's just what Obsidian did. But like, when y'all gonna stop doing that? When y'all gonna stop thinking about what took place to you way back then with a young girl like you was back then? When I was young, I admit that I didn't know everything. I could have done some shit that was wrong, but all of us were young and dumb and doing shit. Maybe I did put down a man because of something silly that could have happened. And so the fuck what? Like,
is I know everybody looking at it from purely from a romantic and a sexual relationship point, but it's more deeper than sex. It's more about economics as well. Um, you know,
economics, what black women got or women got to do with your economics? But I'm not talking about no sexual. I'm
right?
about
Well,
most men though back then, when y'all that age, when you approached a woman, because you remember you the one who said a woman or girl wanted the man to be 6 feet. But you are absolutely using anecdotal. That woman may, even still today, she might want a man 6 feet. And so does Bob what? That's her option. That's something she could do. So you're not gonna be for her. What, you mad that you're not for her? Because they got millions of other women. So see, that's y'all issue. Y'all think you deserve what it is that you want without considering what the other person want and don't want. So if you are too short for that woman, then that's just what it is. Nobody's going to chase her down and convince her, girl, you might want to consider somebody. Nobody gives no fuck. Girl, get your 6 foot man or whatever it is that you desire. Just like I want you to get what you desire, but you can't get everybody. Everybody don't want you. So if you want a woman, because how is it that you want a woman to look a certain way, but she can't have a man to look a certain way? Because I'll be goddamn if anybody gonna convince me to be with a man who I didn't deem to be attractive to me. So
Me
I don't
too.
give a shit if I want a man who's tall, which was my motherfucking requirement. I would have never been with a short ass nigga. And by the way, I'm short as they come. I'm like a little person. I'm only 4'11". I'm not even 5 feet. And yes, my requirement was that I wanted to climb a tall ass tree when I get on top fuck out of here. And nobody will convince me otherwise. And I don't know why, like you men, are you trying to convince us that we need to lower that's a small standard. Like, okay, you shorter than the 6 foot, but there's many women who don't care about that. And we know that. My dad was only 5'8", 5'9". And you married to my mom, but my mom was my height, right? Um, so you remembering some shit when you was young, and you still letting that affect you now. That is mental illness. You got to seek help so you can get out of that, because it is holding you back. You a great guy, dude. Like your personality, you sound fun. There will be many women. It don't matter if you short, tall, fat. They got women who would like you, but if you don't like yourself, though, babe, I don't. Then nobody gonna like you. If you, and I don't even know how to say that. I can't tell you. You got to like yourself. You got to love yourself the way you take care of yourself. You confident about who you are. You don't give a fuck if that bitch over there, if she want a taller dude than you are. You don't care. You still say hi to her and everything, and go your way. And maybe just by you having that confidence, that might get her attention, but y'all don't even know it because y'all having issues with yourself. And I'm not talking about you in particular because I don't know your situation. I don't know anything about you like that. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying in general, that's what I'm finding here on YouTube. The men are complaining about what a woman wants, but then at the same time, they telling us straight up what they want and don't want. Oh, no, they don't want us with weave. And then they don't want us natural neither. Oh, they don't want us dark skin. But then they don't want us light skin neither. They don't want us black. But then they don't want us white because they're going to the Western. They don't like Western nurse, right? They want to go to a whole Central America or somewhere. Like they telling us every fucking day. And we don't care. We're not crying about it.
Well, no, but some of y'all are
No,
because
nobody.
because
We
because here's
mentioning us mentioning the bullshit that's coming out these men mouth, and us crying about it is not the same thing.
because the reason why I'm saying it because I'm every time when these guys come on panels and the women just keep asking them questions, why you believe this, why you believe this. It seems like some women on here. I'm not talking about your channel. I'm just talking about.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm talking about what happened on that other channel I was on the other night. It was like women are halfway pleading these guys to stay.
To
And,
stay.
and, and
But did she
oh,
ask them to stay, or is they asking? We asking questions from our brothers so we can know, right? What's going on? And in fact, most of the time we just want to smack y'all with y'all own fucking words. So I don't think anybody on this shit. And if you could prove it, then let me go talk to her. I go hit her upside the head and ask her what the fuck. Let these little niggas go by. We need to throw them a celebration.
Bon voyage.
There you
Get
go.
the
We're
fuck
gonna
out.
That's right. Bye. Why would you think black women give a shit about the ones who all they do is they crying? We don't want
Exactly.
cry babies. Why would
We
we
don't
want to
care
give?
about the losers. Who does? Come on now.
yeah, but okay, but it's hours upon hours upon hours of talking to brothers abroad. I mean, you talk to brothers abroad, he's over there doing the same thing, and women just trying to talk to him, and he's still doing this snarky attitude at him. And I'm sitting there like, well, I mean, and you see these passport bros on these channels, and these women still trying to talk to him, like, well,
Yes,
but you know what you know what they are already about. Why give them attention if you really don't want these guys?
this is
And
you too.
these guys are undesirable. I'm just making a general statement. Why continue having these hours but hours of conversations with them?
Because they conversations. Why you ask that question? We on YouTube
It's
to
YouTube.
have
It's
conversations.
content.
We
Duh.
talk about any and everything. Last night I was talking about my medicine and shit. Just conversation, just talking, having. It does not mean nobody's crying. And we're not even trying to convince like the ones who. When I try to convince men of something, I'm trying to hopefully think that they got common sense or come to their senses. But I'm not trying to convince them of being with women. I'm trying to pull them away from dumbass talking points that makes no sense. So what you gonna do? You gonna let something that happened to you when you was like Obsidian. He says he was 17, 18, and that shit still hurt him. And the nigga is older than me. The nigga is 54, 55, and he still talks about it. You just mentioned some shit that happened or you heard when you was in your goddamn young 19, 20, and here you are about to turn 40. And when y'all gonna stop doing that? Like if women did that shit, we would be fucked up.
But some of y'all do be talking about your past. Oh, I was great at this stage.
What?
I
Now you
blame
talking
men for.
about, oh my God, are you talking about when sexual assaulting great
No, I mean
compared to when
blaming
somebody
men.
didn't
Blaming.
choose you because you was short or tall?
No, I'm not equating to. Don't. No, I'm
That's
not
what you
equating.
just said. You just
No,
said when y'all talk about the
that's
past when you was great. Dude, that is something that a woman and a man
right. I
will
understand that.
carry all of their
I
fucking
understand it.
life.
But the premise of my argument is why should
You don't
all
understand
these other
shit.
dudes catch hell for what happened in that person's younger years?
What you mean catch hell? What are you talking about? Catch hell. What are you give me an
Okay,
example? Because I
okay,
was raped, by the way. So
how
do it sound like my husband catch hell for me being raped? What are you talking about? Who
no,
catching hell
if
from
you
a woman?
if you see like the divester channels, because if you want me to go all in, there's like some of those divester channels
Uh-huh.
blaming men, blaming all men that they see based upon what happened to them in the past.
Are they
That's what I'm
blaming
using as
them or are they just simply saying they do not trust men? That's not the same thing as blaming somebody of something.
do not
Yes,
trust men and
listen.
hating men are two different things.
Well, even no, you can hate a fucking man or men because of something that happened to you. You can't tell women or another person, which could be men who was also got raped and shit, right? You can't tell them how to trust or like and dislike. A woman who been attacked might end up never wanting to be with a man ever in their life. But that don't mean nobody is punished for it. And the fuck you punish because she don't want you. See, that's your issue with it.
That's not what I said. What I'm
That
saying,
is
no,
exactly what
no,
you said.
what I'm saying though, nobody should be guilty for what happened. No strange person should be guilty of somebody else's
But when did
sin.
she, why is you claiming that she's saying everybody's guilty? Just because she don't
Well,
want to mess with a man doesn't
based
mean
on
that
based on
they're guilty.
based based on that divester group, because that if you listen to those divestors, that's all they base their arguments on. What happened to them in the past?
Okay, but if it, listen, you're talking about something that is traumatic. But before that, see, you keep pushing this shit, and I hate saying pushing the goalposts because I'm getting tired of that goddamn shit being used. But that is literally what you've done. We
No,
wasn't talking about nothing traumatic unless you telling me a woman saying you too short for her was traumatic on the level in which
no, I'm not even saying that.
somebody
No,
raped.
Bomb,
And, well, then what?
Bomb,
I'm
uh,
confused.
Bomb. I'm not conflating those two. I'm talking about the judgment. I'm talking about the judgment of blaming somebody else what somebody else that blaming people who you don't know for what somebody else is.
But
That I'm
how did
talking
they
about that
blame you
issue.
then? But
I'm
that's
talking
not
about that.
happening. A woman and a man, because look, both genders get assaulted in many ways. Now let's say I got shot. Let's say a man shot you, right? You were just walking, maybe it was a stray bullet, you got shot. And now you don't want to deal with guns, right? You don't want to even go around nobody with guns. Does that mean people with guns are suffering because of your decision? Or does it just mean that, yeah, you choose not to be around them? How are they suffering? So you're trying to say those divestors because something that happened to them traumatic and now they don't want to deal with men, period. You making it seem like all men are now suffering for it. They're not suffering for The only way
They
you
go to other men's channels who they don't know. They flag their channels because on the premise that they hate their uncle, or on the premise of what somebody else have done.
but that got
That's
to do
that's
with
what I'm
them.
on.
But even if they go to somebody's channel and the person has a channel and they go in over there and do what men do to them, go to their channels, cracking jokes, saying white women are the best, this and that. So what are you talking about? Like this has just got no appeal.
Maybe because I have a long memory, and if I tell my memory, you would shut down the conversation down. 'Cause
What you mean?
not,
I didn't shut no conversation down. We still conversating. The problem is we aren't having the same conversation, and you keep pushing it because you looking to fit your narrative in that, and it has nothing to do with it, right? That what we was talking about, right? When I was saying, look, if you was something you remember that happened to you when you was a kid, it's stopping you from living your life and doing the things you would like to be doing, then that is an issue that you got to go solve. I have been attacked, but I still live my life, right? I've had children. I have a husband. I still out here doing whatever it is I want to do and not doing the shit I don't want to do. And that is healthy, right? If I decide not to go around a certain group of men, which is my thing, right? I suffer from PTSD. If there's a group of men standing over there and I don't know them, then guess what? I'm not going nowhere near them. Are you saying because I won't go near them men or choose any of those men that they are suffering, that I'm making them suffer for what happened to me? That's
no,
not a shit
no,
work.
no. But if you're targeting them because they're men, because they happen to be standing right there, and they're not doing anything, then that's the problem.
What?
It's one thing. It's one.
What you mean
No, it's
target?
one. It's one thing. It's one thing. If you see a man on the street corner, and you gonna avoid them, you got every right to do it.
Mhm.
But to sit there and target them as they're sitting there ain't messing with anybody, then like that's a problem.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Now, give me the example of the divestors targeting. What do you mean targeting? Because divestors, if they have issues with an uncle who did this and that, and maybe, and they don't want to deal with black men because of it, they have that every right. And in fact, if nobody ever touched them and they don't want to deal with black men, they have every right. Just like you have every right, right? Nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean that we can't have conversations about it, though, unless you don't want to have a conversation about it.
But if the person is being hostile for no apparent reason, then there is a problem.
Well, it can be no apparent reason. If a woman has been attacked and she get hostile, there's a reason. Now I know you probably don't understand that. You don't understand what somebody being forced to do some shit, really how that get in your psyche. Y'all talk bad and negative about the women, talking about, yeah, most of these women been attacked anyway. That's why they are the way they are. Yeah, that's probably fucking true. You lucky that we ain't worse. Because if you understood what we talk about, somebody who you don't fucking know or somebody you love is supposed to protect you coming in to do some fucking shit like touch you when you were a kid. Some of these women have told me they daddies fucking raped them when they were kids. Nigga, you don't think that's life carrying trauma? So, but then somebody will come and say, well, I ain't had nothing to do with that. Yeah, you didn't. Just stay out of her way. She's staying away from you. Stay out of her way. Because she dealing with some shit. And she gonna always deal with it. She might be able to go get counseling like myself, and then I'm able to deal with it more. But if you don't think that shit hits me in the weirdest of fucking times, I still haven't filled out paperwork where I know I would get a couple of $1,000 a month just for what happened to me. And every time I pick up that paperwork, I can't fill it out. I can't bring myself to feel it out because I got to go into details of what took place to me. That and what happened to me when I was 18 or 19. I'm 53. That shit is traumatic. You niggas like to make it seem like it's something she should forget about.
I never even said that.
Well, what happened to me was a stranger. Some of these women, the motherfuckers who were supposed to love her, take care of her, did shit that is unimaginable to most of us. And some of you men act like that happened a long time ago. That's what you said. I don't even know why we talk about sexual assault. Dude, how we got here? God damn this.
No,
Wow.
because I was using the divestors and their arguments as a basis on people who are projecting their issues on the other people that they don't know. That's the point.
The woman don't want to, the women are, look, they got men who don't want to deal with black women, probably because they mamas or something. It's the men who say, nah, you always keep saying it because of my mama. But the women are honest. They say, yeah, something my dad did, maybe one of my uncles, maybe my aunt. So I don't want to deal with nobody in the black community because they were scarred, they were hurt, and they got every right. They got every right. If you hear some of the stories some people have, if they decide that they just don't trust, like if your own family fuck you up like that, then why would you even think that they're gonna trust anybody? If you can't trust the motherfuckers who brought you into this world, then you can't be shocked that they don't trust nobody. And so, like, some of you just won't even think and think. Y'all just want to see that, okay, these divestors don't want to mess with you for whatever reason. So what? They're not punishing you. The only
But
way they're
this,
punishing you is if you think you deserve their attention. They don't want to give you no attention.
it's not whether the person wants their attention. That the problem is the slander part. And talking
Listen,
about you're a rapist, you're a
did they
potential
say you
rapist,
was a rapist or they
cheater.
say, what are you
You
talking
know,
about?
because I'm black and male, I'm a rapist.
Okay,
Uh, I'm
but
a
did see you taking it
abuser.
personal?
Well,
To her, black men, to this woman who may have been, who has been, if that's what she says, uh, attacked by black men, and she deems that in her eyes, black men are this and that and the third. Why? And if she says it, so what? Like, you not one. Somebody tell me
well, well,
I'm a
well.
single mother. That's what y'all do when y'all claim all black women wear weaves. And even if we do, so what? And all women are this, black women are fat, and nobody is really making it, we don't give a shit.
Okay, bomb. Okay, bomb. Have you ever looked at and this might sound weird. You ever look at the Egyptian symbol of the snake eating its own self?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I view this chitin circuit of YouTube.
But
because
you hear
because
women
because
though.
because because it's recriminations of recriminations and 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 slander after slander and projections after projections of no end. That's why I said what I've said. Okay, so it's wrong for a man. No, you said I need to heal because you because
I wasn't talking about you personally, but I said that if
right right
I
right
don't
right
know what happened or didn't happen, I'm only
right.
going on what I
But you,
heard you
but you,
say.
yeah, but okay. The argument was, and this is where I was going at. You expect men to heal,
Yes,
but
and
but
women.
but you're not telling them to heal.
What are you talking about?
And that's not
So wait a minute. What do you mean I
that's
don't
not
tell?
what's
I
being
tell
heard.
everybody to heal. You keep now you look, this shit that you saying right now not gonna
I'm
work.
not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about the message
Oh,
is you don't see.
the
I was
women, I hear the women telling the men to heal. It's the men who claiming that they don't have nothing to heal from. That's what the men are claiming.
no no
Yes.
no that's not the argument. The argument is yes, the women are telling men to heal. But the
You
problem
just said
is
we're not
they don't
telling
tell
people.
they don't tell other women to heal. They don't
We
tell
do
those
tell.
divestors to
Oh, I
heal.
see. We
That's
do tell them to heal.
well,
We do.
if I said it, if I tell them to heal, oh, it's a problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Yes, it is.
Listen, if
You
you
mean
tell
you mean
everybody, look, you need to heal if you have this issue, but I can't make them heal. There might not be no healing where you think it's gonna go away. You're suggesting that it's gonna go away. I'm not even suggesting your pain from a woman telling you that you too short or you're not tall enough. I'm not suggesting that they're gonna ever go away. But what I did say is if it stops your life, you want to go tell women who've been sexually assaulted to heal, but they still living their life. You're trying to tell them what they should like, that they should like, what they don't like. They may never like it even when they heal.
wait a minute, but you just put the same. You know what?
Tell me,
I'm gonna leave. No,
Jimmy,
I'm gonna leave it there. I'm
what,
gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there.
what are you
I'll leave it
talking
there.
about?
No,
When I say
no. I'll leave it there.
heal,
I'll leave it there,
I
Pom.
know because you know you can't bring that shit back like you trying
No,
to.
I will later on. But I just want to get back to the topic of the video, though.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
get back to the topic of the video.
Okay. Here we go, y'all. Um, the thing is, I think, and I see it all the time, and I'm not even talking about, I see a lot of people, black and white, we are suggesting that we all need help. And I have always, that's why why you think I let people know that I seek help, that I suffer from PTSD? That's not nothing to brag about. I tell people so if they suffer from it too, they don't have to be embarrassed about it and they can seek help about it. And also if they don't know that they have it, that they may have it. Like I explained how I feel, you know, and the cause and things like that, in case they may think, well, maybe I have it too. And then they will go seek help. Because listen, I think we all need help. I think everybody would do great having somebody they could be open to for real, have a conversation, like being truthfully honest and getting it off their chest. So somebody could give them a different point of view, maybe, or explain that, yeah, what you're feeling is normal. Like when you, and I'm saying this, like mentioning the women who've been sexually assaulted. I know some of you can never imagine what that means, how destructive that is of one's life. The younger that she was when that happened, man, that changed her outlook on this whole fucking world. Especially if it was about somebody who she loved, trusted, who was supposed to take care of her. Her daddy, her uncles, her aunts, sister, brothers. Man, I couldn't imagine my brother or dad, uncle doing shit like that to me. I wouldn't trust me neither. Why would I? My own fucking father? Not trustworthy? So then, in order, some women, instead of pushing it on all men because she's heterosexual, she'll push it on the men who look like the man who did it to her. That's reasonable, though. That's not abnormal. That is reasonable. So, but she's not pushing that on everybody. In other words, you're not harmed because of her decision not to mess with black men. Unless the only way you should feel harmed is if you think you deserve to be with her and she won't be with you and you think you deserve her. Other than that, she's not messing with certain type of men, and that's just what it is. And so if you like her, too bad. Just like everybody else who likes her. It might be a woman who like her. She's not gay, so too bad. It might be a guy who's too short. He might even be white, but he's too short for her. Too bad. We do get decisions just like you men do. That's all I'm saying about that. And we're going to get back to this shit right here. Because that's this Manosphere shit talk. Y'all really think that women don't care about looks, but you're finding out we do. You think we don't care about this and that. And then you say we all emotional, and you might find out that we're not. We might be able to hop on a dick and jump off that motherfucker and not give that nigga another thought. So it's the ideas that men are spreading is so far off that it's ridiculous. That's all. And that's what the women are saying. And then when we tell y'all, it's y'all still unbelievers. I can have this conversation with you today. You go on another panel and repeat your same shit. And that woman who don't even know me tell you the same thing I'm telling you, and still you won't believe it. No matter what we say, y'all don't listen. Y'all just tell us y'all don't believe us. We telling you, and you still don't believe us. God damn. Anyway, here we go. Fair use. What's up, Mr. Cav? Sexy Red, what's going on? Um, the issue is why women tell men to heal is okay, but when a man tell them to do the same, um, you could tell the women to heal, but I think the women already know. That's a woman who has separated herself from a sector of people, whether it's all black people, because she may not trust. I've seen some of them divestors, they divested from blackness altogether. That includes black women. They don't trust to be friends with black women. They don't trust to be with black men. You don't want to make it about sex, but this woman has been harmed. To her mother, grandmother, somebody didn't believe her, or they knew what was happening and didn't protect her. She's against fucking them, us all, and other women. When we hear her story, we understand it. It's you men who think, nah, if I want you, I should get a chance to be with you. That's what the fucked up shit is. Okay, here we go. Values. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit because Big J did say he said some things that he did say, and I agreed with Big J on this. Here we go.
Blame for their mental health
Oh,
back on them.
Green or not? Let me see if I'm sharing. Oh yeah, I am. Okay, here we go.
Saying it's toxic masculinity, and if you guys were just more like women, then you would reach out for therapy of some sorts. If women were killing themselves at 4 times the rate that men are, you would have a dedicated month, and the NFL would change the demographics. So.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Didn't he just say? Wait. Okay, I think I rewound it. Let's hear that again when he talk about therapy.
Is for women, and you interpret that as meaning what?
I interpret that as meaning that those are deaths of despair. We have a term for that right now. Men get zeroed out. They build up lives, they build up personalities, they build up what life equity, let's just say. They lose a job, they lose their wives, they lose out on something, and no one is there to tell them how to bounce back from that rejection, how to bounce back from that defeat, how to come back from being zeroed out. So they're faced with 2 really very real decisions. One is rebuild yourself or delete yourself. And unfortunately, most men are deleting themselves right now.
Most men are deleting themselves.
Well, the prime demographic for suicide for men right now is 45 to 65 years old. It's what they call deaths of despair. We constantly harp on the fact that men don't have friends, they don't have close friends, they don't have the same networks that women do. And then
they don't have they don't have the networks that women do. So we got to remember right now we're hearing crybaby talk, because are we supposed to go find your friends? Like when we could find friends, our own friends, are we supposed to find you friends? Because he's saying that men don't have friends like women do.
Well. Actually, Rolo Tomasi's right about this because here's the thing: black men love to do this one thing I cannot stand: try to size each other up, and I see this all the time. The first thing a Negro want to do is size another black man up, and and that's been taught by that goddamn black church. And that old black pastor
taught you to size up other men.
Yeah. I mean, as somebody grew up in the church, I see that inside the black church. Every black church I've been to, they always taught this message that men should size up other men. But you got that Bishop bishop out of I gotta find that video when he said that.
So
You know,
what happened in the white church? What happened in the white church? What happened in the Catholic church? Because men are men, right? That's society. You blaming it on the black church, but white men size up men too. So did they come to the black church to learn that?
no, well. I'm going to go talk about the white dudes in a minute, but I'm just talking about as a black man. That's why you don't see black men get along because they've been told to size each other up all the fucking time.
Well, but the black church didn't do that. And
No, but do that, like, if
why
that
wouldn't you
message,
why
if
wouldn't you pay attention to your surroundings? And when there's other men in the area, you got to check him out, basically size him up to see to determine whether this man is friend or foe. Like that's just nature, baby. That's not no black church taught you that. That's nature. And your daddy, right? Like you said, the dads, your grandpappy, and those who educated you on being a man should have also taught you, yes, that's what you do. But you know who else learned that? We women. When we in the surroundings, we need to pay attention to our surroundings and determine whether it's safe. Don't turn your back. So what are you talking about right now? So even when he said,
this is where I'm talking about, bomb. Is that everybody's a fucking danger. Every human being's a danger. Everybody's guilty until proven otherwise.
yeah,
Is what I'm saying.
so what's so bad about that? Because aren't there dangerous people out here?
If you go into a panel, I'm gonna use this as an example. If you go to a panel and on a black male's panel, guess what they always do? Oh, I know this. I know better than you. This, that, and third. I got bad bitches than you. But then y'all say, well, we are the Manosphere, and we're supposed to be about brotherhood. But you're doing the opposite of what you say you're supposed to be about.
Okay, so
Why you
you're
trying to
talking
size
about
each
when you
other
get
up?
on panels with fools. But can we talk about real life for a moment though? Because see, that's maybe
But I'm also talking about that black church too, though.
yeah, but I
That's the
don't know why you
first
brought
thing
up
I
the black
tackled.
church woman. I just proved to you that we all learned that way before. We all learned that, even those of us who never went to a black church. And so, everybody's not Baptist or Protestant. By the way, not all Baptists are black. So, there are Baptist churches where white people go to, Protestant churches where white
I
people
know
go
that. I know that.
to.
I know that.
And so, and the Catholic, and what you're talking about is something called human nature. And it's talking about self-protecting. You protect yourself. So you could, I ain't talking about no shit going on a panel with a group of fucking losers. Because if a man got to tell you my woman is prettier than yours, then we know he probably ain't got no real woman. Right? We know that he just saying this shit. We finding out that these niggas are lying all around. So I can't have conversations about just internet shit. When I talk, I'm talking
But
about shit that I experience in the real world.
yeah, but the first thing came out of my mouth was the black church. And,
Yeah, I know.
how though the black pastor would sit there and pit one black boy against the other.
Um,
That's what I'm talking
what
about.
about the men who never went to church? What
Well,
about
that does translate into the Pookie versus the educated lane issue.
blood, dude? So now that if a man signs up another man, now he's a Pookie in the Ray Ray, or is he a man? I bet you if I get if the
That's
music
where the
and any of
argument
these men up
released to
here,
though.
when they go into spaces, men, that's the first thing you do. How you gonna even protect your family if you ain't even looking at your surroundings when y'all walk into it?
I'm not talking about looking at surrounding. I'm talking about how another person treat another person.
Now you,
I'm
first you
on that
said
basis.
size up. Now you talking about treat.
Well,
You treat,
that's what sizing people up is also part of,
yeah,
is
it is
how
a
a person
part of
treats
it.
another person.
Yeah, but the way you get treated is the way I deem that I should treat you. Especially if you're a stranger. If you're a stranger, I'm not offering you no love, no brotherly love, no sisterly love. Listen, at first, we are strangers. I'll treat you as such. You sound like you want everybody to come and hug it out. When they don't want
No, 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 no. You misunderstanding me. But you know what? Let's continue the conversation. Let's continue.
oh, Lord.
I'm not gonna argue with that.
It just sound look. You mentioned that. Then you go to the black church and shit. You said he's right. I'm not saying that he's wrong. What I am saying though is that he's crying. I'm saying that when men say that you want to be men, you want to do this, you want to do that, and yet at the same time, he's talking about why there isn't a man's um when when you kid yourself suicide uh month. He even said that when we and those of us up here, Kira and I say, well, there is a suicide month, right? But he wants it to be for men. See,
Yeah, but
right now you men
no, no,
are
no. But
suffering.
he's giving out an example of what would happen.
No. Listen, I know what I heard. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's
Oh
let's
my
give it
God.
again. I heard exactly what he is saying. He is saying, where is the shit for the men? The men want the shit too. Hey, women got it. We want it too. Yeah. And but the men are the ones who create these systems and shit. So I don't know why you're crying about it. Go and fucking create it. Y'all claim y'all builders, then build this shit. What in the fuck? But you want us women to what cry for you and make them build it for you? You the builders. That's what Kevin Samuel say. That's what the red pill say. We the builders. We the builders. Then what the fuck is you crying about? Go and build you a woman. Go and build you a womb. Go and build you this society where you on the like. Go and build this shit. But don't cry that you ain't got it. And I'm not talking to you, but I am talking about this man and the manosphere. Don't matter whether it's the black manosphere or the white. Stop crying about the shit while you claim that you are the fucking builders. Here we go.
The personalities, they build up what life equity, let's just say. They lose a job, they lose their wives, they lose out on something, and no one is there to tell them how to bounce back from that rejection, how to bounce.
No one is there to show them how to bounce from rejection. Nigga, who's supposed to be there? Because if you won't go and get your daddies and make him responsible for what he didn't teach you, what he didn't show you, then who do you want to do it? Who do this man when he's saying there's nothing there? These lost boys are lost and there's nothing there. Is he telling society to do it? And who essentially is he talking to? Because if you men won't do it for yourselves, then who you're talking to us about? Right? Y'all are the builders. So y'all should just huddle up and say, look, we need this for men, so let us get it. But no, you know how what y'all crying about is that women can get it because we gonna fight for it. We gonna march for it. We gonna go on strike for it. We gonna make our husbands side with us on it. We gonna make our, you know what I'm saying? We gonna do what we need to do to get people on our side and get what we want. And yet men who build this shit, y'all just gonna cry that you ain't got it. The fuck? Anyway, somebody say because they're modern men and they don't know how to build.
He was but bomb. He was referring to social programs. That's what he
Yes,
was.
but who creates like these social programs? Who create the system? Y'all say y'all men do it. Kevin Samuels made that very clear. And was he wrong? He wasn't wrong. So if you build it, if you created it, white men, by the way, but if you created it, because we are talking about a white man right now, we're being clear. Well, I'm not talking. There's no black men on this panel up there on that panel of men, right? There's white men, only 3 white men. Dr. Phil, this dickhead looking dude, and that other dude. So why in the hell is he up there talking about what you men don't have when y'all are the ones who create what it is that you need, want, and desire? Woo, baby. That's right. If they want a fatherhood programs, they create it. But you know who created fatherhood programs? Women.
Women.
That's right. When we noticed that our sons needed some, men to come in and help them be men, then we decided to start programs. And then we got other men to come in and volunteer to come in and help our boys. And
Okay.
then, so that was women. So are you men the creators, or is it really the women who create?
Well, wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. Then why did Kimberly Crenshaw Williams?
Here
Yeah,
we go.
I see. I'm about to go off on this. Why did when President Obama created the My Brother's Keeper? How come though that burned up in flames?
Um, as far as I see, it still exists.
It still exists to this day. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, it doesn't exist in its original form.
No, it
But
actually,
it still
no,
exists.
exactly. It exists exactly in its original form. Then when he became president, it got bigger. And then when he wasn't president no more, it went back to its original form. He created that way before he was president.
Sure did.
So, and by the way, in case you didn't know, my brother's keeper is really Michelle Obama's baby.
Yeah. Okay. Then why again though? Yet though you exclude why Kimberly Crenshaw Williams, those black pastors again. I can't. I'm gonna keep on popping
Listen,
my head on these black
I'm getting
pastors.
back on this shit. You seem to see when we want to destroy our own, even when they're not at fault. That's the set. Because I could jump on the band. I'm not a church fan, right? I could jump on that bandwagon with you, like niggas do, right? On this YouTube, just because they disagree, they'll agree with you. But the thing is, can we talk truth though? The truth is, everything isn't the black church's fault. Because what we talk about right
But
now
the black
is not
church,
even
the
these.
black church.
Yeah, but these men on this panel aren't black though. So if I'm talking about what these white men are talking about, why in the fuck are you talking about what the black church did?
Because it is an example
Oh my
of
god.
is an example of social programs that supposed to be geared for boys, but then it's been sabotaged.
Okay, so I don't know what you think
It's
about
just an
sabotage. But
example.
my husband benefited from the Big Brothers program. There's a lot of men who benefited from these programs. So I don't know when you say sabotage, maybe you didn't benefit, maybe you didn't seek them out, maybe you didn't need it. I don't know. But
Oh
there's a
my God!
lot of
I'm going solely by what the black pastors did.
listen, but we're not talking. Listen, I'm not going to talk about no fucking black pastors when we talk about white men right now. My title is clear. I didn't even put the black manosphere in my fucking title. We are reviewing these white manosphere men. You the one who want to change my goddamn topic.
I'm not changing your
So
topic. I'm
because
making
you're
an
trying to
example.
fix your narrative. No, but your examples don't fit the motherfucking conversation. You've taken us off on this road several times. Like I'm going back on the correct road, and you're gonna have to stick with me, or you got to get the fuck off. I don't know what we're doing right now. You want to blame the black church, then do that. But if you want to talk about truth, then what the fuck the black church got to do with the white men in which we're speaking about? Well, Dr. Phil is not black. This man, this dickhead dude with the head like this dude is not black, and that other dude is not black. They're not even concerned about black problems. So I doubt they went to a black church and learned some fucked up shit from a black preacher. This shit is getting on my nerve right now. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
Back from that defeat, how to come back from being zeroed out. So they're faced with two really very real decisions. One is rebuild yourself or delete yourself. And unfortunately, most men are deleting themselves right now.
Most men are deleting themselves.
Well, the prime demographic for suicide for men right now is 45 to 65 years old. It's what they call deaths of despair. We constantly harp on the fact that men don't have friends, they don't have close friends, they don't have the same networks that women do. And then we put the blame for their mental health back on them by saying it's toxic masculinity. And if you guys were just more like women, then you would
Who is that mental health? Who is that fault for the mental health? Like when he said put the blame on their mental health, like who is at fault for their mental health?
Good
Like,
question.
yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, seek out, if you need help, then go get the help. If you decide not to go get the help, then you don't get the help. But who's at fault for that? Especially when we're talking about adults. See, he went to the ages of 40, I think he said 45 to 50 something.
45 to 60, I think.
Yeah. So now we talking, this nigga is now talking about grown ass old men.
He talking about Gen X.
Yes. And he's wanting to know, well, we put it on them. We put their mental health on him. That's exactly where it should be.
Exactly. Who else would their mental health be on? Like, I'm confused. Who else is it supposed to be on other than themselves? It's their mental health.
That's exact. Like, that's why these men can't have real conversation with real people. You know what I'm saying? Like, they like to do what, like, even with Big J do. They'll take you in different directions and you'll never get solved. But see, on Dr. Phil, he allows them to speak. And then he gonna question them and we hear what they say. And it's stupid. There's a part 2, which I didn't see yet. But this is part 1, where he let them just speak. He let them get it all out. He asked the question, they answer. He didn't give no pushback or nothing. So I'm hoping in part 2, that's where he gonna give some real information, let the audience speak. But this grown ass man, just said society didn't put the blame on grown ass old ass men, their mental health, on them, as if that's not where it belongs. And that's what I'm saying. Here we are with the white man who claims they build. We are the builders. These are the misogynistic men, right? So they claim that women do this and men do this, and yet men aren't doing what they claim that they're doing. You haven't done it for centuries. You haven't done it. You even complain about your grandfathers. You claim grandpappy let grandma run over him. Well, that means, based on what you're saying, your grandpa wasn't doing it. And the lost boys, y'all not doing it. And I'm talking about the lost boys. I'm not talking about men right now. Like all men, I'm not talking about all men. I'm not talking about all black men, and I'm not talking about all white men. But I am talking clearly about Manosphere men, black and white. Red pill motherfuckers who have issues with gender roles, and yet they don't even play their own role. They want the woman to play hers, but he want to be able to skip a hopscotch in and out, like jump rope. He want to jump rope into a role when he want to, and jump out that motherfucker when he gets too heavy or too fast, too quick. You know what I mean? The kitchen got hot and they wanted to jump right out of that motherfucker job. But they want the woman to remain submissive in the fucking kitchen in her role. But do they? Because if he's jumping in and out of his role, then somebody got to jump in that role when the nigga jump out. If you want to keep your family afloat. She got to go figure out how she going to come up with the money that this nigga didn't come up with. The bill is $1,000 and this nigga was only able to come up with $250. Talking about I got $250 on it. And he looking at her. And she looking at him. What you mean you got $250? Yeah, I get paid. And then I get paid next Friday. The bill due next Friday. And all you got is $250 on it? Yeah. And he looks at her. She looking at him. He looks at her like, what you want me to do? Nigga, what you mean what I want you to do? You say you the builder. You say you the provider. Why you shouldn't even be telling me what the bills are. I shouldn't know how much the fucking bills are providing as nigga. Provide and pay them motherfuckers. And let me be in this kitchen cooking. But see, no, that's not what they want, ladies. They want us to cook and go home. They want us to go out, get the bacon. They want us to come and fry it up in a pan. And then we got to let them know that they are the only man. Because I'm a woman. You know that commercial is not that long ago. I was a goddamn teenager, maybe a young, a younger on the younger end when that commercial came out. Still misogynistic. Women saying they go out and get the fucking bacon and they come and cook it. And then still though, she gotta show this nigga and cow down so he can still be the man. But she the one who went and got the fucking bacon though. Fuck out of here. Anyway, here we go.
Reach out for therapy of some sorts. If women were killing themselves at 4 times the rate that men are, you would have a dedicated month and the NFL would change their uniforms to pink or something else so that we would have some sort of female suicide prevention month. But we don't see that right now because we blame it on toxic masculinity.
So do I need to go and do a Google search to see if there is a suicide month? Because I could have sworn there is an actual suicide month.
Suicide Awareness Month.
That's right. It don't say Woman Suicide Awareness Month. He wants it to say Men's Suicide Awareness Month. But why isn't he just building it? Like, why aren't they marching to get what they claim they need?
And they're in legislation more than women are, so they can get stuff passed more. So what are they doing? Sitting on their ass.
That's right. So this is ridiculous. This is the Manosphere broken down. See, it don't matter, like I said, don't matter the color. This is the Godfather. This is the dude who put out the books, and everybody is taking his words and they're spreading. This is the guy who sounds like he's crying, because that's all I hear these men doing, crying. See, the men who are men, they're going out and getting what it is that they need and what they think they deserve. They're going out and they're working and they're making the money. And of course they could be making more money, but still, even when they're not making as much money, they still get their asses up and they go to work. And if they need some mental help when they make that decision, then they go and get it. If they need this, they go and get it. When something they need, they build it. If it's not there already, they'll make sure it gets there. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why is it it's like they want us to do it, ladies. They're crying and they're crying to their mothers. See, that's what this thing is. That's why when the men be like, we can have babies without you. Nah, nigga, you can't even survive without us.
Facts.
Like, I'm literally saying, if women died, all of us died right now or just disappeared, this world will not last 1 year. Y'all would start killing each other and then killing yourselves. Okay? That's what would happen. And this idea that you don't need women because somebody said that shit, well, I don't know how that could be true. First of all, you wouldn't be born without a woman. And then they'll say, well, you wouldn't be born without a man. But women aren't saying we don't need men in the level in which y'all are claiming. Well, a woman might be saying, I don't need a man, right, to come in and control her, is basically what she's saying. I don't need you to come in and then I got to act small just so you can be big. Wow. And then it's toxic masculinity, where there's a lot of that. And the manosphere is very toxic. Not even just the women, but really to yourselves. That is why you're deleting yourselves. Because you tell men that they got to have this. They got to have this. You give them this timeline. Like, if you don't have this house by this, if you ain't got a good job by 30, then you're sad. And then if you don't have a house, your own house and whole family by 40, then you're doing bad. That's why some of you feel so bad, because you're not meeting the timeline that you yourself as a group put on yourself. You put that stress on yourself. We don't tell our women that, you know that? Like it used to.
Not anymore.
But not anymore. That's right. We used to tell women if they wasn't married by 18, they were old maids. We used to tell them that if you're not this by that, then you're this. If you're not married by this, if you don't have children by this, we stopped doing that, and that's what the men are upset because now they say why women? You got a sisterhood. You got a sisterhood. You're not even jumping on these women who don't have husbands. Then why would I?
But can I disagree? Do I have a voice to disagree with that?
Yeah, you got a voice up here. Go ahead.
Okay, cause I don't want to say I'm trolling anything. But how can you say it? Yes. So men tell other men that, but understand. But women be saying that too.
Yeah. What you
If
mean?
you nigga, if you don't have six figures, nigga, you better make this amount of money. I'm not dating you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's the same type of judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, but who create? Be honest. Who started that? When you first started hearing about six figures, who started that? Was it the men or was it the women?
The women.
So you heard women going around talking about you gotta make six figures.
You have to make this certain amount of money because you're supposed to be married. You're supposed to be protected and provide.
Back up, baby. Tell me who started. Because remember, you said six figures. Now you're talking about this amount of money. Um, who started the phenomenon about?
Now I know you want me to start with Kevin Samuels, but somebody who's been here the longest, it was Cynthia G who started it 2 years before Kevin Samuels even said that.
I was here 2 years. So you saying that right now, because Cynthia G still have her same channel, I could go find when she said like she said six figures. Because the only person I didn't even hear other men go all the way up to six figures. The only person I heard say the term six figures first was Kevin Samuels. And I was here 2 years before Kevin Samuels. I've been here for a while. Now
Uh,
you can talk,
this was when she was on Anchorman's panel. She was talking to Robert Perkins was on the panel, and they were talking about I need a man who makes six figures. I saw the video. Mr. Research saw the video, and I responded to that.
okay, but listen.
So that's the first time I
Wasn't
heard that man.
Kevin Samuels was already making videos before he became the bigger Kevin Samuels.
But I'm not talking about kid. I'm talking about Mr. Research.
What? You just mentioned Cynthia G. Look, you keep
Yeah. I said.
Listen, I know you like to add people to say your proof, but we already know what your proof look like because you done gave me proof that wasn't proof. Your proof be other people videos. Okay, I don't know.
Go by people's statements.
I can't. It's hard for me to have real conversation with people who only talk about the internet. Like I live my life, right?
But you just mentioned Kevin Samuels, and he's on the internet.
Asked you who, even if you heard it on in the real world, who Kevin Samuels is the person who made the six figures thing big, and then he was the one telling women. Even when a woman got on this channel and said, "Nah, I'm okay with him making 40K, 50K," he said he would break her down and tell her, "Well, you must not gonna have no children. You must not gonna do this. How much it costs for you to do this? How much it costs?" And then that's when the women started saying, "Huh, yeah, to survive, we need six figures." The men, y'all the ones who put that number out there. But when a woman, she don't want a hobo, but it don't matter what the number is, because if you ask me the number, then yes, I'm gonna give you a high number. You gonna do it, everybody gonna do it. But the reality is though, when people get together, is this man making six figures in our community?
You know what? Let me go ahead and find the video. Find
Dude, they don't care about no video. I didn't ask you about no video.
No. I'm talking about CNN report. Because every time I say something, you automatically dismiss as if I'm stupid and dumb or I'm
I
being
didn't say
sexist
you
and all
was,
that.
dude. I'm not saying that you're stupid nor dumb. We having a conversation. When I disagree with you or you disagree with me, I don't think you calling me dumb because you disagree. Why do you think I'm calling you dumb when I disagree with you? What is going on right now? I disagree with you. You disagree with me. I never said you were dumb. When did I call you dumb, Big J? So see, you doing this right now. You trying to take the topic somewhere else. I did not call you dumb. I didn't call you out your name or nothing. We are literally having a conversation. Now, one of us is just being a little more honest than the other. I am not, it don't matter who you heard say it first, right? Okay, you say that Cynthia G said it first. Okay, you heard her say it. Maybe a couple of hundred women heard her say it. All of us didn't hear her say it, right? There's still women not talking about they need a man with 6 figures. So that go your point. Your point is mute because all women aren't saying it. How about that? How about I give you, okay, Cynthia G said it first. There you go. I'm going to give it to you. What that got to do with what was said up here? Because right, even now I'm playing this video. We talk about these white men. I am talking about, right, with you men. So even if a woman want a man with 6 figures, so the fuck what? If she get it, she get it. If she don't, she don't. So what? What that got to do? Why are you so hurt that a woman want a man with 6 figures? For you men who don't make it, you not gonna be for her. You look at it and say, good luck with that. No hard feelings. It should be no hard feelings. You shouldn't be upset. You shouldn't be nothing. She wants what she wants, just like you want what you want. And whatever it is you want, who gives a shit? You may get it and you may not. And I'll say good luck to you. Good luck. Go get that. That's it. They got people making 6 figures, especially in today's society. They got people making it, right? And the more we learn about these, that's the thing I do like about the 6-figure conversation is that people are doing research. Young people are doing the research to see where the money is in these, in these jobs. And they're like, well, I can't do that. I can't do that, but this seems interesting. That is a good thing. The women and the fucking men. The women been doing it already, baby. Let me tell you, the women have been, they go to universities. These people have conversations with these students and they let them know, well, here's some fields based in your, your minor and your major. And then, hey, this is how much this person make, this person make, this person make. And then women have been on it, baby. Okay. Anyway, that's laughable. She better get in line. Let me see. Who finna get with Cindy and who got 6 figures? Why wouldn't Cynthia G be able to get a man with 6 figures? She's known, right? She's not. That's why we all know Cynthia G. Cynthia G is known. I wouldn't be shocked if a Cynthia G end up with somebody who's a rapper or R&B singer. Like, if she wanted to, she can be in those spaces. If she hired somebody, see how Kevin did? If Cynthia G start putting her money behind herself, man, you know what I'm saying? She could end up in areas real close to men who making 6 figures. And she may already be doing that. And she's not a bad looking woman. So for anybody who gonna claim that she ugly and can't get a man to make 6 figures or more, then we all know you lying. Jesus, I know some of you men dislike her, but you dislike her while you love going watch her though. Cause see, we see you in the chat, baby. When I go over there every once in a while, and when she live, when I catch her, which isn't often, but when I do, I look in the chat. Man, oh man. You know who calls her? It's the men. Y'all claim y'all don't like her, and yet you're always on that fucking phone. Though. Y'all niggas be funny. Y'all funny. What's up, Queen of Cali? Sacrilegious, what's going on? Right, some women are pushing it and been pushing it 6 figures. So the what? If a woman is pushing 6 figures, we got some women who come over here who making 6 figures, and I'm not gonna name her name, but y'all know her. She comes up here and give y'all hell, baby. Okay, and she gives y'all hell.
She give
And
y'all that work.
yeah, she do. She come up here and give y'all hell, and you know why I like it. I laugh and everything because we watch men do that shit, right? I ain't gonna name their names, and y'all know this shit. Some men have come up here and talk about how much money they got, how they can afford to travel and do this and do that, and they throw it and yeah, talk about I can buy you, bitch. Like, and so when this woman come up here and say that shit, I'll be like, the women had to endure it when the men did it, and the men got. I guess y'all gonna listen to it when the woman do it. And the thing is, though, one of them prove it. One of them could prove that shit. The other one, we all know he was a liar. Okay. Anyway, I never watched Cynthia G. Well, then, if you never watched Cynthia G. Sacrilegious, then how do you know if you agree with her or not? Oh, because you a bandwagon rider, right? Yep. Thank you for letting everybody know. Because how do you dislike somebody and you ain't never even listen to their content? I don't say nothing negative about Cynthia G. I don't have anything to say because I don't really watch her. But I think she's a powerful sister, though. Without any doubt. I don't think anybody can deny it. I don't think anybody who being truthful can deny that Cynthia G is a big name. She's up there with Tariq Nasheed. She's up there with, like, you know what I'm saying? When you talk about Kevin Samuels, when you talk about Tommy Sotomayor, when we talk about these people, I think with the right backing, I think she could go far. She's gone far than most of us anyway. So shit. Okay. Anyway, here we go. Let's finish listening to this shit here. As this man cry. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
What do you mean when you say media celebrates masculinity as equaling acting feminine?
Well, that's the only time that the mainstream media will ever celebrate masculinity is when you see The Rock in a tutu. Whenever you see men behaving conventionally feminine, that's when the media decides to celebrate it. But yet,
yeah, and see the lies though. That might be what this man may notice, but he not gonna notice when we see fathers with their sons playing basketball, football, soccer. That is the media showing us that masculinity. Even when we see fathers with their daughters, man, that make my heart flutter right there. Right? Um, so this, but these men, when they think of masculinity, this is the man's issue. When y'all think of y'all own masculinity, it's always something rough, tough. Like you want to grab a woman behind the head. This motherfucker gonna say some stupid shit. Let me just get to it. Let me play it. God damn.
when a guy is acting in a conventionally masculine way, we do not celebrate that, and we find some way to demonize that.
And what's conventionally masculine?
Men are, by and large, in a general sense, 99.9% larger, more muscular, more physically adept than women are. So we can look at what are the traits that are associated with that. Determinism, determination.
How are men more determined than women?
Mentally speaking, if you look at the differences, the genetic differences between men and women, men tend to be more interested in things. Women tend to be more interested in people. Women tend to be in the social fields. Men tend to be in the more mechanical fields. So if there's a conventional masculinity, it's related to the way that our brains are structured. It doesn't have anything to do with social social constructionism.
Yeah. Well, when we come back, we're going to meet a father who says men have been left behind. We'll be right back.
Men have been left behind. Who left their ass? So this dude basically, if you read between the lines or read or even hear what he said, the man's muscles. So anything he does when it relates to his muscles being broader, that physical thing, that's what he's saying. He's saying because they got muscles, when they go out and fight, well, that's a man being a man. But is it though? Because so if women who aren't as big as men, but when she fight, then she being what? She's misbehaving. She's she's being rowdy. She's being not feminine, right? I guess she's being masculine. So if a man hit me, then ladies, all we should do is fall to the ground and cry, help, help. And then when nobody comes to help, because that's how it used to be. If it was your husband, he was able to whip your ass and get away with it. Right? The cops may come, talk to him a little bit, and then that's it. Might suggest he go walk it off. And she might be saying, I'm scared of him, he gonna kill me. But ma'am, I can't keep him out. But I did suggest he go walk it off. And then he could come right back and start whipping her ass again. That's how it used to be. I was alive when this shit was happening. And I think these men want to go back there. I think that's where they want to go back. Here we go.
Monday on an all-new Dr. Phil.
My daughter is addicted to social media.
Just teenage.
Skyracy is the first and only IL-23 in
Let's see, let me read the chat. This is the talking point Angry Man was trying to copy, but he fumbled his way through it.
The majority of people on Skyracy achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions.
Shopper, he's your wallet's best friend.
And now
Plus hearing.
Of course he gonna fumble through it. The nigga can't read. Okay, I see what you're saying at Big J. You're talking about who did it first. Melanated, that's him. Yeah, he's stuck. He got stuck. I told him, I gave it to him. I said, okay, let's say somebody did it first. Since you did it first. I gave it to him. And he's still stuck in that spot. And I don't understand why. Because I said, okay. I don't know who did it first. It don't really matter. Like, it's not even important to the conversation in which we're having. So I said, okay. Okay. Anyway, let's see. We're going to keep hope alive for that 6-figure dude in Sin's life. Well, we don't know. You don't even know who's in her life. It's weird that you're going to keep hope alive, though. You don't know nothing about that woman. You don't know if she's married, single. You don't know if she's dating somebody. You don't know if she have children. You don't know if she's pregnant. Like, you don't know. And you probably won't know because she realizes she needs to keep her life private to a degree. So, but you keep hope alive, though. Okay, the rest of us gonna just live our lives. You over there, you keep the hand up. Who did it first was men by saying I make more because I'm a man, so I make the rules. That's true. Or what about the men who earn more due to patriarchy? It implies that males earn more due to being male. That's right. If a man's fighting, even a man fighting another man, just for a woman, and he's using his money to get her, then that essentially is a man putting his money out there. And you men say this. You say that, well, men are the earners, they're the providers. But then you want to say it's the woman who is demanding money. Like we the ones who said, yeah, men are the earners. Like, and so it's crazy that he keep trying to stick to this point. She's disrespectful to your ancestor. You said you never listened to her. You are the only person you ever listen to is people who talk about it. You don't even know what her content is. And she's disrespectful to ancestors, huh? That don't make Lord have mercy. It's the men who are disrespectful to the ancestors, you know. Anyway,
I'm about to say, and the black men are by saying, "Oh, our ancestors didn't do nothing for us," by saying something like that.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Or that we don't need reparations, or I mean not reparations, that we don't need affirmative action, even though they fought like hell for that. Yes, we do need it.
That's right. It's crazy. It's the men who egos will get us back into slavery. These black men will have us back into slavery if we don't start listening and paying attention to see how stupid and dumb they are. Okay? Because their egos is so big. Well, I didn't need that. No, that didn't help me. So if it didn't help me, then we don't need it. And then they'll say, yeah, take it back. And that's what they want you to do, your dumbass. They want you to give it back. Everything that was fought for by your grandfather. And the damn thing is, they know that you will give it back to them. They know your dumbass will hand, like, hey, white man, I don't need this. Here you go. You could take it back. And then next thing you know, and by the time you have children, they grown, we'll be slaves again. You barely are equal now. You barely could get the jobs. You're just because you're black. And you ready to give up the reason why you got the jobs that you do have. We can't just go and start a business. We can't just, there's a lot of things we cannot do. If you want to open up a liquor store in your neighborhood, you can't do that. They'll bring somebody from who not even from this country to open up that business in your neighborhood, nigga. And you talking about you building shit and talking about you don't need affirmative action. You know, affirmative action is used against us too, because that's how the mother brown people were able to come and start that liquor store in our neighborhood. Why your ass didn't start it? That gun shop. Show me a gun shop where the black men are owning it in the black neighborhood. And I'll show you either white men or I'll show you another race of man who's brown. That affirmative action worked for them, baby. Anyway, we can't be mad that we decide we're not going to use something that's for us, but other people who you could use it too, and they do use it. You can't be mad at that. There's a lot of shit right now. All of us can go and get. We could go get free education. You could start a business, and there's all kinds of free shit out there. They help you starting this shit, but we don't read. If we don't read, then we don't know. But another person from a black man from Africa could come over here and start a business right in your neighborhood. Man, anyway. Here we go. Fair use.
I have had opportunities to cheat for pretty much my entire marriage. The healthiest.
He had the opportunity to cheat his entire marriage as if his wife didn't. Look, he making it seem like men, and look at his pose right now.
Take off that hat, sir.
Man, he trying to look. He said, I've had an opportunity to cheat for most of my marriage. Let's see what else he about to say, y'all.
This way to have a good marriage is to have opportunity, but she gives you no reason, and so she takes care of you. Now, there's a lot of other guys.
She takes care of you. You know, I never hear them saying they take care of the women. especially sexually. It's
Mm-hmm.
like we don't have no desires. But then again, we must have desires because these black men say we ain't nothing but hoes. They say all we do is cheat, 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 cheat. I guess let's use what he just said on the reverse. Well, but guess what, black man? If you was taking care of her needs, maybe she wouldn't cheat on you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If
If
you
you knew
either
how to stroke it right, you wouldn't have no problems.
you wouldn't have no motherfucking problems if you do it right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's and then I'm using his own words in reverse because it works both ways.
Yep.
Guys who are in the same boat, right? They are with a woman who takes care of them, even though they have the opportunity to cheat. Those guys, the women that they're with, realize that that guy is the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to be. And so, as there's that hindbrain realization of that, prompts behavior on the part of that woman to say, you know what, he's a good dog, but I got to pet him to keep him on the porch.
He's a good dog. If I wanted a dog, sir, I would go get
I
me a
would get a
Pomeranian.
dog.
Right,
Exactly.
I would go get me a cute little fluffy dog that I can dress
Mm-hmm.
up and and walk around
Yeah,
like
I get a
Paris
medium
Hilton.
dog. Exactly. If I wanted a dog, I could get one. I know where they're located. There's puppies all over the place. People are offering free puppies. There are animal shelters. He really starting to piss me off because see now he disrespecting men, and I don't like that. Why are you disrespecting a human being? Period. Ugh.
Yeah. So y'all heard it with y'all nips. Is Big J still up here? You got something to say
Yeah.
about
You
that,
hear
Big
that?
J?
He called y'all a dog. You hear that?
No. Okay, here we go.
Well, parents today say they're more worried about their sons becoming successful adults than their daughters. So, what's troubling young men today? Now, I brought together some people who presume to know about this because they spent time looking into it. Richard Reeves is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute and wrote the book of Boys and Men: Why the Modern Male is Struggling, Why It Matters, and What to Do About It. Now,
So wait a minute. I'm sorry, Mr. Build It, Mr. We will build it, and she will come and cook. You mean to tell me y'all lost boys, and on top of that, y'all have issues, y'all failing? So when a woman say y'all failing,
Mm-hmm.
then y'all tell us we're lying, right? But when a white man tell you you're failing, write a book about it because he did all the research. What y'all got to say now? Anybody? Let's see that part again. Well, he gonna talk about how y'all feeling.
Behavior
Yeah, I know.
on the part of that woman to say, you know what, he's a good
What'd you
dog,
say?
but I got to.
Now, Marilyn York is a
What you said?
I was gonna say I've seen a couple of Richard V. Reeves interviews about his book. He does a very good job of explaining it. I was like, yeah, but women have been saying that for years. Like you just now catching up. I'm like, but yeah, he does a good breakdown of it.
Yeah.
Scientifically with percentage and all this stuff, especially about black men and boys too. He includes them a lot. But yeah,
Right.
he's saying the same thing that women have been saying.
Mm. Melanated Vessel said that mess pastor was talking yesterday proves that he's allowed himself to be shamed out of what's actually standard American practice. It's sad. It's no wonder, like I said yesterday. I agree with you, Melanated. He said this shaming thing needs to be examined more. These other groups aren't ashamed of what they need to do to break laws to get your rightful spot. They're actually proud. I agree. See, that's what they do us. See, they've been doing this to us since I was young, right? I remember them talking about affirmative action, and I did not know what it was. Like I said, they didn't teach us a lot of things in school. That's they trying to make kids like I was, right? If you was lived in certain states like the South, they didn't talk about slavery. So, and they didn't talk about anything about Black history. So I didn't know anything about Black history like that. So I remember being a young woman and hearing them talk about affirmative action. Now, my husband, on the other hand, is up north. He grew up here. So me and him and had a conversation. He explained it to me. And so I was like, well, if your ego get in your way, you would think, oh, I don't need no extra points to get a job. Yeah. And so I remember them throwing it around. And I remember hearing people say, yeah, no, I got the job on my own. Nobody want to hear that something helped them get a job. But you got to understand the people in which we are dealing with, which we openly see today with cameras. There are racists everywhere. They claim they're not, and yet we see that they are. They don't even know that they're racist. That's what they claim. But if they won't give a black person even the opportunity to get the job, then you won't get the job. It don't matter how educated you get. It don't matter how smart. That's when they'll call you the smart nigga. Oh, you think you a smart niggers, huh? Oh, you think you a smart nigga. You a smart boy, huh? What make you think I should hire you? And that's where that thing come where we gotta work. Even if he's able to be the doctor, they'll give him the job as the goddamn janitor. But when they need his help to come and do some shit, they'll say, hey, come, could you give me an idea what you see here? But he's the janitor, see? So we need affirmative action just to keep it slightly fair, because it's still not fair. But if we give it up, though, it's going to take us another 200 years to get it again, if not more. And so when our men don't even know history, like you niggas won't read, you won't learn your history, you are one day going to be the elders. You're going to be needed. Right now, you ain't shit ass niggas. That's the truth. You won't even educate yourself once you become a certain age. That's your fault. It may have been your parents in our situation back then, but when you became a certain age, especially in today's society with the internet, you can learn any goddamn thing you want to learn. You ain't got to even have money for the education. You can sit here on YouTube and learn how to anything you want to learn about computers, programming. Man, this shit is awesome. So if you don't get educated today, baby, that's because your ass lazy or you don't want it. So what you gonna hand down to your children, your grandchildren, lost boys? What you gonna do, baby? You gonna give the baby away? You gonna throw the bath water out and give the baby away? Shit. Anyway, here we go. These men are sad because they one day gonna be the elders. They sons and their grandchildren gonna look up to them, and they ain't got shit to offer. Damn, let's go on this goddamn computer, man. Here we go.
Now, I brought together some people who presume to know about this because they spent time looking into it. Richard Reed.
Now you heard what Dr. Phil's saying, right? He's not saying that they're specialists. He's not saying that hey, these are scientific people who he's saying they presume to know what they're talking about. And he said, because they said they looked into it. Oh man, when part 2 come out, I'm not sure if it played already, but this shit is funny. Here we go. Fair use.
Reeves is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute and wrote the book of Boys and Men, Why the Modern Male is Struggling, Why It Matters, and
why. Oh, did he say the modern male? Oh, wait a minute. So now these men, when they call us modern day women, you mean you are modern men? Oh, it can't be, baby. It cannot be.
what to do about it. Now, Marilyn York is a men's rights attorney, and Imran Ahmed is the CEO and the founder of the Center for countering digital hate. So thanks to all three of you for joining the conversation. Marilyn, let me start with you. You've been listening so far. What do you have to add to the conversation before I ask you any specific questions?
Anytime a man tries to interpret a woman, it's embarrassing.
Okay. It's true. Now, mind y'all see what our title is, everybody? I want y'all, that's why I paused it. Men's rights attorney. But the truest thing that came out of her mouth is what she just said. That's her as a woman. The realities. But then she gonna get in her attorney's mode, which means she gonna fend for her client. Okay, so for you men who might hear her and be like, yeah, see what that woman said? Remember, she's on the panel as the attorney for men's rights. But be clear, what she just said, she said, anytime men try to think they know about women, it's embarrassing. Y'all think y'all know us, and you don't. When we tell you and give you the truth, you don't like it. And then you'll say, well, Bob, how we believe you? She says one thing, you say another thing. And that is what the women are telling you. We're all different, baby. There's not a woman in this chat who's just like Bob. They're not gonna think about the things I'm thinking about and do the things that I've done or will do. They might not like the type of man I like. See? I'm me. And then they got Kira up here who like a different type of man. And she don't think like I do neither. She not gonna do the same things I've done or will do.
But didn't you just interpret it? What you know? What? Never mind.
Go ahead, tell us.
Did you just interpret a man though?
What did I interpret? A man or all men? You can interpret me. You can sit there and ask me questions about me. You can even interpret me. But just because you interpret me doesn't mean that me and Kira are the same. So what don't you understand? So who did I interpret? Did I say all men are the same?
Because though you said because I was making a reference about myself, then though you equate that to Obsidian.
I didn't equate you to Obsidian, but I did. You did do something exactly like Obsidian did. What are you talking about? That's true.
There we go.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. You said, "Bomb." When I'm bringing back to something that happened to me when I was young, that came out of your mouth. Then Obsidian said, "Yeah, when I was young, I went to prom." That is exactly the same. And that's out of your own experiences that came out of your own mouth.
Yeah, but my experience and Sid's experience two different experiences.
But it's yes, the situation, the particulars about it is different, but it's the same when you reach back to when you were young and you still stuck today because of what happened when you was young.
So you're saying I'm still stuck by something that happened 20 years ago?
You said it, not me.
I never said I was stuck though. I'm just making
okay, the word stuck. Now you want to stick to the word stuck.
I'll make an example, but okay.
Okay, when you said bomb, but when we was talking, you said, well, I'm basing it on what women did to me when I was young. So you were saying, you referencing, you think women are today the same as what happened to you when you was young. You said when you were young, somebody mentioned that they wanted taller men. Then that's when I said, damn, this goes back to you men who are just like Obsidian. You ain't the only one who did it. Somebody did it on my panel a couple of nights ago when he told me that he get women, but it's the ones that he lost in the past are the ones that's still haunting him. And I'm like, so if it's haunting him, that means it's still bothering him. If you still talking about a woman who wanted a tall man when you was young and you bringing it up today, it means it still affects you. I'm not talking about no man who back in the day told me I was too short. I'm not talking about no man back in the day who told me I wasn't pretty enough, dark enough, light enough. I don't know. I don't even remember them niggas. I don't remember them. So I don't know what the problem is right now. Why you don't seem to understand what we talking about. So when you said that I associated you with Obsidian, I associated directly what you came out of your mouth to something that Obsidian said out of his mouth. And
Yeah,
they
but I'm not. But the thing is, though, you're making it seem like, oh, because he went to prom date, he's blaming all women. I'm not doing that though.
I didn't say that you was. I didn't say you. We wasn't. See, you don't even remember what we was talking about at that moment. So I never said that you blaming all women. I never said that. I never suggested that you out here blaming all women. Blaming all women for what?
Right? Because though because Obsidian is blaming all black women about his prom.
Okay.
I'm not talking about prom.
I know you're not talking about prom, but you look. You know, I'm not sure what's going on right now. I clearly just said I associated something that is directly associated the fact that you went back to when you was younger to talk about something today. I did, and Obsidian did the same exact thing. It don't matter what the particulars are. If you are happen to when you talk about women today, but you when we talk about women today, and you had to go back to when you was a child, and what some girl did to you when you was a child, or some young woman did to you when you was a young man, to give us the answer to how you living today, then that means you're stuck. You keep thinking about it. You reflecting on it in order to uh, make some sense of today's society. Both you and that young woman back then have grown into different people, hopefully. So so I use that example because yes, that's exactly what Obsidian did, and a few other men when they talk about how the cheerleader wanted the basketball star or the football star. Every time y'all talk about women, y'all don't know nothing about women. Y'all only talk about girls. And you didn't even know nothing about them. You just was sitting on the sideline watching. You wasn't even living your fucking life. You was watching. And because you was a watcher then, some of y'all still watches today. And I don't know, I can't comprehend watching because I lived, like I was out there living. And people will judge the way I live, and I don't give no fucks. I'd rather be an older woman who lived her life and have lots of memories than to be an old man one day and realize that I didn't do shit. Hey, that's all I'm saying. When my
That's facts.
when me and my grandchildren, when Leak get like 18, 19, and he come to me, if I'm still alive, hopefully, and he start talking about, him being a young man and this and that, and he's old enough for me to tell him the stories I'm gonna tell him, I'm gonna share it. And I'm gonna be with a smile on my face. Just like when I share my stories to you all, I ain't got no shame in it. And you know what? Every time I share the stories, they the same. You know why? Because it's facts, baby. I ain't gotta make up no lies and claim that I was this and that and the third. That's all I'm saying. And some of y'all gonna get older, and that's what this man said about men who end up deleting themselves. If you realize that you ain't done nothing and you start thinking your life is worthless, like, what am I here for? Those are the ones who end up deleting themselves. But see, if they was out living life with some memories and making memories, guess what? They won't have time to be sitting around talking about deleting themselves. Now you got to decide which category you running in. That's all. That's it. That part. I need zero validation for people on this. I know that's right, HT Ball.
Say
And
that again.
Art,
Zero.
how you doing? So that's all I'm saying. I want you young people to live your life. Don't let nobody shame you, ladies, especially you, because they do it all the time. They'll start saying you're a thought, even though you may have not done anything. You know how many times I've heard men on here call me a whore, and yet they can't pull. Look, I'm on the internet with a lot of people know me. If you go find, if you put out something in the paper and ask men, do they know bomb cherry juice? Somewhere in this motherfucker, a lot of men will come. And I mean, if they're looking for somebody that I slept with, why can't they find it? Why they keep accusing me of doing something and yet they don't have no proof of it? They don't have no proof of what the fuck they talking about.
Because you didn't do it.
Or maybe I did, but it ain't none of their fucking business.
Or
They
if you
just can't
did, they
find it.
ain't gonna find it.
That's right. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even know why they waste their time looking for me anyway. Like, what they gonna get mad at? They gonna get mad at. Let's say Bomb was doing hardcore porn. Let's say I'm a hardcore porn star, y'all. Back in, we gonna put me in like the 50s. I was in the 50s, man. I was doing shit that these men would love, and they'll go and find it and think they can embarrass me with it. Why would I be embarrassed about something I did when I was grown? When I was grown, right? But that's what they'll do you though. And what I'm telling you is make the right decisions for you. Be smart about it. How you handle whatever business you do in your entire life. Just think about it. Always think about the cons, right? The pros are always easy to think about, but think about the cons. And then you have to figure out, well, the cons, will you be okay if it get exposed? And if not, then rethink what you're wanting to do. But if you good with it, then don't let nobody judge you for it. They're not living your life. They're not living your life. They're not gonna pay your bills. They're not gonna take care of you. And you know what I'm saying? So, and I said this to the men too, right? But yeah, especially to the women, because they will shame you. They're gonna shame you for your body style, whether you could be too short, you're gonna be too light, you're gonna be too dark, you're gonna be too tall, you're gonna be too skinny, you're gonna be too fat, you're gonna be too your hair not straight enough, your hair not curly enough, your hair not full enough, it's not thin enough, it's not this, and that you're not pretty enough, you're not this, you're not that, your eyebrows crooked, your eyebrows too straight. Listen, that's just how it is with how they do us with women, right? When they get mad, they get, and I'm not talking about all men, I'm talking about these boys. Okay. Um, so make your decisions and take care of your business and don't let them shame you. Now the men on the other hand, we watch men get shamed. I watch men be over here rocking and having fun, long topics, conversations, and everything. Enjoyed it. I watched them go in other areas and them men shamed them to where they left. That's when the boys from the men. The men don't give no fucks about when no other nigga telling them. Another man gonna tell you, you should come over here and hang with us. Why are you over there with them women? And then I watch some of them young men and older men get shamed. Yo, they get shamed. And they end up just giving up and going where the men are. Dumbest thing ever. Let's see. Melanated person said yesterday. Let's see. I think it's shame breeds narcissism. It's sad. Really, life is meant to be lived. That's facts. Big J said you're right. But some of us have responsibilities and put things on hold. Listen, dude, you could keep putting shit on hold. See that Big J, you got listen. To stop putting your life on hold. You could put some things on hold because you got responsibility. But when you got to take a break, baby. You listen, you're gonna regret this shit. Okay? Live your life. Get on them goddamn apps. I tell my son, look, get on them apps and swipe right, swipe left, and go on some dates. And it may not end up intimate. It might just be fun. You might meet some new friends. Listen, but if you just putting everything on hold, what you holding for? If you think that BGS and all these men, Kevin Samuels told you the truth, then when you get older, you gonna be a catch. I'm telling you, that shit, you're gonna be the same person. You're not even getting out there meeting people. So what about you gonna change? I hear you already got some money. I don't know if it's true or not, but shit, that means you should be having fun. All I'm saying, it ain't gotta be extravagant fun, but go to the movies, go play golf, go. Dude, I hear you got money. What the hell you doing? Big J, there's no reason for you not to have a woman unless you just don't want one. Cause you a good dude. Anyway, here we go. Fair use. But I mean, and then you like to blame us women. We women are supportive of you. It's the goddamn men when that's gonna make y'all end up hurting yourselves or feeling down and downing yourself. It's not the women that's doing that to y'all. It's the men. Here we go, fair use.
And anytime we try to interpret a man, it's embarrassing. Like, we need to stay in our lane a little bit more. When I hear a man telling me what I want as a woman, there's just some misconceptions being thrown about as though the generalities are true. And
there you go. See, she on that woman shit right now, but it's gonna change though.
We're missing a huge component of relationships. That's a really important one, and that's intimacy. We're talking all about prestige, and relationships have two components at their very base: intimacy and prestige. And every relationship at its core is a mix of the two. Even take the super old rich guy and the super young hot girl, there is a component of intimacy to their relationship that works for them. In addition to the prestige that comes with his success and his monetary gain and her beautiful body and her youth. And so I feel like we're missing it, and we're doing a disservice to both genders. And the other thing is, it always feels like a gender battle. Like, it's always men versus women. And even at home, I cannot talk about this with my own husband. I cannot talk about men's rights with him. I want to kill him in about 30 seconds. And I'm like, I'm on your team. Like, I represent dudes and I hate you. And I'm never extreme enough for him. And he likes to spew facts at me. Like, men are always guilty when the police come. I'm like, what? Who have you been arrested? Last time I checked, you've never even been investigated. What do you mean this always happens? He's like, you know it's true. It's a fact. I'm like, oh my God, it's a fact again. And I do know it's true. I actually watch my poor male clients get arrested for ridiculous stuff all day. I can give you.
See, now she just switched into her role as the men's rights advocate. You know, the lawyer for the men's right. Okay. She ain't gonna tell you what the men did when they got arrested. She's just gonna say they got arrested. Okay.
You 100 case studies that would break your heart. But when he says that, I want to deck him. And why? Okay. Why does it have to be that way? Why can't I just calm down and listen and not?
I really don't want to hear all of her.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Why? Why y'all skip?
I want to get to the facts.
At least at home. I'll try to do better for you, doctor.
Thank you.
She have much more
to say. Deck me right before you do it, right? Now, Richard, what do you think about Andrew Tate?
Well, first of all, everybody has heard of Andrew Tate. Certainly everybody who's under the age of 40. He had 12 billion views on TikTok. He was searched 4 times as much as recession, for example. And so people know who he is. And I think I was actually listening to Ben earlier, and I have three sons in their 20s as well. I got to tell you, the paternal instinct in me was coming out very, very strongly listening to you. I really felt where you were coming from. But I also think the fact we're having this conversation this way tells us what a horrible mess we've got ourselves into. It is quite true that we don't have a positive vision of masculinity that we're passing on, but it has to be one that is compatible with equality between men and women. We need a positive script that we can give to our boys, and I've tried to raise my sons this way, but not one that in any way makes women seem lesser. We don't have to make women seem less for men to be more. And that's right.
What y'all say to that? Because that's what I've been saying.
That's all women have been saying since the beginning. That's it.
That is it. You men could do what the hell you want, and whether you want to build or don't want to build. I mean, if we actually see you building, of course you're gonna get a lot of women coming over, seeing you build, and feel on your muscles and be like, yeah, they got women who just love men who wear uniforms. There's all types of women out here who like different things. So, but you ain't got to shit on women to do what you do. If you want to go and be with other races of women, you ain't got to shit on women to do that. The women here on YouTube who decided to shit back on y'all, that's a response to all the negativity of the men. Okay? But watch, here we go. Fair use. Oh, did you have something you want to say, Big J?
You know what? Never mind. I'll be mom. I'll be mommed. Never mind. Go ahead.
Just because we disagree don't mean you can't talk, baby.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go.
And some of what you say, has some real truth to it. There are some biological differences between us, but they're not determinative. They don't determine your role. You say the biological role. Women are designed to bear children. Well, duh. I think most women know that they bear children, but that doesn't mean that that's their destiny. That's an idea we left behind in the 19th century. And so we've got to find a way to have a really positive script for our boys that is different to femininity. I agree with that. There are differences, but it's got to be one that's fit for the 21st century. And I got to tell you.
Is the link not pinned, y'all? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it did.
No, it's not pinned.
Okay.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yeah, I can't pin it though because but I put the link back in the chat.
Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can pin it. I gotta come to the other channel and see. Give me a second, y'all. Let me I don't know what the hell I just typed in. I was in the wrong area. That's what it was. So you typed it. I could just pin it. There you go. Pin message. Cool. Okay. Let's get back to it. So he mentioned the gender roles. You see how he said, hey, just because women can have babies don't mean that her role is to have a baby. And the women said that last night. In fact, you know what I mean? So when you come at a woman telling her your role is to have a baby, like what? Let's see. Let me see if I am came up. Oh, I do hear it. Okay, I didn't hear it. Hey, I am. Is that you?
Yeah, good afternoon, Bomb, and everybody on the panel.
Hey.
Hey, I am.
How y'all doing today? How are you doing?
We're doing good. You want to add anything?
Talking about who white people.
You talking about, huh? Say it again.
I said, who these?
Oh, this the Manosphere Godfather. This the real Godfather of the Manosphere. Oh, yeah. And he, not this guy, the other guy with the black. And they on Dr. Phil. And they talk this the Manosphere.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I hear you.
What you were saying?
I said, who these white folks are talking about?
Hey Rex, how you doing? Yeah, these are the Manosphere. They went on Dr. Phil last week. That's Friday.
Oh, that's what you were talking about a few days ago, right? It's the white version of the Manosphere?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the white.
All right, well, I'm going to listen, yeah.
Okay.
All right. What's up, Big J? You can't speak, man? What's going on? Dang,
What's going on,
rude, man.
No, I've been up all night. I've been up all night, up all morning. I'm halfway asleep. So
I thought Bomb and Not For Everyone was giving you a hard time up here.
Well, I've been cooking and roasting all morning.
Okay.
So I'm kind of I'm kind of calm at the moment, even though I'm kind of agitated. But go ahead, you know. Sorry.
All right. Well,
So
we don't want to get you more agitated then. All right, Bob, you can go and play it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
That means one that absolutely looks women in the eye as our absolute equals. Even if we're different in some important ways, we are absolutely equal. Our relationships have to be built on that equality. So let's get on with the task of a positive script for masculinity that is not anti-women.
Yes. But y'all, look, and when he said that women and men are equal, man, what y'all think about that one right there? He said, look, we do have differences. We all know that, right? Men, you have the seed or whatever, that's what they say, right? And the women end up carrying the baby because we got the egg ready. That's what they say. We already know that. I don't even know why these men throw that shit out there. Like, yeah, I come from my daddy balls, or this and that. It's ridiculous. But when we talk about equality, we're not talking about no, hey, I'm strong as you, right? It's just that. So can we be equal even if we're not equal in the workplace? Can we be equal in these relationships where I am just as responsible to whether it fail or succeed as you are? But these men be talking about, no, if the relationship fail, it's gonna be all on me. And I'm thinking, what woman wants that? You think a woman want to be married to you, but she ain't even got no say in her own relationship? She don't get to have no say. She don't get to have no responsibility. She don't get to, if she sees something going wrong, she don't get to try to help to correct it. Cause, and so if the man just don't care no more, she just left dry. And then they'll leave her. And then when she go to file for divorce, they'll claim she left. It's her fault for the divorce. Ain't that some shit? Yeah, they don't like when he said that women be equal. Some of these men don't like that shit. They don't like that shit. Okay. You want to make a woman submit, you might want to make her submit in the bedroom when she let you do that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not telling you to do nothing by force. I'm talking about, God damn. I quit.
And I got to tell you, that means one that absolutely looks women in the eye as our absolute equals. Even if we're different in some important ways, we are absolutely equal. Our relationships have to be built on that equality. So let's get on with the task of a positive script for masculinity that is not anti-women.
Yes. Do you think that's possible?
Look at it. Man, he don't look like he happy at all, baby.
Man, I you know what? I'm gonna go to his live stream and I'm gonna talk to him. Go to Rolly's. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna ban me off. He's gonna kick me off though. So
why are you gonna kick you off? Why are you going to his live stream if he's gonna kick you off though? We already talking about him. What you going?
Yeah, I want to know. I want his reaction. I want his reaction. I want you know what? I wish Antoine was on that because he was on Dr. Phil earlier. Was it last month?
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting. He was on that same panel with Rolly. I would laugh at that. Those two was on.
Anton, no, I don't think he considers himself Manosphere. I don't know what he considers himself because he all over the place. He where the money go. Wherever he had to say for the money is where he go. Let's see what he says. Let's see. Oh, they was talking about this. Okay, here we go.
$50 discount on a Big Fig mattress purchase. All right. So for more information, go to bigfigmattress.com. So thanks for being here. All right.
Let's get on with the task of a positive script for masculinity that is not anti-women.
Yes. Do you think that's possible?
No, I think equality is a canard right now. Equality is defined by what? See, the thing about
equal opportunity.
He said defined by what? I guess that's a good question. But he don't seem like he's ready to even hear it. Like defined by what? I'm bigger and better, so therefore she is smaller and she's thinner and not as good. And so Hey, babe. So here we go.
Opportunities.
Okay, equal opportunities.
A
But yet
female president.
But yet, okay,
Women
female-
on college campuses.
okay, so
Equal
those are
pay.
equality of outcome right now,
Right.
not equality of opportunity. We have equality of opportunity. What on this side of the fence, anyways, is advocating for is equality of outcome.
Oh, now the men want equality of outcome. So they want to be assured that the outcomes that the women can get, they can get. But I thought they were the builders, though. The gatekeepers of all this shit. So there he go with the crying again. Right?
And there goes that guarantee again.
That's right. They want a guarantee. What you gonna say there, Big J? What this dude want a guarantee for you, for men, for the men? Like, so apparently I thought they were the builders. If they build it, then they should guarantee they build, right? If they want a house to have 4 bedrooms and they build a house with 4 bedrooms, then they guarantee to have a house with 4 bedrooms. But nah, they just want to claim that they could build a house with 4 bedrooms. They don't want to build the house with 4 bedrooms, but then they still want the house with 4 bedrooms. That's what's happening. So here we go.
And that's the real problem that we're looking at right now. The other part of this is that what is equality defined by? So if I have certain strengths that make me better at a particular task, and you do not, then there's no equality between the two of us, if you can see what I'm saying here.
Okay, this is the right argument.
So-
Can I respond?
Sure.
This is the right argument. So you mentioned a difference between men and women in terms of men being a bit more into things and women being a bit more into people.
Yes, I believe you quoted
Right.
Dr. Pinker in your own book.
Yes, and that's true. But it's not true that all men are into things and all women are into people. The
More
distribution
are than are
yes.
not on
So
the
what that
bell curve.
suggests, based on work that I've looked at, is that under conditions of equal opportunities, you wouldn't have 50% of engineers would be women. It would be about 30% of engineers would be women. Right now, it's 15%. Now, you might say, well, of course, only 15% of engineers are women. Their brains don't work like that. Whereas I would say, I think we've got quite a long way to go.
I have a question
The
about what y'all
facts
are going back
are-
and forth about. So what? What the hell difference does it make? What's that have to do with equality? The fact that if men are more into things and women are more
Let me
into
choose. Yeah.
what different? So what does that have to do with equality? Because look, I've been married 46 years. I've been with my wife for 50 years. We've been married 46, and we are not alike in so many ways. But let me tell you, I don't want to be married to me. I guarantee
I think we
you.
can all agree.
Yeah, no,
That's unanimity on that.
no, I don't want to be married to someone that thinks like I do, acts like I do, behaves like I do. I don't want to be married to a mirror image of myself.
But I think
I want to be
That's
married to
not-
somebody
that's not
that
the
is
point.
different, but that doesn't mean that one of us is.
Okay, what's the point?
That's not the point Rolo's talking about. He's talking about the difference between equity and equality. Or do you want a society where you want equity, that everybody it just have a that everybody just get a quote unquote trophy, or you want but it seems to me
Or what?
that
I mean,
Rolo's talking about, when Rolo's talking about equality, everybody gets the trophy dynamic. I think that's what he's referring to.
Oh, but I don't think that's not what we talking about in life. Nobody talking about trophies. See, that's when y'all go, when the men in this manosphere, when y'all always go back to childhood. When we talking about adults, nobody gives no fucks about no trophy that ain't worth shit.
Right, but he okay, like what is, and you know what? I'm a scale back. I'm a scale back.
No, I'm trying to understand. I'm listening.
It's like certain definition of words change. Like the word woman. What is a woman? Now I know. I don't want it to go all out there.
That's a whole nother topic.
Right,
but
but
does it matter
similar,
what's a woman or a man if everybody's equal to depending on what their job and their capabilities and their desires, right? As far as like example would be if when they got the education that you got, right? We went to the same school. I got the same grades you did. Then when we go to apply for that job, and you get it and I get it, why shouldn't I be treated with the respect that you are treated with? And that includes money wise, that includes how people treat me, right? Instead of thinking that, oh, she's in a field that's male dominated. Why is she here? Look at her, want to be masculine. And then if I excel, or even if both of us do well, then we both do well. But y'all then will say, well, you a woman and you're here. Why are you here? I'm here because I want to be here. I'm doing a good job just like you are. Why do I get to have to prove myself over and over and over again? So I don't know why y'all act like y'all don't know this though. I feel like I'm explaining some shit that I might explain to Leak Leak when he's like in third grade. This is ridiculous. So they say, well, no, because I'm bigger and better. What that got to do? Go play football. That's look, if you want to play those sports and you bigger and better, then cool. I'm not trying to play football with you. But what your bigger and better got to do with computer engineering or any what that got to do with anything? You're not picking up the computers and throwing the data inside of it with your strength. So, and that's what we are talking about. And now let's bring it to relationship. Yeah, you bigger and better, and you gonna protect. What does and I'm smaller and feminine, not even feminine. Let's say I'm the one who gonna have your baby. You you give me the seed, I'm gonna produce the child. Why aren't we equal in this? Why is it that, oh, well, I'm the one who has the sperm? And then she gonna say, well, I'm the one who have the egg. But if we equal though, you ain't throwing in my face that you got the sperm, and I'm not throwing back in your face that I got the egg. We are equal in this relationship, and we're gonna have our children, and we're gonna raise them. Why is it that some of you men think that you deserve to be this head of household just because you got a penis? Nothing wrong with you being the head of household if you act the part.
Well, that's because society told us to, and that's what women been telling men what to do. I mean, you need to be the head of the household. And
I see you men saying that shit.
They have.
Because our grandfathers wasn't talking about, I'm the head of the household. Granddaddy was just living. My dad was just living. They was in relationship. They was in relationship. This is some new shit that's going on where men are talking about, I'm the head of the household and she gonna do what I say. I get the last say and all that bull.
Okay, but do you see that as a reflection or as a reaction to hyphenated names, and also a reaction to no fault divorce?
No fault divorce came about because of you men.
Right, right. But understand, so the guys who say it now, they're late 70s, 80s babies who's saying it. But yeah, but the
No,
no
but I'm
fault
saying,
divorce.
you know why no fault divorce? Men wanted no fault divorces, not women.
Right, right. Ronald Reagan as governor for California introduced no fault divorce. Yeah, I already know the history of it. But the point I'm trying to make is there the men today are only reacting what women said yesterday, and the women of
What did we
yesterday
say
only reacting to
yesterday?
what men. Huh?
What did women say yesterday? What are you talking about?
Oh, because if you some men, some of the younger men only reacting what their mamas told them, or what they heard as they during their formidable years. They're only
Uh,
reacting to what they hear.
yeah, but you just said what their mama told them. But what about what their daddy told them? What their
Right. Yeah. Well, the same thing. Yeah. But the mom and daddy's telling them.
but not necessarily, because when I hear y'all talk, most of the part it's movies. Y'all look at TV and y'all think that shit is real, and we could tell it's an obvious comedy, and then y'all take it and live your life using what was said in an obvious comedy. That's what I see.
Okay.
Okay. Because y'all say it. Y'all say, yeah, just like on so and so. Oh yeah, remember? Happy wife, happy life. Right? They claim that's what their granddaddy said. Happy, but that's some shit that was said on a goddamn in some movie. I can't even remember what movie. I never hear my daddy say no shit like that. Oh, I gotta walk around and keep my wife happy so I can have a happy life. I ain't seen none of my uncles say none of that shit. I never seen none of that shit being told. So y'all say things that wasn't even true. So I'm like, and if what y'all was saying was true, why is it that it's this very small group, even though it's large, but it's small in comparison to society, the millions of society? How is it that y'all had to come together and share notes, and then all of a sudden y'all determined that, ooh, look at what happened. Our ancestors fucked us. So y'all think y'all smarter than the most of society who didn't come to that determination. Y'all came together and y'all decided that this is what it is and it must be true because the same dumbass nigga who says it's the same in Chicago is just as dumb as the nigga who is in New York who feel the same way. And all of y'all saying the same movies. So what all it tells me is that you watch the same movies and now you're wanting to live or you're living your life through a movie. That's all I see. Cause we had this problem. The Manosphere is something new. And y'all talking points are very new. And y'all admit
I
that
think
by
it
saying
changed. I think it changed with like the online stuff and all this being able to chat and conversate with people to where people stop going outside and actually meeting women and talking to different women. Like all women are not the same. You know what I'm saying? And some men like masculine women and some don't. I mean, we're all different. And I think that's the point most guys or I mean even women don't understand that you can go find out here what you want. You might have to look through the barrel of apples to find the green one, but it's in there for you. I mean, it might not even if it's not 100%, it's at least close. I mean, we're all different, and no one person like the same thing
but
or the
these
same
men are
person.
saying that. These men are saying,
We want
remember
to
they
know.
telling men, hey, don't mess with these women. Hey, don't be stepfathers. Hey, don't be dads. Hey, don't have children. Hey, they aren't
Well,
being like this.
I think
Go ahead.
some of these guys are just not. They're not wise. They're not and they're lonely, and I guess they are just too incelish because you had two men on here that got caught up. One got caught up talking about women, and he had a woman. Talking about he out here speaking for the brothers who don't have a woman. He got a woman. However she looks, he like her. So he been hiding. Another dude telling you don't date women with kids and baby mamas and all this, and you date a 19-year-old with kids in a drug habit. And date
Right.
then date an old ass woman with a child. You know what I'm saying? So when they gonna wise up and look and understand that, look, you gotta get out here. You gotta get out here and get rejected a few times. You gotta get out here and find out even what you like because you got these men telling you what you should like, but then you get that woman and then realize that ain't the kind of woman I actually like. She doesn't fit who I am. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So these guys got to start getting from behind these computer screens and actually getting out and going to go, I don't necessarily look for women, but when you out and about and you meet someone that catch your eye, especially if she ain't got no ring on, go approach yourself and see what happens. You never know. But I think that's the problem.
Hey Taylor.
Hey,
Because then also too, they'll see more natural women. I'm not saying the IG girls are not natural, but what I'm saying is you'll see women every day that's not full of makeup and dressed up, to try to appease you 24/7 like the IG models and all that. That's their job. But you will see natural women out here, jeans and t-shirt, maybe a little makeup on, hair done or in a ponytail, some braids or something that still look cute. And then just
You
imagine
see
what
that
they look
because
like
you
when
go
they do put on
outside.
makeup.
You see that because you go outside. They
Well,
not going
yeah.
outside.
And that's the
These
problem.
niggas. Look, I'm getting ready to go off right now. I just want to say this. So
Do it.
I'm not directing anything at anybody on this panel. I'm just speaking in general. So Big J, I know you get offended easily. I'm not talking to you. I just want to let you know that. Okay. These motherfucking niggas, mama should have told them that the sun does not rise or set on they black asses. Okay. The difference between men and women is that women, we learned at a very fucking young age that the world don't give a fuck about our feelings. It doesn't matter how nice you are. It don't matter how mean you are. It doesn't matter how you act. At the end of the day, no, people are going to treat you the way they treat you. Just be it, and it don't necessarily have to have anything to do with you per se. It's just what type of fucking person they are. So you go out, you get rejected. Motherfuckers call you ugly. Motherfuckers say you're too fat, you're too dark, you're too light, your hair is nappy and everything. And we're like, okay, whatever, move on. Someone gonna like it. But you motherfucking niggas sit your black asses on the goddamn Al Gore's internet all goddamn day and worrying about motherfuckers that don't like you or don't want you. You think that your money is gonna buy for your shitty ass personality, and I'm telling you, in 2023, it is not. Some of you motherfuckers are weird as fuck. Some of you motherfuckers have no social etiquette. You have no fucking personality. You're weird as fuck. Bottom line. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, women across racial boards, we don't like mean motherfuckers, okay? We don't. We don't like motherfuckers with fucked up personalities that can't talk, that has no social cues. And it's a lot of you on here. Y'all sit up on Instagram all goddamn day looking at women, swiping left, swiping right. Oh, I want this type of woman because she looks this type of way. Meanwhile, you ain't never had a conversation with this bitch. You don't know if she don't wash her ass. You don't know if she don't brush her teeth. You're just looking at her dirty ass room, clothes all in the background and everything. This is a dirty foot bitch. But y'all looking at the way she fucking looks and basing it on, oh, this is the type of woman I want. How many of y'all have bypassed good women in your life just because you're a fucking Instagram model? How many of y'all did that? And then how many of y'all are sitting up worried about a bitch that rejected you when you were in fucking middle school? Are you serious? We got motherfuckers damn near 60 years old talking about a prom that happened in 1982. This is getting ridiculous. And this is getting out of hand. Nobody cares about your fucking feelings. If your mama did tell you this, I'm telling you this. Nobody cares about your fucking feelings. Your feelings get hurt. Everybody's feelings get hurt. People done had heartbreak. You know what happens? We cry about it and then we move the fuck on with our life. And then we deal with people that enjoy being around us, that actually genuinely like us. If someone genuinely does not like you, then that's a you fucking problem. Okay, I'm done. If I think of some more stuff,
I thought I said it, but I'm saying it too nicely. Taylor came and gave it to y'all straight, no chaser, baby.
So did.
She said, "Fuck your feelings," because nobody gonna care about your feelings. Like when somebody don't like you, they don't like you, and you boo-hooing about it is not gonna make them change their fucking mind. Hey, Moo.
What up, Bum? How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. I wanted to actually, I feel what Taylor was saying and what you saying, Bum, but I think that there's a space in between where both men and women kind of miss on both sides, is that a lot of the voices that we speaking to and what Taylor was speaking to, you're talking to people that took L's, and they shouldn't be on the internet like just going off on people on the other gender because they took L's, but they do it on both sides. And I feel like it's because a lot of, like, when you say like, don't no woman want no man like this or no man like that, those same dudes though, they probably watch women choose men like that. They probably tried to be like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, when on that side of it, on the woman's side of it, when they say things like that, it's like y'all kind of ignore the fact that we do not just did, but we do sit back and watch like some of the most ignorant, disrespectful men get women like it's nothing.
Thank you.
That happens. And so like that, go ahead.
But what the fuck does that got to do with you though?
No, the point
that's
that
not
has
my
nothing-
situation.
it's
That's not my
it's
situation. Listen to what I'm saying. That doesn't have nothing to do with
She's not saying you personally, Mumu. You know that. She's saying what that got to do with the men. Like, so
okay.
So if, and this is what we saying, if I do like that disrespectful nigga,
right?
What that got to do with these other men? Then pointing out, all they like is
because
what that got to
because
do with you. If you like that man, then you'll get chosen too, and if you're not,
but here is the problem, Bomb, and I'm glad I've been biting my tongue for a very long time.
I don't know why you biting your tongue.
You ain't biting nothing.
Because those women get mistreated by that nigga. And then hold on, and then she come to you with her
she
problem.
come to you because if she came to you, you would.
She come to you.
No, she's not coming to you though. You lying.
No, I'm not. See, you see that right there?
You, Mom.
Hold on. You see that right there? She just dismissed what I said.
You say she come to you, but if you can't, if the woman you looking
see that
at
you
got disrespected,
you automatically
you would choose
you automatically dismiss what I said.
Bomb,
we know it's not true.
Wait,
no, it is true.
You
Can I ask Mumu a question real quick?
Big J, hold on. The difference of what I'm saying, Big J, and I think where you kind of messing up is, like, if you saying, oh, well, that woman is going to come to you and complain, like, that's still on that guy. Just don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that's going to be like, if you see her with this, that, and the third, like with these crazy ass dudes, and did she come to you and say, da, 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 it's your job to be like, hey, I ain't trying to hear all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
So,
that's what I'll be telling them. It's none of my business. That's exactly. Don't come to me.
So then what's the problem?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, let me ask you a question real quick.
They think though I'm some jilted lover who's jealous. And no, keep that bullshit over there.
Nobody said you were jilted.
Who thinks that?
Okay, hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Who said that?
Yeah, go ahead, I am.
Okay, so
who is you?
have you ever approached a girl and got rejected, or she wasn't interested in you?
Bro, I'm like, I've been.
I'm going somewhere. I'm going somewhere. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So did that stop you from approaching the next woman or even your wife?
No.
Okay.
Right, so that's what we saying. Like, just because you got turned down a few times doesn't mean that you don't get back on the horse and keep trying again. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that was a blessing.
What I'm speaking to in the conversation, like I do agree with on the women's side of things, because usually on the women's side of things, even when we speak on issues like Bum was talking about, like feminism and stuff like that, and women being able to like get equal pay for equal work.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I think he got knocked off, y'all. He probably got knocked off.
I don't
An argument.
Oh, look. I think
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Wait, you broke up, bro. Can you repeat that? Like the past 5 seconds. Can you repeat it because you broke up?
Okay, so I was saying, like, there's different. A lot of the men, they tend to conflate a lot of issues where they're gonna automatically be wrong on. Like earlier when Bum was talking about like feminism and equal pay and equal work and stuff like that, men shouldn't have shit negative to say about feminism, really, because So that like the guys on the side of the conversation, they'll start conflating issues like that. Niggas start talking about abortion, like all this other shit that men should have no issues with. Like men should lose those conversations every time. So when we start talking about dating though, dating is so particular to the people involved in it that is really difficult to have a generalized conversation about it, but somehow we manage to keep doing it. And so since we have generalized conversations about it on both sides, there's going to be a lot of shit that says that really don't apply, or it's like the aspect of it that's being ignored when we addressing these people is like we addressing, like when Taylor was talking, and like I said, I agree with her sentiment and a lot of what she said, but at the same time, you talking to, like, you dealing with the dudes that took L's and they sitting up there like explaining their life as a person who has like taken perpetual L's. And I'm saying that sometimes their story is valid. I don't think they're vitriol. But hold on, listen to what I'm saying. Hold on, Bob. I'm not saying their vitriol is valid. I'm not saying their vitriol is valid towards women in general. I'm saying that relation. Right, and it's valid too.
But
so that's what I mean. Like,
we don't do that. So what's the difference?
They want us.
But some y'all don't do it, but some women do is what I'm saying. Y'all may not do it, but there's a group of women out there that's doing that too.
Yeah, we get that, but this is the thing. Do y'all think so? You think the men who crime because he want a woman, his goal is to get a woman. While he crying on the internet, is that he thinking some woman gonna come up to him and say, "Oh, baby, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Oh, God, let's get together and have a family."
I think they so broken down because dating is not easy for the most part. For some people, I feel like for a small percentage, it is because people just got it like that. But I feel like for the most part, like for men, women are hard to get along with. For women, men are hard to get along with a lot of times when it comes to dating. So, and relationships in itself are just not easy. So I feel like the people that do that are the people who either are dumb, they don't want to change things about themselves, they don't want to take accountability, or they, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of factors that play into why a person can be reduced to going on the internet and now saying, fuck women, fuck these hoes, and all this type of dumb shit. So that don't negate that area though, where I feel like we don't address, where it's like some of these people have had a hard time like trying to figure it out and navigate it. Now they got where they got to, and like I said, I don't agree with what they're doing and how they're doing it. But if we do continue to ignore and not like, I guess what's the word, like I don't want to say empathize, but like show compassion to that side of.
So what's but what's the help for them though? Wait, what's the help for them?
Right there,
These
right
dating
there,
coaches?
see, right there. Hold on.
No.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what
No, listen, if you want compassion, go to your mama.
Go to your mama.
Wow.
But I guess that's why we have dating
wow.
coaches then.
No,
What's
you
the
heard
help
that right?
This is after-school special.
You heard
Get a
that?
grip.
Well, you need to go to
Nigga,
your
you
mama.
almost 40. Listen, if you was 19, we would have a lot of compassion for you. Y'all know that. A
That's
young
not
man
the
over
pump
here,
bomb.
I give him, listen, I like to try to walk with him, try to explain to him, get the other women who don't really like it, but they'll give bomb a little leeway, and we'll hold their hand and shit. But see, you niggas who almost 40, nigga, your mama should have did that long time ago.
No, your father. Your father should have did that. Your father should have taught you how to talk to women.
Hold on, Big J. Wait a minute. But you know what's funny about the whole situation is that as far as what Mumu said, that men sometimes get confused because women tend to like disrespectful dudes. I mean, that could be said the same way on our side. Y'all running after certain archetypes of women that are disrespectful, then fucked your friend, your brothers, your cousins, and everything. And y'all, listen, Donovan Sharp's wife can't even compete with a fucking crackhead. So listen.
Oh yeah,
all of that.
man, I gotta do video on that shit. That shit. I watched that shit like, what the hell? But anyway, back to the point. But what Moo just said and how y'all, I'm more shocked. Now I'm not shocked by y'all's reaction. Y'all's reaction really
You should be shocked. What the fuck?
No. Y'all's reaction.
This is not
Y'all's reaction is so mean spirited.
Whatever.
Is the reason why those some guys. Hold on.
Mama let her rock you to sleep. Nigga let her put her.
I'm not worried about your palm.
I don't coddle you. You ain't my damn son.
No.
Y'all wow, man.
No. We're not talking about no Obsidian and his bullshit. We're not talking about. I'm talking about if there's a guy talking about, yeah, you know, man, when I was this age and this happened to me, and automatically when the guy is talking about his past, oh, bitch, nigga, you need to fucking man up. It's always a woman saying that shit.
No.
Y'all do that bullshit.
Like that. I'm not listening.
No, y'all do that bullshit, Taylor.
That happened to you in fucking middle school. I'm not trying to hear that bullshit.
Well, wait a minute. But how many stories? But wait, time out. But how many stories that y'all ask us to listen to of your heartbreak?
When do we ask?
No.
When have you heard me say?
No. When do we ask?
Some of y'all grab men and
it's a woman
men. Hold on. Because y'all force men. Y'all force men to hear y'all sad stories.
I don't force nobody
to
do anything.
Where?
If you ask me a question, I'll answer you. But
when a man start checking out, y'all do this trip. Oh, well, men ain't compassionate. Men, they don't want to understand women.
That's okay.
No,
that's fine.
Y'all do that on these panels.
I don't have feelings.
We don't tell y'all shit.
Yes, y'all do. Yeah, no. And y'all tell us to be.
I'm gonna be honest. Can I be honest? Let me be honest. So you got what was said, because for real, one minute you come up like you grown and you about to get pushed back, then the next minute you start crying like you want us to start babying you. You know, like you want Taylor, which I do know you do want Taylor to put out a titty so she can baby feed you. But Taylor is saying, "Bruh, you older than me. I shouldn't have to breastfeed you." Like if you really wanted a woman like myself or a woman, you would act like a man at almost 40. Mumu came up here and gave you, because Mumu, I understood what Mumu was saying. Mumu essentially said, hey, we got to think about the men who catch L's. But the truth is, we don't have to think about them, Mumu. They don't think about us, and we ain't got to think about them. They can go to their family members, let them think about them, talk them off the ledge. Like, we don't have to do that. And I don't know why.
And boom, my bad. I agree with that. Because I wasn't speaking to necessarily like what should be done on the internet, but I'm saying like I'm just speaking to like who these people are or may be in real life, and like they got to get past that. And taking it to the internet is not the answer. Like you gotta fix that shit. You gotta level up. But I'm saying the reality of like people not being able to be successful in relationships for sometimes reasons that are not all their fault. I just feel like we should show like a little bit of compassion to those people in conversation sometimes, because that's how we can grow. But it's not up to us. Like, it's not up to anybody on the internet to do that. So that's why I was laughing too when y'all started to go off on that shit.
Because Mumu.
But that's what y'all. That's what your homeboys are for. That's what the male in your family are for. Then, if you're not looking for
but I am. The problem with your argument is that you think everything's a one size fits all argument, because there's different individuals. No, because you always frame your argument based on what you do, based on what you have done. You base everything that it seems like every argument.
So my thing is hold on. No, wait. Let me say NJ real quick. Yeah, that's fine. What I would do, but obviously what you're doing ain't working. So maybe you could take a little bit of what I'm doing and apply it to your life. Because the shit you doing ain't
Boom.
working. You wouldn't be up here crying about it.
There
Or
you
whining
go.
about it.
Oh my
We giving
God.
you, we giving you
You
help to work.
don't have to take it. You don't have to take it 100%. But you can maybe take a piece of it, use some of it, or mix it with what you got and make your own out of it.
Right. Okay, granted, but yet though, you come from an aspect of it's a one size fits all argument. So
I come from the aspect of this. If you're in the house,
but there are
ain't
people.
Working, then get out the house and get off the line.
Yeah, but there are people outside who.
But the niggas that are even complaining now are the same niggas that talk about, I shoved my dick down that hoe's throat, and I be running through chicks, but they talk about their feelings being hurt. Nobody give a fuck about your goddamn feelings, bitch.
And look,
we know it's bullshit.
I'm making it personal. Have you tried everything it is in you to try to find a woman before you just gave up?
Y'all gotta stop acting.
See
like
that? You see that? Instead of talking about the philosophical.
No, you said I'm
making
making it. You said I'm making it one way.
Yes, you are.
One way. So
yes,
now I'm pointing to you. I'm asking you, as a man, do you feel like you exhausted all possibilities in trying to find a mate?
I'm not going to answer the question. I'm not going to answer that because I'm talking from a philosophical. I'm talking from a philosophical level.
Oh, now
now we philosophical.
I've been talking in a philosophical way for a very long time.
No, you wasn't, because you made it very personal when you talk about y'all making it personal. You think everybody's the same. First of all, I don't speak like everybody's the same. I clearly was saying all the women are different, all the men are different. That's what I said.
Well, that's the same principle I'm saying back to you, Bomb.
Well, why would you say
the same principle I'm saying back to you? And you just sit there arguing me down and
that's not what you're talking about, bro. Come on now.
Why would I be arguing back with you? You're not telling the truth right now. See, the thing is, you came up here to get pushback, and then you couldn't dispute what I was saying, and then so you started.
No, I couldn't dispute. I couldn't dispute.
You might not have been here. He even went to sexual assault. He started.
I was
that. What about the women who still complain about their sexual assault when they were young? He compared that to a man.
I did not compare that.
Yes,
I'm talking about how they use their past.
That's how you move the goalposts.
You
because
bomb. What I was referring to, I kept on telling you how they project their past onto people that they don't know. That's exactly what I said.
Very traumatic.
Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up.
If you were projecting your issues onto somebody else, that's a problem.
A motherfucker turning you down in middle school cannot compare to someone being sexually assaulted.
I'm not comparing somebody. I'm talking about. I'm solely talking about.
We heard you. You did compare.
No, I did not compare. I'm solely talking about
you did.
The projection part. The projection part. What part of the projection part you don't understand?
Who's been sexually assaulted? Yes, that's not the same if a nigga getting not chosen.
Of course, it's not the same.
But you did that though. You did that.
Yeah, but I was talking about the projecting part.
A woman and a man who've been a boy and a girl who've been sexually assaulted probably will project that shit for the rest of their fucking life. It's not like somebody gave him a lollipop and said, "Ooh, I hurt you too with the lollipop." Like that's some real shit that you tried to throw out there. But that's what you do though. And so right now you're flip-flopping and lying.
I'm not flip-flopping because
Big J, who's projecting?
Which group? No, I'm going there. I am. I'm gonna ask Bomb.
Okay.
Which group that I was talking about, Bomb?
You said the divested women. It don't.
Right.
They divested for a reason.
So if you go on those divestors channel, guess what they do? They project their bullshit.
Time to be going from channel to channel, DJ.
Where you not going.
They don't want me to go there, huh? Okay, you know what? You're right.
You can go where the fuck you want, but when you get here,
you're right, Bomb. You're right, Bomb. It doesn't even matter, Bomb, because you are right. It's your channel. You're right.
Let me tell y'all something, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what the divestors talk about because I'm never in that area. And it's not that I'm not in that area because I don't like them or anything, but I'm not interested in that outlook on life. I'm not telling them that they're right or wrong. It ain't none of my motherfucking business. So you don't like them. So why you go over there? You shouldn't know what the fuck they talking about at this point.
But bomb, I view the divestors the same way as I view the SYSBM community.
Mm-hmm.
There
but
are
maybe
the
that's your
equivalent.
problem, though.
No,
You worried about.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not worrying about. I am.
Man, listen.
I'm not. No.
Listen, you're trying to be a savior for other people, but you're not saving yourself. You worry about what the divestors and the Manosphere is doing, and SYSB or whoever the fuck it is. Just worry about you and what you got going on.
No,
you
that's not even the argument.
Them,
that's not the argument.
You cannot
that's
mute
not
them.
the argument.
So what's the argument then?
The argument is I'm looking at it from equal. When we talk about equality, I'm looking at it from an equality standpoint. Look at the arguments. The arguments are similar. Oh my God! You see that?
Is it any of your business? Why does it affect you? What she talk about or what they talk about? Why do it affect you?
I ain't worried about me. It's not about me.
Okay, so you're your philanthropist then. You're your philanthropist then for who? The incels? Are men like you or men like somebody else?
No, I am. I'm not. See, you arrived late into the conversation because there is a few pieces missing in this conversation because hold on because earlier I made a statement about the Egyptian sign of the snake eating its own self, and I was alluding to both the divestors and the SYSBM community.
But why though? I was talking about the Manosphere. See, that's what I kept telling you.
Because it goes by the same principle. It's the same principle what the Manosphere is doing. It's the same principle.
Are you Manosphere? Are you Manosphere?
Oh my God! Here we everybody
don't want. Because is it eating you up?
No, it's not eating me up.
So why are you worried about it?
It's about the
if
future.
You just say you want to have
if the snake is eating its own self, there's an endless cycle that needs to be. There's a cycle that needs to be broken.
If you have some philanthropist work, YouTube ain't the way to go do it. Go do it in real life.
And the thing is, because I know you like to jump in and thinking though you are checking me. But the thing is, though, it's an endless cycle.
We're having a conversation.
No, but you went personal, though. You went personal.
No, I spoke personal, so I asked you a personal question. That was it. It wasn't an attack on you.
This shit is exhausting, for real, for real. Like
I haven't attacked you one time on here.
Like y'all,
so what are you talking about?
This is like y'all need to get your mind right before you deal with any type of woman, like for real, because no one wants to be battling in relationships with you niggas like this. Because y'all can't.
It seems like though you're battling now, Taylor.
It's not a battle because I'm not fucking you.
No, I never said you was fucking me. I ain't trying to fuck you. So,
really, Big J? Okay.
I mean, it seemed like you're battling with somebody. The way though you talking.
Ain't nobody battling with nothing, nigga. I'm blessed and highly motherfucking favored, nigga.
Well, you seem kind of hostile though.
Ain't nobody hostile. Anyways, nigga, we got a guest, a new person that entered the panel. Hi,
yeah.
How are you?
Hey, Taylor. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to, I heard some slander against divestors from Big J, and I just want to know what's his problem with divestor.
Are you my ex-girlfriend? Because you sound just like her.
I'm not gonna dignify that with a reply.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. I thought that you was somebody else who came back on YouTube.
I'm not.
I'm sorry. Hey, I apologize, lady. Let me. I thought you was somebody else. Well, I mean, if you having people saying, well, if you got all the projecting of issues that nobody else, you know what? let me leave that alone because
I just need to know specifically what problem do you have with divestors? Just tell me I have this problem.
well, the colorism.
Just one second. Bob,
Pro,
people say they're in the back. All right, y'all can go ahead. Sorry about that.
I think bombs are law.
The colorism talk, the projecting somebody's pain on somebody else. Every black man, even the black men that had defended black women, y'all tossed it to the side like what y'all did to Aaron Fountain. Stuff like that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so you have a problem with divestors because divestors don't deal with you? Because that's what I heard. Because you just said even men that quote unquote defend black women. I mean, what does that have to do with divestors specifically, though?
But as a group, y'all have attacked the very same people that had spoke up to for them. So I just looking at them like, man, you must have hate every. Well, not I ain't talking about you, but talking about they must have hate everybody who's black and male. And I've been knowing
and
about
should
these.
They not?
I mean, that is your business. You want to hate people, but I mean, you kind of making some of y'all's defenders look foolish out there when they're defending you.
Okay, people are allowed to deal with who they choose to deal with, right?
Right.
Okay, so if divestors don't want to deal with black men or whoever, that's their right, right?
Right.
So what's it to you?
Dealing with somebody, not want to deal with somebody and attacking somebody is two different things.
I've never heard of divestors going out and attacking a black man. I've never heard
really?
of that.
Oh, really? Well, let me go and expose the Manosphere channel, bring that video up because
I've never heard of a black woman going out and just attacking black men for no reason. Now they will retaliate, but they're never going to start an attack. That's never going to happen.
Okay. I mean, okay.
And they have every right to retaliate for those who step to them.
Okay, well, I if you
so
say
what
say
I
so.
want you to do, I want you to keep divestors' names out your motherfucking mouth. Okay? Okay? We're good? I say we're good. Thank you, Taylor, for letting me up. Y'all have a good day.
Taylor, you still up here?
Now I don't think Taylor's up here. I think she said she had to leave.
It's already bad enough. It's already bad enough. I got attacked by the Manosphere this morning.
Hello. Okay, yeah. So I only have 6 spots on StreamYard. Y'all know I deal with Zoom. Y'all know that. So, but I couldn't get the video to stream. Remember, it don't matter about the link on YouTube. Remember, Zoom wouldn't let me play it from where I was. So hopefully they'll let me play it. Now I'm not sure. But anyway, see how this topic, this topic is about the Manosphere. And as y'all can see, ain't nobody black on that panel. Everybody on that panel was was white, right? And so of course I was talking about the Manosphere, which also in a sense include the black Manosphere. But Big J was taking us all over the place. Okay. Even when I try, look, I'm trying to get it back to so I can play a little bit more of this video that we got so we can continue talking. And here we are where we are right now about dating. Now, like I said, I don't care what other people do. Like, first, have your house clean. You know what I mean? What I mean by that is have your shit straight before you're trying to fix other people's shit. So my shit is straight, you right? I'm a happily married woman, right? With children who are grown and a grandchild who I love to death. right? I'm a family oriented. I like Black people, my Black community, and I think that whoever y'all end up with, as long as you love them, they love you, you respect them, they respect you, everything good. Some people don't feel that way, and it's none of my fucking business how they feel. That's how I feel. So I wasn't on here. I don't beat up on Black men, but yes, y'all know I love to shit on the Black manosphere and they fucking talking points. Now, Big J, he flirts around with he's manosphere, then he not. He says he's not, and yet his talking points are nothing but manosphere. Now, he may think everybody's stupid. We all not stupid, okay? So if you want to play like you Batman and be in your little tidy whities and shit, I'll let you do that. But nigga, we see you, we hear you. I'm just a little, I'm not sure if you do though. Do you see and hear yourself?
Yes, I do.
So do you think you're a manosphere or not?
I'm an adjunct, not a member. I want the whole goddamn manosphere destroyed, but I'm an adjunct.
Like you can't want it destroyed. Your talking points ain't nothing but manosphere. How do you want to destroy your own talking points?
Because though, the talking point is only limited to a certain subsect of people.
Okay, so it don't matter. Your talking points is even the subset that you claim you want to destroy. Because no matter what I say, you always want to come back and get pushback. And then when you can't push me off my square, you know I'm a big heavy.
Well, let me say this. You know what?
Angry, then you start going all over the place, and then I chase you a little while. Then I said, no, I'm going back to where I started. And then this is what you do. So when you brought up women, when you brought up them divestors, you clearly mentioned sexual assault. Like you really went over the board. That was really like tragic. Now,
well, let me tell you something.
We all heard you do that shit though.
Well, let me tell you something. Straight up, the link that I put in the chat room. Well, since though you saying I'm lying, the chat won't. What I put in the chat room won't lie. No, I'm not lying.
No, I asked you when you just now. See, you're not gonna play. I told you you're not gonna fucking play with me, nigga. What did I say you lying about? Now tell us before anybody.
I was referring to Lady T because I put something in the link in the chat.
Talking to Lady T.
Talk about what she was talking about.
No, you. Just now you was talking to me though.
Yeah, I'm talking to both of y'all.
Well, what did I accuse you of lying of? Tell us.
No, I was referring to the reaction thereof. You focus on the.
What are you talking about right now?
How they project? No, not reaction. How they project the people, their own past onto other people. That's what I was talking about. You were so focused on the quote unquote great part, rather than focus on how both sides likes to project their problems onto other people.
Well,
that was the only thing I was talking about.
I was project on the grape side because the grape side was a big deal. I know you make it seem like it's nothing, but
I never tried to make it small. I'm just using that as a point.
You suggested that sexual assault is equated to a man who gets.
I never did. I never said that.
You did do that.
No, I didn't say that.
Everybody saw you do it. Even the men in the chat was like, "Wow, look what he's doing." Big J, back up, abandon, like leave, nigga. Everybody's that's what you did. But even when we get back from that, some kind of way we end up back there because you then started acting like you didn't do the things you're doing. You're changing my topic, you changed the narrative, and you keep fucking doing it. And I'm not gonna keep allowing it. Right? So you just want to win your argument. You can't win your argument based on the topic at hand, so you switches it. And then you think you forget even what you said, where it started, and then you start talking about your lying. And just now you call me a liar. Like
I didn't call you.
You said that I'm lying.
I said she was lying. I said Lady T was lying because
Hold on, BJ. Where did the what was the actual? Where did the conversation start? Because I started listening when you was talking about like it sounded like feminism. You were saying like women being able to like work computer jobs. You talked about niggas throwing data into the computer. Like I came in, I started listening. But what was the original premise?
We're looking at Dr. Phil right now. I'm not sure if you you can see the screen, but this Dr. Phil show right here. And so what you heard me say was basically the last thing where they mentioned women and men could be equal. And that's when one guy said, well, how could they be equal? Because a man could be stronger. And that's when I said, what the man going to do? He going to pick up the computer.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you.
You see what I'm saying? So, and then I wanted to press play. But we've been doing this for probably an hour since I pressed play last time. Feel like that anyway. Okay. So I want to press play. We only got a little bit more. And then I can go and get on Zoom. So more people could come up. But I couldn't play this through Zoom because Zoom wouldn't show the actual video. Zoom was securing. So we got a little more, and we're gonna get through this. But like I'm not. Anyway, here we go. Fuck that. Here we go. Fair use, y'all.
Is more or less than the other person.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, let me back it up a little bit so we can hear what they said because it made sense.
I'm married 46 years. I've been with my wife for 50 years. We've been married 46, and we are not alike in so many ways. But let me tell you, I don't want to be married to me. I guarantee
I think we can all agree.
Yeah, no.
That's unanimity on that.
No, I don't want to be married to someone that thinks like I do, acts like I do, behaves like I do. I don't want to be married to a mirror image of myself. But I want to be married to somebody that is different, but that doesn't mean that one of us is more or less than the other person. We just bring different ingredients to the table.
All I'm arguing is these are differences on average, and they're going to differ in different places.
But Richard's talking about
but we are
equality when it comes to opportunity, which I agree with. And Rollo's talking about equality when it comes to outcomes, which he says, we can't predict and we can't create. But I think Rollo wants it for men. I think you want outcomes for men to improve. You just aren't right about the female outcomes.
Okay, what I would like to see is especially for men, is a focus on it, for a focus on masculinity to begin with at all. Because we can't even have this conversation. Right. We could not have this conversation at a major university in the United States right now without somebody shouting.
Hang on.
Let me interrupt.
So he just, and this is the talking points of these Manosphere. He just insinuated that if he couldn't go to a university and talk without somebody shouting, somebody, there would be some people in the audience who would disagree. So he essentially wants to make sure that everybody agree. And if we don't agree, then now they're hurt.
But do you understand on college campuses that people throw pies at people?
Okay.
Well, that's been an epidemic in college campuses, though. Even during their rock.
Listen, do y'all hear this man? This man think we are fucking fools. I'm not playing with you, niggas. Stop fucking with me. Do you know what the word epidemic means? So there's an epidemic of somebody taking cream pies and throwing it at motherfuckers on universities when they go to speak. Is that an epidemic, nigga? Stop fucking.
That's an example, bomb. I'm just giving out an example.
The words you use are important. We are grown fucking people. I am too grown to be playing with you.
You know what?
When we having a real conversation and you talking to me like I'm fucking stupid. There is no epidemic of nobody taking no cream pies and throwing them at no fucking body and no college campus, nigga.
But there are videos of that going on.
Is it an epidemic?
But there are a lot of videos, campus of people trying to talk and people being attacked on college campuses.
College on this bitch, nigga.
But he has a point, though.
He don't have a point, and your point.
He really don't have a point.
It has nothing to do with what that nigga said. That's the problem, nigga. The problem isn't what he said so much. It's you, nigga.
You know what?
You ain't say nothing that man said, except you went in talking about some fucking cream pies. What? Can you follow the fucking conversation?
But I know Rolly Tomasi, and Rolly Tomasi been on college campuses, and he been assaulted on college campuses. If you don't know the history of the person, I'm only relating to on his history.
But they got no what you just
because and he been attacked on college campuses though. That's how I know.
That's who Big J. That's who's talking right now. Rolly Tomasi.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on. But Big J, hold on. This is what I'm saying. If he's been getting pies thrown at him, and he's on here saying this dumb shit he's saying, then I can see why he would get shit thrown at him, and he should. But that don't mean that because what it is he's up there talking this dumb shit, want people to like complaining about he can't be a man, and it's like they conflate masculinity with being able to disrespect women and like basically do all the rude and cruel shit and say all the rude and cruel shit that they want to say, and they act like, oh well, if you're not letting me say that, then you taking away my masculinity. So if there's an epidemic of motherfuckers throwing pies at him, then that don't mean that any and everybody that's going to colleges is getting pies thrown at him. Maybe he going out there with that bullshit and he getting shit thrown at him as he should do, as they should be.
This shit is driving me crazy. Doesn't it?
But I don't know why Bomb decided to raise her voice attacking me. I'm just talking about his history. Because it happened to him. That's what I'm doing. But I'm acting like though I'm too smart, and I act like though Big J, you act like you smarter than me. I ain't trying to do that.
You act smarter than me. I said you think we stupid, nigga. This
I never even said it's the same way, right?
Mentioned cream pies being thrown at him. He didn't say that. You did.
I'm just going by the history of him and people like him. I'm only going by the history of people that hangs around with him. Oh. That's all I'm doing. So I don't know why you feel so threatened about me going by. See, I know more about Rolly Tomasi in his history on the Manosphere. So I mean, he had been attacked. He had been, people
getting attacked up here, which it seems like you want to protect him.
I'm not protecting. I'm being fair. See, I'm being fair with the argument.
You actually not even being fair. You mentioning shit. It's like you, dude, listen, if you're going to have a conversation, but don't play with me, though, because I'm not in the mood of this bullshit.
And I'm not in the mood to be talked down to either, Bomb. Which you was doing.
On my shit, trying to control my shit. And take
I ain't trying to control nothing.
Well, then, nigga, if you don't want to be talked down to and you feel talked down to, then be ghost, nigga. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Jesus Christ. And you went to the sexual assault, then you go over there, then you went to the divestors. And no matter what, you don't like being wrong, so you start doing the zigzag. And I'm chasing you like a fucking rabbit down the rabbit hole. Then I decide, okay, I'm not going to chase you no more. I pull you and yank your ass out the rabbit hole, right? And get us back on point. But then here we go again. And just now I played a little bit of it. And some kind of way you took us somewhere to some cream fucking pies. Now I'm hungry for a cream pie. I had one of
that's an example that happened on college campuses. It's an example. It's not what it happened. I'm not making it that's an example of what goes on college campuses. So therefore I can't talk about the example of why certain people can't speak on college campuses. That's only an example. It's only an example I said.
Okay, so you gave an example of cream pie.
Damn.
Dude, you was like, wow, you don't know there's an epidemic of cream pies being like, God damn. I'm like, he gotta be joking. I think he's trolling me. That's what making me mad. I'm like, he's trolling me right now. God damn. Oh Lord. Verbal say her staff wonder why she always laughing. Anyway, y'all, let me press play. God damn, that cream pie. You got me hungry than a motherfucker over here now for some cream pie. I haven't had a cream pie in like years. God damn. Here we go, y'all. Let's finish this shit up. We ain't got much to go. I promise you. Let's get through this video. Whew.
I want you guys to know who Imran is. he was instrumental in taking Tate down from YouTube. Why was that important to you?
Because the ideas that he spread are toxic to the young men that he's primarily being fed into. The TikTok algorithm is set up in a way that it feeds you the most controversial content first. Andrew Tate himself understands the algorithm in the way that digital natives do. Within 2.5 minutes of opening a new TikTok account, you're being fed Andrew Tate videos. And that's why he's one of the most seen men in the world talking about men. And the problem is that the ideology that he, of course, is based on yours, Rollo, which is, you know, one way of looking at the world. I don't think it necessarily leads to great outcomes for people. I don't think it leads to great outcomes for relationships.
Oh my God,
the
is
problem
that
is that your
marriage, though?
ideology is phenomenally reductive, and ultimately it leads to failure.
And yet I've been responsible for taking the
facts. Failure.
Exactly.
Failure.
All that
Failure.
shit leads to failure any damn way.
You telling a man that, and this is the same man who said, yeah, men are committing, you know, they offer themselves at age 45 to 56 or 60 or something like that. And yes, they are. But the reason they're doing that is because of the men themselves failing, considering to be failures. And who's even considering them to be failures? The men themselves putting these narratives, telling young men that you got to have this by this age, you got to have that by this age, you got to do this at this age. If you're not here, then you're behind. You should be married with some children by this age. But suppose a young man don't want to have children, though, or suppose he's a late bloomer. Don't be too late, Big J, because I'm telling you, if you want to have some children, I don't know if you do or don't, but you got. Even you told me, you said not me, but you was on this panel when you said, well, I think you said something you waiting. What was the term you said? Something's going on in your life where you're on hold, and I'm like, dude, you better live your life. So as you get older,
I'm not going to explain my life.
You ain't got to explain your goddamn life.
But
So I'm gonna insinuate then, motherfucker. I insinuate that you're waiting and waiting and waiting, and then it's gonna be too late, and then there's no hope. Okay, what you gonna do? You ain't gonna get no young woman when you're older. If you couldn't get a young when you was young, nigga, you ain't getting them when you're older. Or you waiting?
Hey, Bum.
This is not a.
Bum. You think that nigga be sitting before he go speak at them college campuses? You think he be sitting in his car saying to himself like, man, they better not have no motherfucking cream.
Yeah, look, I'm thinking about going to his next meeting wherever he's speaking, so I can get me a few cream pies. Shit, shit. Nah, but on some real shit, Mumu, you see, some of you, just like I am said, and I think you said too, Mumu, you, some men it's easier for, but I think it's easier because you put yourself out there. But we have, like Big J complains, he complains that men have to even attempt to approach a woman. He don't even want to do that. He's like, well, y'all don't have to, end up getting rejected. We're like, dude, you didn't say that, dude.
You're missing the point. But go ahead. Go ahead. You're missing the point. No. Go ahead.
Give us the point. I'm giving you opportunity because that's what you said. I only said you said.
Yeah, but because some guys will be accused of being creepy because just like the argument said, some guys had it easy. Some guys will don't want to be accused of being a creep. That's why they back off.
I think what I was basically saying too, without trying to be too harsh, I think some niggas are just lame, and it's like I don't always like the fact, because I think it work both ways too. Like some people are just not that likable, and when they exist in that space, it is kind of hard for them. Like life is a little bit different for people that they may be socially awkward, they may not look a certain way, like they may have all kind of stuff with them that keeps them from being attractive and not just looks. So it's all kinds of reasons that people are not like really found attractive. And I'm saying like I've seen those people exist, and all I'm saying is I don't think it's always easy for them, and I don't think that they should be resorting to getting on the internet saying fuck all women and all this type of shit. I'm just saying like it is kind of hard for some people in that area. And if we always just say, well, fuck them, they lame, then it'll just continue to perpetuate. But I think it's on the person, like if to know what it is that is not attractive about you and work on that shit and fix it and go forward. But don't just like if because clearly you probably had some sort of somebody told you something about yourself at some point in life. And if you keep hearing this shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, do something about it. Like, instead of taking instead of being like, well, these women just too complicated or da-da-da-da-da. Nah, nigga, just get with the program.
I agree with you. And like you said, look, it's not just men. They got women who might find themselves to be awkward also, right? May not know how to get out there. So I'm trying, and I say that to give everybody hope that, hey, it don't matter what your situation is, put yourself out there. Put yourself out there. If you want someone. Now, of course, if you don't want anyone, then please don't put yourself out there. Don't do this because somebody told you have to do it. You could do what you want to do. Okay. But Big J, though, he's always the person who how you say the word? He's the contrarian, right? No matter what the fuck I say, how many people agree with it, he always come to give me some pushback. I'm okay with that. He's not okay. The fact that I have the answers to what he asked me, and that's why we went all over the place. So Big J, he said he's giving up, and you know what? From this day forward, nigga, if you giving up, then I'm good with it. Whatever you good with is your life, and I'm no longer gonna be trying to help you to figure out that you're good enough for somebody out there. But I promise you, she's not gonna fall out the sky in your fucking lap. I promise you that. Okay, that I can't promise you much or nothing else, but I know that to be a motherfucker fact. And if that happens, what I'm saying, if a woman fall into your lap from out the motherfucking sky, then come and let me know, and God could take me the fuck away. Okay, because it's like if you don't want to do for yourself, but you want to help everybody else do. You want to help everybody else. Your shit not you just like these Manosphere dudes. You like the ones who want to be dating coaches and yet they don't even date no fucking body. You want to help others when you need help yourself and you don't even want to help yourself.
Well, I'm not selfish. I'm not a selfish person.
Yeah, but you also don't have the ability to help no fucking body neither.
How? According to whom?
Me. How you gonna help somebody get somebody when you ain't got nobody?
I'm not a matchmaker.
Yeah, but so you just a person, a righteous person? Would you consider yourself to be?
Do I got a self-righteous streak? Oh hell yeah, I do.
No, I
got self-righteous streak.
I know. Of course you do. Even when you know you're wrong, you will act like you're right, right? And then try to make other motherfuckers think that they don't know what the hell they talking about. Like them goddamn pies, like as if an epidemic. You know what?
Well, I've been
epidemic, like a pandemic. You know, like when you said an epidemic of pies throwing, I was like, God damn, like
yeah, but I should have been asleep, but I've been dragging DJ Cooter all morning, so I'm still pissed off though. That's why I'm still pissed off.
Big J, let me ask you something. Do you like kids, Big J?
I've been around my niece and nephew, wiping their asses, taking them to school. What? No. Why you asked that question for?
I'm asking that because, like, I do think it's a man's choice to say I don't want kids. I think that's I don't think there's nothing wrong with them saying it. But usually, what comes with that is a certain type of personality. And a lot of dudes who don't want children are usually like got like an insufferable personality. Like they kind of like assholes. And so it's like, that's why I asked you that, because I'm just wondering, like, why you giving up? You don't have to tell me, because you said it a bunch of times. That's personal, whatever. But that's all I'm wondering. Like, so when you say you don't want kids, I'm just wondering why. Like, as a man, that's not something that, or as a person, whatever, that's not something that like you can just see the joy in. Like, nigga, do you know the joy of having kids? Like, that's not just. Is it just something you look at as like a responsibility you don't want? But like being a father, nigga, is like some of the best shit in the world. Like, for a man not to want that, to me, it says a lot about him.
I never heard him say he didn't want a family. I just know he said, did you say you didn't want a family, Big J? That's my first time hearing that.
I said it's too late to start a family.
You say it's too late.
Yeah, I said it's kind of late to start a family. Like the way I would like to have it.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I told you what
you in your late 30s though, ain't you, Big J?
You're about to be 40 soon.
Nigga, I had my first biological child at 39. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Late. That's right. And you got two now, Muma, huh? Or one?
Yeah, I got two. I got four total. Two biological. I had one when I was 39. The other one when I was 41. So I mean, like I say, Big J, and I'm just saying, like, on some real shit, bro. Like having kids, bro, is a very, very great thing, man. If you love children. For men that don't, like I said, that don't like kids or whatever, then I get it. If you like kids, bro, I'm telling you, man, I'm just encouraging you out of love as a brother. Like, that's something you probably really want to do, man. It'll bring a whole new spark of a whole new life for you, man. Like, that's a beautiful thing, bro.
Well, I already took care of somebody else's, so I really don't.
See how the women in the chat egging you on, saying, "Yeah, it's not too late. It's not too late." Big J, you like if you would. I foresee you being a good dad, but I'm gonna tell you, when I see your future, right? I see you in your own way, so I can see you being a dad, but then I also see another future where you. I don't want to tell you what I see. You don't want to hear it, but what I would suggest is that.
Oh, what? I'm dead? Is that what you're gonna say?
No, we all die.
No. But you gonna say something, but you don't want to say it.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. I see two futures for you. I see two.
Good.
One of them, I see you with a little girl, right? I see you being a happy dad, being happy and all that. And then there's this other one that I see. Yep. And this man spoke about that on this panel that we played. The deleting of yourself. That's what I see. You asked, I told you. Dude.
Big J is mentally stable. Oh, right. Okay. You don't know me, Lady T. You're over assuming.
I'm gonna answer something. Somebody said, I think, Lady T, or somebody says, why would you wait that long or that old to like be 40 having children? I agree with like it is pros and cons, because of course, you know, by the time my child is 20, I'll be 60. So that could be considered a con. But the pros are, like, from raising children when I was 21, that I didn't know much about life. I didn't know nothing about stocks or was saving or in a head. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was still doing street shit, this, that, and the third. So even though I was there for him and I took care of him and I raised him and all that shit, I still didn't set them up the way my babies is already set up. So I think the one of the pros are, you are more patient, you more settled in life, you more stable, and you tend to have a much more better focus on like how you want to raise your kids, and not just raising them for the sake of raising them. So, you know, it's pros and cons. I'm glad that we had them when we had them. So, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think that's the only con. Like you get, like I said, I'm gonna be 60 when they in their 20s. But it just, for me, it just make me work out more and take care of myself better to be healthier, so I can live longer to be around them.
Yeah, I think Taylor said she asked it. Lady T said I didn't ask that question. But yeah, let's see. Lady T did say kids cannot cure mental disorders. That's true. So I that's true. They cannot. They can't.
First of all, since though you say I got a mental disorder, how
Who said
about
that?
you?
Who said who said you got a mental disorder?
Oh, because if you read above, she said it's not about liking kids, it's raising kids mentally stable. Big J isn't
Oh,
mentally
okay. I
stable.
see. I thought you were saying that I said it. I was
No.
telling you. I'm about to say no. I'm just reading. Big J. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now keep my name out your mouth, okay? I keep your name out my mouth, then you keep my name out your mouth. How about that? I'm not playing with nobody no more.
Okay, Big J. Big J. People are giving you hope. You do have hope. I kept telling you this. I don't want to tell you what I saw. I only tell people who ask me what I see, right? But I see you being happy and all kinds of shit, right? And just being like a dad. I do see that. It's not too late. But it's getting close though. And I'm gonna tell you that your future not gonna come to you. You gotta make it happen, baby. I can't tell you what I see, and then you think it's just gonna come. You gotta actively do something to make. I'm telling you, though, I do see another. I see one where you will be happy. I don't know what to tell
Yeah,
you.
but Bomb, but he has to want it though.
You
You
do,
can't.
but I
It
think
has to be a
I
want.
hear him wanting it, but at the same time, just not
Nah,
sure
he on
you go
nah, he's
get
on the
it.
fence. Nah, I think he's on the fence of life in that area. I
Nah, I
don't know
hear
what
him.
it is.
I don't know.
Nah, because before you can have a kid, you got to have a woman,
Yeah, but
and you
that's
got
the
to
thing.
be
But you know how
what?
you like he don't. I think he don't think it could happen. Remember, that's why you say I give up. When you say
But
you
that's
give
what
up,
I'm
that
saying.
means
So
you want
if you
something. But
want if you wanted it bad enough, you will go and get it. Nothing will stop you.
well, I don't
It
know.
don't stop. I mean, because people. I mean, if you want something, you're gonna go get it by hook or crook. You know what I'm
There's
saying? If you
some
wanted a
people.
family,
Mhm.
sometimes I'm not saying that you got to go out there and chase it, but you might have to put yourself in situations where you know the race is a lot shorter than the mile. Meaning that you put yourself out there to where you can find somebody who fits you and what you like and what you want.
Why
Because at the
why
end of the
y'all why
day,
y'all why y'all making this about me rather than about the topic on why
because you
men are
always
Because you
I'll
made it about you.
yeah,
no,
and then
I'm
you
talking
always
about my
give listen.
argument and,
Keep coming up
and
here
yet
doing
y'all
that
want to
shit.
be
Listen,
When we
because
y'all
gotta
want
your
to
talk about what
argument,
it's
hey,
about.
your argument stems from a man who don't have nobody in his life, and that's why you think the way you think.
no, I
Period.
think the way I think
Because
about
if you
what I
had a woman, or you might have some kids, your thought process would be a whole lot different about life and
but I
relationships.
am
Yes, that's true.
when I had you know who created this logo, right? You know who created this Big J logo? Okay, well, good. So you don't. Well, when I had my woman, I
Okay,
still had the same opinions.
big
It's just that
big
I go
J.
by what
Okay,
I
let me ask you a
witnessed and what
question.
I
Okay,
research
so
on.
since you brought it up, let
Thank
me
you.
ask you a question. How many times did you meet this woman?
Why are you worried about it?
Because that's what I'm
Don't
saying.
even worry about it. That's
You talking
all.
about
No,
some
no, but
long distance
you went ahead.
YouTube online shit. I'm
No,
talking about actually
I don't care.
traveling. She traveling to
I'm
you traveling to her.
Yeah, so
Y'all
what?
y'all
I'm
living on
not
the
telling you
farm together.
my business. I am.
Man, listen.
I don't
Well,
tell people
listen.
my
Well,
own
you
business.
lost her. You lost her. She's gone.
It,
Bye bye. So that might enhance your thought process that you probably ain't gonna never find nobody for you.
I am. We're not talking about my personal. We're talking about ideas.
Man,
I'm talking about the idea
what I'm
of.
saying is, if you had that woman right now in your household, you would not be worried about divestings and Manosphere and what motherfuckers are doing online because you'll be invested in her. and probably y'all kids.
Wait
and
a
what you got
minute.
going on the
Wait a
phone.
minute. So by that logic, let's talk about that logic. Then therefore, that same logic should apply to Bomb because Bomb married.
What you mean, Bob married?
But you don't. But
I'm
you don't hear
married
Bomb
with
here
my
complaining.
family, dude. My
She's
husband
giving
be out
her.
here with us.
Wait, but she's giving her opinion on her thought process that
And
she
so am
don't. That
I.
she wait.
And so am
that she
I.
disagrees with Manosphere stuff because
So,
she
so
has
am
a husband,
I.
black
And
husband. She
so
has
am
2
I.
sons, 1 with a child.
So am
come
I.
on, man. It's not the
So
same.
am I.
Big J.
You're not even
Come on,
listening
Big
to
J.
him. You're not even listening to I am. He's saying that I'm on here telling people the great thing that I do have, y'all can have it too, right? That's why I'm going against the Manosphere. You, on the other hand, seem like you uplifting the Manosphere.
No.
You kind of do. You kind of do.
No. If y'all actually listen to me, I want them. How many times I say I want the black master, especially
what
on.
you say when you saying that, and then what you come over here and repeat their talk
because sometimes some of y'all justify some of the statements that y'all say justify their existence.
Yeah,
that's
some
what.
of the things.
That's
What you mean when
that's why.
you mean when a woman says she got a right to like what she like, just like we say y'all got a right to like what you want. You can like what you want.
Okay. That goes back to the point when I said the snake is eating its own self. I keep on saying that because
how many times you gonna say it?
Yeah, I got.
They existence really ain't justified though, Big J, because honestly, bro, it ain't that hard to get a woman like that though. And I'm saying this like I know it's not as easy for everybody.
But hold on,
but the Manosphere really shouldn't exist, bro. It really shouldn't exist.
But I'm not talking about the dating aspect. I'm talking about why people join the Manosphere in the first place. It's not.
But that's what they joining it for though. They joining it for the dating aspect.
You got. No, not all of them are not joined by this dating aspect.
Bro, the Manosphere should be a group of men. The Manosphere should be a group of men coming together, giving niggas tips on fishing, fixing cars, plumbing, you know what I'm saying, doing how to do housework. That's what the fucking Manosphere should be. It shouldn't be a bunch of niggas sitting up there talking about they can't get women.
I can't find a woman. I can't get a woman. She's a 6 and a 2, but I want a 10 and a 9.
Hold on, I am. Let me talk to Moo Moo. That's what it was originally was created for. That's what he was originally created for. Now it's just about dating.
What was it originally created
because
for?
it was supposed to be challenging social norms that was anti-male and helping men build themselves up. That's what it was originally about.
What social norms are anti-man though?
That's right. Which ones?
Exactly.
Y'all the Manosphere made up these false narratives.
No. When like I'm talking about, everybody want to call Rolly Moss the Godfather. No, he's not. He just called himself that.
Well,
I don't know why y'all call Rollo that.
Using his talking points that was in a book, and he's talking.
Yeah, but Rollo
before y'all, then that would make him absolutely the father or the godfather.
No. Rollo took that from Dr. Helen A. Smith, and he also took that from Issa Villar because they're books of the Manosphere that he stole that from.
What books these? What year?
Dr. Helen A. Smith wrote a book called Men on Strike. It was 2005 or something, like early 2000s, late 90s.
This man go back farther than that.
And then Susan Hoff Summers wrote War on Boys, which was about the miseducation of boys. That was a Manosphere topic about boys being fed with Ritalin and Prozac and all them.
That was after his book too. That was after this man.
And then there was Issa Villar, the manipulated man, which was in 1972, 75.
Oh, so now you're going to go to 75, and that's Manosphere, huh?
But those were how those books and those publications is how the Manosphere was created.
But that can't be true because this man was in before the other books that you said.
Rollo.
And this man tells us on this show, he tells us how the Manosphere, what their goals were. We already went through this.
Rollo is lying.
Oh, no.
Rollo lying.
Oh, okay. Well, it sounded true to me.
Rollo was not the first person. Rollo
He
Tomassi
didn't
was
say
not
he
the
was
first
the first.
person.
He didn't say he was the first. He didn't even announce himself as the Godfather. Other people, when Dr. Phil say other people consider him the Godfather, he didn't say, well, yeah. He mentioned that he wrote a book, and all these Manosphere talking points came from his book and his talking points. And he proved that he was here way before you talking about.
Rollo is like BGS, the master teacher. He was the master teacher. So people call him that because they were kissing his ass. All he is BGS
First you
and
said
white
they didn't call
skin.
him that. Now you're saying they do call him that.
No, Rollo Tomassi is BGS and white skin. That's all Rollo is.
Listen, I'm not up here lifting him up and shit. You tried to do that.
No, I'm not. I was being fair in the argument.
Oh, you were being fair when
Yeah, I'm being fair. Listen, I like to
cream
be
pies?
fair.
Well, I
Even
don't
people
think
I
you was being
despise, I like
fair.
to be fair. Huh?
But you actually wasn't being fair at all. Okay, you said something that didn't make sense. But anyway, let's get back to it because I got to get over this goddamn video. Here we go. Fair use, y'all.
The noose off of millions of men's necks
And
for
those
the last-
ideas,
for the last 12
those ideas, when amplified,
What does that mean?
when added with the social media overlay of controversy, it's led to lots and lots of young men being taught by Andrew Tate that the way to treat a woman if she disrespects you is to grab her by the neck and grab a machete.
Again, I'm not here to be an apologist for someone who has taken my work and distorted it into his red meat social media empire.
What do you mean you took the noose off of men? What do you mean?
So what you got to say about him saying he took the noose off of men? You claiming that he's, huh?
And Dr. Phil at his breaks, when he asks a question and he cut him up before he answer and clicks the music.
Mm-hmm. What you got to say about this man? He said that even Andrew Tate, there's some others he didn't mention them. Thank God. He said has taken his talking points out of his book and changed it to, but it don't sound like it's been changed that much because even when we heard him speak, he sound the same. He's just not as loud. He's speaking mellow with it. Yeah, women have this role and men have this role. And yeah, they shouldn't be equal because I'm stronger than her. Or yeah, I was able to cheat, and if she wants to keep me, she gotta be okay with me being the dog that she pets. And that's not much different than Andrew Tate or the rest of these Manosphere talking points.
But Rollo is mad at is actually beefing with Andrew Tate because Andrew Tate got more popular than him. That's all. That's classic man.
But I didn't hear him do that on here, so I don't know. But if
no, I mean, if you go to his channel, yeah, they're beefing on his channel though.
Yeah, but Andrew Tate is in jail, so I guess what?
What?
Andrew Tate is in jail though.
No, I mean that's why I'm just explaining why he's saying it.
Well, he said he's just not coming up there to apologize for somebody. So you agreeing that they talking points are the same?
Yeah, I'm agreeing that they talk about that, but I'm just saying why he's saying it is that they're beefing. That's all. That's all I'm telling you. That's why he's saying it.
Well,
Yeah.
hey, Big J, back to you saying about being fair. I understand that, and that's a good sentiment for anybody to have. But I think that it's no fairness on what they talking about and what they doing. It's not like you got to look at their whole platform and not just certain talking points, because everybody can say something that makes sense or that's true or correct sometimes. But if you look at overall where they stand, it's no defense for them. It's no defending that bullshit. So I think that when Baum is saying you put yourself on the Manosphere side and you doing it even if you're doing it innocently to try to be fair, but really it's no fairness in it because they coming from way left field on some bullshit.
Okay, I get it, but I don't want to be the guy saying Manosphere bad, and some woman who sat beside me saying some outlandish shit, and I got to sit there and look foolish standing right by her while she's saying some bullshit that's out of pocket.
But see, this is what we got to do.
That's why though I'd rather be fair in these topics because I can't be anti-manosphere when you got some people who so overzealous that they make them look good.
But
That's all.
it really don't though, because here's the issue. Are we men? Are we like the shit that these niggas complaining about they not getting respect for, they not being that. So it's like it's like the men that are average or below average want to be treated like the niggas that's not average. And if niggas sitting around talking about men built bridges, men did this and men did that, nigga, did you do it? Is you the engineer that designed the architect that made the designs for that bridge? Is you the engineer, you know what I'm saying, that came up with the designs for that building? Then you can't put your like, so if we sitting back talking about, well, women are sitting back saying this and that, they should be saying the shit about them niggas. Because they just niggas that's just sitting up there talking about some shit that another man did. And if niggas was really what they saying they are, or what they claim men are, and the men they are, they would be out doing some extraordinary shit too. But they not. They just sitting back saying, because other men did some extraordinary shit, treat me like I'm that man.
Right.
They
That's exactly like they are the men. There are men out there really building shit. They go to work every day. They lifting up heavy ass fucking shit, back breaking fucking jobs and shit. And then there's a little nigga on the internet talking about men build this country. We put up the bridges, while his ass ain't never leave his grandma's house and he making his money on YouTube. And I beg to differ when it comes to y'all saying men and women are different. But then there's men and men who are different, right? We got the doers and the talkers. So y'all not saying that shit. No,
that's like, should every man get credit for LeBron scoring 38,000 points? do you know what I'm saying? Am I LeBron now? Am I Michael Jordan? And every other nigga that did some extraordinary shit? Like, nah, bro, it don't. And that's what I'm saying. Like with them, their conversation is ridiculous, bro. And it's no justifying like them being on that side of it. And I'm saying like what we missing in this when it comes to relationships specifically is that like we should have more compassion with ourselves on that level. But like what they doing is completely out of line though. Like you never gonna get nowhere like that. Like they not even being the men who they saying that their definition of real men, they not even being that. They just sitting back trying to ride the coattails of niggas that done some great shit. If you was actually being a stand-up dude, they would be out here like making the changes to society that need to be made, or even the shit that they stand on. But they don't even like do shit for the shit that they stand on. Because talking on the internet, damn sure ain't gonna do it.
I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. Silence. Woo-wee. I'm coming. Did I mute myself? I didn't.
No, you're not mute. We hear you, boom.
Oh, okay. Because I went to the bathroom. Y'all wasn't supposed to be able to hear me. I thought I muted myself, but y'all couldn't hear
No,
me.
we ain't hear you. We just heard you come back and talk.
We just heard you say you're coming back. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so here we go. Let's finish plus play. And I agree. See, that's why I like when you men come up here and y'all talk, so the women can sit back. Because I'm not against men. I'm not against black men. I'm not against white men, Asian men. I'm not against men. In fact, first of all, most women, no matter what color, race, or anything, right? We are okay with looking up to a man. We know, most of us know, if something popped off, that we'll look around for the nearest man who looked like he might know what the fuck to do. The problem is this, though. In today's society with younger men, y'all asses don't know no more than the fucking woman. And y'all know that, and y'all don't like that. But if you wanted to change that, all you got to do is start educating yourself. Like, even if you felt like you're not a man because your daddy didn't teach you, somebody didn't teach you, you can literally at a certain age, start educating yourself.
So you can go to YouTube University. I learned how to fix cars from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I didn't no man teach me that shit growing up. When my fucking muscle cars started breaking down, I got on YouTube University, and bam, there it go.
There you go. The women are learning from YouTube. If they don't go to school, listen, there's a lot to learn on here. But the men are rather, and we've heard them say this that they like that they found each other. It's like being in the barbershop. Ooh, I found a group of friends. Ooh, yeah. But that's even okay if when you with your group of friends, y'all are educating each other on something that will benefit you. To hate on women and to push our little boys to hate women is not productive. That's not productive. And when y'all start having daughters, listen, men, they got the good men who always, they understood and respected women because they probably was raised that way. Then there's another sector of men who they don't start respecting women till they get married, right? Or start dating a woman. And then they start learning, right? Through their experience with her. Then there's this another sector of men. But when they have daughters, baby, those are real advocates. You know what I mean? Because a man who loves his son, his children, his son and his daughter, he wants his daughter to have equal rights. If she put in the work, he wants her to get the same pay. He also ends up teaching her. And that's what y'all ran into, a group of women who was taught by their fathers. And then we had men who wasn't taught by their fathers. But because I know more than you on certain things, you want me to act like I don't know. You want me to act like what you're talking about is facts when I know what you're saying is bullshit. So you want me to belittle myself so you can look good. And why would a woman do that? Women used to do that. Women still do that sometimes for the one that they love. I would never, let's say me and hubby was in a place and there's some things I know that he don't know. But the thing about my husband, we credit each other. He'll say, well, oh, you talk about technology. Oh, that's my wife department. And I might say, oh, you talking about fishing and knives and shit like that? Yeah, I'm a girly girl. Look, I'll even say I'm a girly girl. That's my husband's department. I might even, because that's facts. But at the same time, let's say we knew something equally equal. I can't think of too much because, but like he know fishing more than me. Hunting, I know hunting more than him, but he know guns more than me, right? He know more about different handguns and shit like that than I do. But let's say we was having a conversation and the gun hunting thing come up. I'm not going to try to outshine him. And he don't, and you know what else? And he ain't got the lie to try to make it seem like he know everything. And that is what is going on here on YouTube, where the men who don't know what they're talking about act like they do. For what though? So can anybody explain it? Because you said it yourself, Big J. You said that men are, what you said, sizing up other men. And I said that's a good thing. That's what men do. What you think about that?
But you know what? I'm thinking about sizing up HT Ball because I'm not looking for your goddamn validation. I never asked for your goddamn validation. I said, do you want to be respected? That is what I said, you old ass nigga.
How you know
That's what I
Ball
said.
is old? Why you call him old?
Can't stand when these old niggas trying to chin check me.
You
Don't you ever, when I ask a question, nigga, and go answer the question that I asked, nigga.
Don't be talking to my friend HT Ball that way. What is you doing right now?
Sitting there acting like though I'm looking for a validation. Never said I want your validation. Never asked for your goddamn validation. Only thing I asked those, you said people are not required to have respect. Then I answer you, dude, should people respect you? Should you get respect as a human being? That was the point I was talking about.
But
Yet,
he
Negro,
answered.
you can't comprehend a motherfucking thing.
Didn't he give you the answer though? He gave you the. If he said nobody's required, then boom, that's the answer.
No. But then though he smart, then he followed with his smart ass comment. Whether you do or not, Big J, I don't need your validation. As if though I asked for it. Never said a goddamn thing
you
about validation.
You did ask him. You just said you asked him. Do he do? Oh my God! You just said that you asked him, should he be respected, and he simply said, "Nah, I don't need it." You asked him the question, he gave you the answer.
And I said, should people get treated good? Now he asked his smart ass answer, trying to check. Let me tell you something. I can't stand old niggas. Young niggas trying to check. No, nigga, old niggas got to go. Old head nigga, you better shut the fuck up around me, bitch.
Lord have mercy. This is what you asked him, so don't be making up shit. You said, "Should I respect you?"
And then what? And what was the second thing I said?
Should people get treated good? Right.
Right.
And he said, whether you do or not, Big J, I don't need your validation. He's simply saying that you asked him, should you respect him? And he said he don't give no shits.
No, but go further.
But you know why? But you know why you don't like this answer? Because this answer is how men. That's what's shocking about me. Shocking to me. I'm sorry. Is that he gave you a basic man's answer. I bet you if you ask Mumu the same question, and I am Mumu.
What's up, Bun?
The question is, I'm saying it from Big J. Should I respect you? What is your answer when a man asks you, should he respect you?
I mean, that's on him. I mean, it's you know what I'm saying? It would, if you do disrespect me, then you deal with the consequences. But you know, I don't know. That's a weird question or whatever.
It's based upon this shine bone saying, well, stop acting like you're mentally disordered then. Who the fuck is you? Huh? Who the fuck? No, in other words, get your ass on the panel. Get tired of you niggas talking shit.
Anyway,
nobody talking to you.
But he gave a basic man's answer from another man. Like I could see if it was a woman and say, hey.
No, you dumb. How about that shit, bitch? You dumb, you shine bone idiot.
Big J,
why you get so upset? Don't you ever sit there and try to
Big J. Let me ask you this then, because you're an intellectual, Big J. Big J,
keep my name out your goddamn mouth, motherfucker. You bald-headed nigga.
Big J, you an intellectual, so let me ask you this then about respect.
With your light-skinned, bald-headed ass.
Big J, what does respect? Big J, what does respect really mean though, as far as like, because there's different ways to interpret that, because overall, like I met a martial artist one time that studied, his form of martial arts is there's no offense. He only defends himself. And that was my first time and only time like meeting somebody who studied martial arts like that. And I said, when he told me about that, I said something like, I said, man, you know, as long as the motherfucker respect me, I ain't tripping. You know, we good. He said, well, I don't require people's respect. Just don't do nothing to violate me. And that kind of changed my perspective on that. So it's like, when you say respect, what do you really mean? Because it is a
show. See, I'm a Southerner, right?
Can a person just be indifferent towards you and not respect you or disrespect you? Like, can that be a thing?
People think respect is who the fuck is you? I'm Big J, the greatest thing ever. All right, I'm the
Big
yeah.
J.
That's
Big
who
J.
the fuck I
Hey,
am, Lady
did you
G.
read?
All right.
Did you read what that said? She said,
Big
"Big
No.
J.
J said, who the fuck is you got?" And she laughing. God damn.
Big J. How do
Lord,
you ask for respect when you don't
Mm-mm-mm.
give respect?
That part.
No. The
that
point to Moo
No,
Moo.
no, 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 no,
No.
no. That is
I'm
the point.
talking to Moo Moo. No, Moo Moo.
wait, what?
Okay,
But I'm
Moo
Oh,
Moo.
talking to you though,
I'm
because
talking
you're
to Moo
so
Moo.
big on respect. You don't give
No, Moo
respect.
Moo. I'm talking to Moo Moo because Moo Moo was asking the question. Well, Moo Moo, it's like this, Moo Moo. It's kind of like this. Uh, sh- it's more of a courtesy thing. If you see, if you're not a threat to anybody, if you're not, being offensive to anybody, that's giving somebody respect. That's why I'm looking at it.
So it's courtesy. Do you know a definition of courtesy?
No, I'm talking to Moo Moo.
No, but I'm talking to you though.
No, but
Because
I'm
you sitting
talking to
up
Moo
here.
Moo.
No, you sit up
I'm
here,
talking to
grown
Moo
ass
Moo.
man,
wait a
needing
minute, y'all.
respect from people when you don't get respect to nobody. You hop on panels, don't say shit, don't speak. You come in the chat disrespectful. No,
Hey,
well,
I am.
we just keep it in 100.
I am. I am.
From a
Let's
man who
scroll
don't
up.
give respect, you asking
Let's
for
scroll
respect from
up
people
the
who don't
chat
know
room.
you.
Hey, let's scroll up the chat room. I am. Because
Listen,
your boy started the
no, you
bullshit
just
in the
said
chat room.
courtesy. You don't give courtesy.
They
You don't respect nobody. When
because
people
of
on
the
your
space,
channel.
because of the environment of the space, I
No, but
refuse.
see, no, that's what I'm saying though. So how can you deem respect from man in the chat who don't even know you, probably don't give a fuck about you, but you want him to respect you because of what?
I
Because of who
didn't
you
ask
are?
for him. I didn't ask him seriously to respect me. I said, should I respect you? I said I was asking it because of an earlier statement. He said if you scroll up the chat room, he was talking shit about me earlier. That's why I said what I said.
Well, the answer to that is no. Then, Big J. The answer to that is no. Then, Big J.
It's not like I'm looking for his fucking validation. Not looking for that nigga validation.
But what he's saying is, I think what HT Baldwin was his response is saying that's getting kind of like the way you asked it. It could be crossed and confused with validation because we don't owe each other respect.
Right.
We just owe each other courtesy. Like I am was saying, that's the word too I was looking for. So HT Baldwin was really saying like respect is a form of validation that nobody is owed just out of the blue.
Right,
So,
right. I understand that. I understand that point. But the point is that punk nigga going to sit there and insult me in the chat room.
Oh, so what?
Well, guess what? I'm gonna light that nigga's ass up because I light niggas up all fucking morning.
Well,
I've been lighting niggas up ever since 6 o'clock this morning.
Can I ask you a question? Are you this way in real life, like off of YouTube? Like when you walk down the street,
why do you want to know?
When you walk down the street and somebody
if you piss me the fuck off, if you piss me off, I'll go to DEFCON 2. Okay? I go to DEFCON.
In real life.
I don't play with niggas.
In real
all right?
life.
Can I say this, y'all? We had somebody named Hemp with Gigi on the panel. Did y'all see?
No, your name, your comments was blocking it. Yeah, but I was like, what is that? But yeah, I figured it out. But the comments blocking it, so no, we didn't see it.
Oh damn! I was watching. So she, whoever that is, they want to come back and show it again. But yeah, they were pretty good. It was a lot of them. I was like, God damn. Yeah, I knocked myself off so I could let that person up. Yeah. So if you want to come back up so people can see, I'm sorry. Nobody told me the comments were blocking y'all.
No, he said, could I show you my plants?
Yeah.
420.
No,
that's what he said.
Yeah, no, but I had them on the panel. Yeah, I put them up. I couldn't say nothing because we on what you call them. I'm limited to only 6 spots. I think, right? Yeah, 6.
Go on, sit there and say.
You know what 420 is?
You know what 420 is?
Yeah.
Okay. Go on, sit there and say I'm begging for somebody's validation. Get the fuck out of here. I ain't said nothing about that I should kiss your ass or people should kiss my ass. Never asked anybody to kiss my ass. I was just going after what you said earlier.
I think it's kind of semantics though, Big J. I see where you coming from and why it bothers you, but I think it's just semantics. Like validation and respect kind of got confused in the mix. So
Well,
I think you know what I'm saying. I think it just kind of got
no, because
mixed up right there.
Well, that's because Big J brought that. But listen, do he asked the question? Do people deserve respect? And the answer is no, not from anybody.
Right. I agree with that.
And most men know that. Like men is first. Big J said this earlier. He said he didn't like the fact that men size other men up, and I was like, that's what men do. Like you ain't a man not walking into a place and just hold on. Not sure. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so don't men like I grew up around men, and my dad or any man, my hubby walks in, and he look. Of course, he gonna look around the room. You need to see who's there. If it's danger, do it look like some dangerous people there? Is it some shit going on that we don't need to be a part of, and he don't need to be a part of? So men do size up, not just men, but they size up people. Don't y'all do that? Am I wrong? Because Big J say he didn't like that, and he blamed it on the black church.
No, you gotta check the room out. You definitely size up everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to see what's going down or what could be going down.
That's right.
And yeah, all that shit is always in mind. That's on your mind, Big J. Like you don't do that when you walk into any room. You always kind of make that assessment, like even if it's in the back of your mind.
Yeah. You have to investigate what's going around you. Be aware of your surroundings.
But that's not what you said when I started this stream. Do I need to go and pull that shit up?
But sizing each other up in my mind is, you got to puff out your chest and
yeah, you do that
go
too.
To other men and try chin check them for them just solely being in a room.
Well, I don't know about the chin checking shit, and you didn't mention that, but yes.
But that was the premise of that's what I thought. Sizing another man up.
Well, sizing up another man is really just, you listen. You go in, you checking everything. You don't want to look like a easy mark, so yes, you might poke your chest out a little bit, hold your head up high, so they can see that you're a man and not to play with you. Like how am I a woman and I understand this, and you don't? I'm confused, baby. Am I right? The men up here, am I wrong?
No, I think it's not like I see what Big J's saying as far as like, it ain't about like going up in there and acting like, you know what I'm saying, like you just the nigga that's running everybody in the room type of shit. But as a man, you analyze the other men that you around. You know what I'm saying? Like you gonna assess them in a way. So I kind of took it that way when you're talking about like sizing other men up. Like you got to know who you're dealing with.
Right. So he was like, yeah, men. He was saying that no, men need to be more like brothers, and you come into a room and and you just start, I guess, respecting one another. But that's not
Nah, that respect earned. That's how you become good brothers, by letting a nigga know like who you is and why you not to be fucked with. You'll be good brothers after that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's right. That's how y'all find y'all tribe and shit. Right. That's why I'm saying in the Manosphere, it's just a bunch of all types of men, right? All types of men until the ones who, when they start listening, they realize, okay, this is not my tribe. But then we got a group of men who don't know nothing about tribes or how men are supposed to act amongst each other and shit like that. So they think just because the Manosphere says man in it that's their tribe. But when I kept telling these men, hey, if y'all was all in the same room, some of you men wouldn't even be in that room. You would be like, oh no. Right? You would look around and say, no. Right? Not just based on looks, but I'm talking about, based on them niggas being goofy as fuck. Like the Manosphere meetup. Man, I couldn't wait until them niggas.
That was the drag of the year. Whoo, baby.
Man, when I found out they were gonna have a meetup, I wanted to go to Atlanta so bad.
Wait, them niggas met up in Atlanta?
Yes.
I wanted to peek in too, Bomb.
Oh man, Kevin was still alive and he didn't even show up. Kevin didn't. They did in Atlanta, hoping that he would, grace that he would grace them with his presence, and he didn't even do it. He didn't even really want to be associated with them men. And then when the pictures came out, man, even the other Manosphere men were laughing. They lost a lot of men in the Manosphere after that meetup.
Well, like the fight between what's his name? What's his name? The one who always called women German shepherds.
Oh, who he fought with?
No, not fought, but they got in an argument.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Afterwards, after it was over with.
Oh, they did. I didn't know. Are you talking about?
A city in
Oh, they did.
Yeah, what's that?
Minister
nigga
Jap. Minister Jap.
Jap beef with them after it was over with.
Oh, I
talking about where was Kevin at? Where was this person at? Oh yeah, all that shit. Kevin was filming a scene on a TV show. He said he want nothing to do with that shit.
So
that was in the same,
I was wondering why Minister Jap went, because I was thinking, damn, this is not Minister Jap crowd. Like, but it,
So did they have women there too? Or it was
just
no. You mean to tell me a bunch niggas had a slumber party?
Yes.
Oh man, come on, man.
Yeah, Dio came out there with that IT computers and shit. All that, and Dio, he got a picture of him when he was 15 years younger, looking skinny and shit. He came out there, he looked like a beach whale coming out there.
Theo looked like me from behind. Y'all know what I look like, what I carried behind me.
Man, bloated. He bloated. He talking about we'll have to meet up in Brazil. Okay.
I heard they canceled that too, huh?
Yeah, they're canceling that. Yeah, well, like they actually canceled the one in Houston. Because I'm about to show up over there, the one in Houston though. They went and canceled that. Huh?
So did these niggas, like, how did they dress, bro? Did they put on like button down and shit to go meet? So niggas was in the mirror, like put on their best fits and cologne and shit to go meet with a bunch of dudes.
Yeah,
and they supposed to be straight.
Let me see if I can find them.
Man,
little Big Nate.
Yeah, little big Nate. You know what he looks like? You ever watch Halloween? Dr. Loomis from Halloween. That's what that nigga look like. Michael! I can imagine him screaming, Michael! Michael!
I think he might have taken everything down. No, let me see. That happened maybe about 8 months ago.
Yeah, that happened around, I want to say, November of 2021.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Damn, that's longer than I thought. I'm bad with time, y'all.
Yeah, that was 6 months before Kevin died. That was 6 months before Kevin died. Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like he took it down. Took all the videos and everything down.
Well, actually, he was flagged. They flagged him off of YouTube for a while.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, because he making all them threats. Talking about I can kill you and cut you up and all that shit he be saying.
And little mini man was talking about cutting people up.
Man, wait. What he said when he said the sister George, that was bad. He talking about what he would do to her. He talking about what you do to Gabe. He talking about I'll cut your necks off and I'll shit in your mouth. All that type of shit. It was out of pocket. It was out there, man. It was like, man, yeah. I see why your channel was gone.
Yeah, but my thinking is, why y'all think that these men not already crazy? Like, but then I guess you know why y'all don't want to think that way, because when you realize that you these are the men you look up to and hang around with, want to hang around with, want to listen to.
What was the niggas supposed, like, what was they supposed to learn was they going to the Manosphere meetup to learn something? Like, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck do you need to go meet up with a bunch of dudes for in another city? What did they get like from physically being there? It had to be something in it other than just them seeing each other.
Yeah, it like the tech. They were doing that tech computer shit.
Yeah, but everybody wasn't into tech, so
right.
You know, so it was let me see the Black Manosphere meetup. Let me see if I can find somebody.
No, the Manosphere went up there to hang out, and then old boy just had some tech young men up there teaching tech. So it was really like two groups.
That nigga said to himself, like, he already knew what time it was. Like, I'm not just finna just go up here. I'm gonna try to find an excuse. So let me bring some computers. Let me bring some computers just to save face.
Well, the way he said it is the Manosphere leashed on his project. His project was he was having a tech conference for young men who wanted to be in tech and how to get into tech. And then the Manosphere just attached themselves with a Black Manosphere, just attached themselves to that to finally have a meetup.
Man, I would have put them niggas out, man. I would have put all them niggas out. I would have asked them, hey, nigga, how you hear about this and da-da-da-da-da? Hell no.
but these dudes was dressed like Randy and Jalen when they went on
Yeah,
T to G.
Here we go. Here
That's
go
how
the
they
video.
was dressed.
Yeah, here we go, y'all. Fair use, y'all. Fair use.
I like to say that what the Manosphere mean to me and what I'm seeing, one thing we all got in common is that we logical. This is bringing straight logic to the Black man, and masculinity is coming back. Masculinity is they trying to cancel masculinity.
Absolutely.
So when we get together, it's gonna be a bunch of women saying this is a bunch of dusty, this is a dusty convention, this is this, trying to discredit our masculinity. But not all of us have fathers, not all of us had good uncles. I got older brothers that say, you know, this channel right here changed my life. I just keep it raw, uncut. I keep it logical, keep it comical too, you know. But I just want to say thank y'all to everybody that came out and everybody who support me from the bottom of my heart. Thank y'all, because I done lost jobs, bitches. You know what I'm saying? Family members looking at me crazy, but I'm invested in this and I'm y'all's sacrificial lamb. So if y'all can't speak, I'm gonna speak for y'all.
Had no idea that this would happen 6 years ago. I was just trying to. I started out.
That's obsidian right there, man.
Yes, in a bathroom stall.
Who's that woman in that suit right there?
She don't look happy.
She look mad as fuck, man. What's she doing? God damn.
Looking like what?
That is not a woman. You wrong.
Oh, that don't look like a woman a little bit?
He just like he don't agree with what he's saying. Like this is some bullshit.
Yo, let me stop, y'all. Here we go.
I used the bathroom because it approximated a booth. So I'm literally sitting on the toilet talking shit.
Man, come on, man.
Look how short he is. When one of them men stand up, y'all gonna see that he only 4'11" too, like me.
That man looks so nervous being so close to him. Why?
Look at this nigga outfit though. They got on they got on dark gray slacks. Is that a silver jacket with a red button-up shirt? What the fuck?
That's bright red too.
He got that shit from his grandpa's closet.
Yep.
Right? Whether they be single or married, they thought about bettering themselves, but then at the same time, they were looking at.
Wait a minute, I recognize that voice. Wait a minute.
Right? Whether they be single or married, they thought about bettering themselves, but then at the same time, they were looking at what's happening in the community at large. They're thinking we could do a little bit better.
Yeah, that was my awakening going through the divorce. So I just was really looking for answers, and everybody around you, like the red pill knowledge and all of that. That's not common at all. It's not really spoken about.
What the Manosphere is meant to be is just, I'm a deacon in the church, and
I bet you is. I bet you the choir director too, nigga.
I know that's right.
Man, you wrong for that. Shit.
This nigga look like he about to start singing about patty pies, man. Come on.
Michael!
Look at this nigga right here, y'all.
There was something else I was needing, something else I was missing.
Michael!
Matt, there are.
He's shorter than.
Look. 1978 sport coat with leather patches, a pants that said 1984, and a sweater vest that says 1998. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Is that any young men at this shit? Let's see.
Lobbyists, and I've been doing the research. There are lobbyists that we can get for $5,000 a month, and we can.
Y'all heard that nigga? He said we could get lobbyists for $5,000 a month. He wanted men to start giving him money so he could get at least $5,000 a month. What you say? Boy, the scam, the grift is real.
That nigga say he done came out here to Atlanta. He finna get something out of these dumbass niggas.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth, I am. He needs somebody to pay his rent. Which one of y'all gonna do it?
Damn. These men, they hurt though.
Target a state. Let's say we want to, change a divorce. We want to change some type of we want to change
your underwear.
He going through menopause like me. You know how.
Hey, this dude got on the Nutty Professor outfit.
Is that why they all got jackets on? Because it's cold. They all got hot flashes.
Do y'all know how embarrassed they would have looked if Kevin did show up in that 3-piece fitted fucking suit?
Tailor made.
Tailor suit. Yes, tailor made. He would have made them look even worse than they look now. Because that's one thing I think we all can agree. In the end, when he started getting big, he did go get him some fucking suits, baby.
Well, see, that's why he didn't go to this shit. He knew how these niggas looked.
That's why he didn't show up. He knew. He knew.
He was like, hell no, I'm not going to this gentric ass group home. This is an old folks home convention. That's what this shit was.
He saw that in his Gmail and said, hell nah.
Man. And there was only a few of them, y'all. The way they tried in the pictures, they made it look like it was a lot of them. But then in the video, you saw all these empty ass
chairs, tables.
Hey, this could be a commercial for convalescent homes. You come here, we got good food. we give you these outfits.
So no women allowed. No women.
We can play cards, bingo.
That's right. Just the YMCA, just for men. The Y used to be for gay men back in the day.
Man, watch out, man. Where that shit come from though? Hey, why them niggas make that song about the YMCA like that? Like I never understood that shit. How the fuck was the YMCA gay?
It was for gay men. It was.
How though? Like they got basketball courts and fitness equipment. How the
we talk about the living.
The bathing stuff.
Yeah, the stuff
Like
where you
the
go.
hot tubs and stuff. Yeah.
It was a living
What the
facility.
fuck?
Okay, so the Y, y'all, was started out being a living facility for gay men who families kicked them out. They were able to come get a room. They would rent a room, and they lived there. And then, of course, there was the other area, where sports and they had day activities for the community. But that's what the Y. If you go look at the Y, people live at the Y.
Man, that would make that song even more fucked up now. Because
Yeah,
if
the
them niggas
lyrics.
sitting up there happily singing about it's fun to be at the and they done, and they homeless and they gotta be at the Y talking about it's fun to be there.
It was meant for gay men. It was telling them, "Come on, young men." Remember,
There's a place you can go. I said young men. Yeah.
I say young men. Yep, it was for young gay men.
Man, them niggas was out of line for that shit. I never understood that. Like, I know why. I seen like parts of the video, so I know why people was calling them gay. But I remember hearing the song and thinking, well, what's gay about the song? They telling niggas to go to the YMCA, but then you see the video and it's like, oh nah, nigga, we ain't coming if y'all show up like that. like I get it now. That's fucked up.
It was for men who were kicked out of their families because they were gay. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, something that a lot of brothers said they're going. We hire our lobbying firm. We find a friendly congressperson that, that's willing to work with us. Can you imagine the type of news, the type of press that would be if we could actually change a law? And you can do that by contributing maybe $10 a month.
Donate now.
This contributed
This shit can't be real, man. This nigga, they act like they them African kids over there. This nigga said
I was just about to say that. And you
$10.
too can feed a child for 10 cents a day. Yeah.
Here we go.
My grandmother used to say, if a lot of people give a little, nobody has to give a lot. And this law that in Michigan, we got no fault divorce turned around in Michigan. Do you realize the kind of press we would get, the kind of power we would have? And we don't.
Why do they? And even Big J mentioned it earlier. This no fault divorce. No fault divorce was created by men. And let me tell you why. Men didn't want to have to go and defend their cheating and shit. Right? So if they cheat on their wives and then the wife catch it with videotape and all that shit, she used to have to prove it. Which in one sense you would think that's the way you want it, right? But if you really was cheating, you didn't want her to be following you. You didn't want the pictures and videotape to be exposed, because once it becomes a part of the divorce, it's public record, just like the divorce. So the men were like, look, we don't like this. We're getting exposed. She following me. She got proof of this, right? And let's change it to just no fault divorce. If the woman wants a divorce, she ain't gotta, or the man want a divorce, they ain't gotta prove infidelity. They don't have to prove anything. So why are these men so angry about no fault divorce at all? If you getting divorced, nigga, you divorced. What do they think? So maybe Big J can explain to me what are they thinking when they think we don't like no fault divorce? What type of divorce do they want? They don't like that. What kind of divorce do they want?
I don't know.
They upset because it's the women that's deciding to leave before they want them to go. So that's what they always cry about, man. It's women, 80% of the ones filing for divorce. I mean, damn. Like, how you gonna cry about that woman leaving you, man? I mean, obviously she got her reasons.
So that's even if they got rid of no fault divorce, she still can divorce him. She just had to prove her point. But if he's cheating, she prove it. If he's being abusive, she proves it. Why anybody got to do all that just to get divorce from you, and she don't want you no more, or he don't want you no more. Period.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And they keep talking about how they're worried about getting married because they're going to get taken for their money. So if you're worried about getting married, then what are you worried about no fault divorce for if you're not planning on getting married anyway?
exactly. And what we gonna take from this dude? That jacket? He
You
know
Yeah,
that.
y'all gonna
glasses.
take that $10 a month that Minister Jackman. But
Yeah, we're
I'm
going to take the
tripping
soul
too.
patches off his elbows. That's what we're going to do.
That nigga look like he got vitiligo, but I'm tripping too because this nigga gonna sit here and mention something what his grandmother said. Do you think your grandmother would be proud of you being at that fucking meetup? Like if you went back to your grandmother and told her where you was just at, that she not gonna be like, baby, we need to talk for real. Like, you okay? Like, come on, man.
This nigga got on a t-shirt with a sweater, which means no collar, and this jacket. None of these colors match at all. I guess the patches on the jacket match the pants. This is terrible, yo. This is terrible. Yeah, my God. Here we go.
You have to ask permission to anyone for this. We just have to do it. That's it. And one of the biggest problems with black people, we wait for permission. You know, we're raised by our mothers, and women dominate everything we do and our thinking. Men aren't in the position they're supposed to be in. So we sit around waiting for permission. We sit around waiting for somebody else to do something that we can join on to. We don't have to do that.
DOD consultant.
Yeah,
DOD
but
Virginia,
Bomb, they
originally from
making a
Richmond.
case for women,
Born
for
there.
men needing women in their life. Because if it wasn't women, like when you talk about women, they dominate this and that. So if y'all made this decision on y'all own to go do this shit, clearly y'all needed a woman in y'all life to tell you, say, nigga, if you go to that shit, nigga, we done. Like, don't. if I told my wife, like, you know what I'm saying? If I told my wife, first of all, she think I was joking, but if she thought I was serious about going to some shit like that, she probably really would be like, man, I don't know. Like, we gonna have to figure some shit out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's come on, man.
And most of their people sit at home and they all want to see. And they ain't never had a Manosphere meet up after this. They can't get it together because who wants to be seen with these dudes? Yeah, I'm still waiting for a regular, decent one to show. Here we go.
Former Army vet. In 2 weeks, I'm an MBA, hopefully. So, so what the Manosphere means to me is, I was, long story short, connecting two dots, because when I was younger, I was kind of being the, as they say, educated, lame kind of weirdo in the back, and oh, you're a good boy, da 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 da. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm just doing what I'm told. And then, long story short, 25, 26, started going down the rabbit hole listening Ozzy to early Kevin Samuels, BGS, and more.
What the Manosphere, I don't have a YouTube, I do not have a YouTube moniker. What the Manosphere means to me is, for one, it shows the lie that I think society has told everybody, that black men don't build, we don't care about our families, all of us are dusty, shout out to O'Shea, things like that. And that's just not true. And I think that this gathering here cements that.
Show me where it ain't true. Show me where it ain't true.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He should have, he didn't look that dusty. And this dude looked like Kevin Samuels in the suit. Kevin must have, even though he looked like he worked at the morgue or something, but Kevin must have told this man how to dress, because this suit is fitting his ass, okay? Let's see him again.
All of us are dusty, shout out to O'Shea, things like that. And that's just not true. And I think that this gathering here cements that.
Is it just something I'm doing? Is this how the world is? And then you start to realize, start digging down the rabbit hole. There's a lot of stories like that. So I'm like, all right, it's not just me. So what's going on here? So the red pill was never, nothing red pill, just the Manosphere was never an awakening. You kind of realize, okay, this is how dynamics are. This is how the world is. I went through my red pill rage phase, but then after a while, you come on the other side, it's like, this is what it is. So he's like, all right, is it? You have to kind of go through it. It kind of sucks how most of us got here because something bad had to happen. I hate for it to be like that, but something bad had to happen. So just going through that, just being able to work through that,
Did he just
Yo, what
admit
the
that?
fuck is going on? This man said something bad had to happen. Like, what happened to these niggas?
That's what I'm about to
Exactly.
say.
It's
He
amazing how
just
they can
admitted
never
that
say what it is.
he just admitted that something bad had to happen. That's bad, y'all. Uh, they divorced. Um, somebody making them pay child support for their children. Um, yeah, them not being able to get a good job. They blame that on women. They can't get a particular woman. They blame that on women. So yeah, that's the kind of shit they talk about.
And that nigga, you know, he slept on the couch the night before because he had that suit laying out on the bed. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I really want to know, like, what are they talking when because when they said that, like, when he said that, they was all in agreement when that nigga said, yeah, you know, something bad had to happen for us to be here. Like, damn, I ain't know these niggas was like, this must be the ones that got the extreme tragic stories. Like they baby mama ran him over and like really whooped his ass and like literally just took his money. She didn't even file child support. She just beat the nigga ass and took his money. And that nigga showed up like, man, look, I know y'all niggas gonna feel me when I tell y'all about this. And they like, so yeah, I just wonder what happened though, man, what these niggas went through, because it had to be tragic. That boy's serious.
Yeah, he's serious. He dressed like he about to bury somebody who died.
Some of niggas got some of these dudes just got a DV shelter and shit and showed up.
That's what that music sound like in the background. Damn.
Right.
It's a sad meeting.
Somebody said, why would dude show up looking like a Kevin clone? He thought Kevin was gonna be there. I bet you they were mad that Kevin didn't show up.
Mm-hmm. That's what
They
I heard.
probably assumed he was gonna be there, but Kevin is selfish. If they wasn't gonna pay him to show up, he wasn't showing up. They did do it in Atlanta, hoping that he would, come and show his face, and he didn't. Okay.
Niggas wasted their money on their good lip gloss and all that shit. Kevin didn't show up. Imagine all the lip smacking they did when they seen that nigga wasn't there.
Khadijah said they wanted Kevin to show up, but Kevin was like, "I'm a bougie bitch. I don't go to Red Roof Inn." They are actually at a nice hotel too.
Mm-hmm.
There's pictures of they. But what's sad about the shit is that they had no women. This group of men. I'm gonna see if I can find the other videos because there's a few others. But let's listen to what the Manosphere meant to these dudes.
And understand how the world works and dynamics of how not only just like between men and women, but just people in general.
Also, I'm Air Force. I'm also a class of 17 graduate from the Citadel Military College of South Carolina.
Uh-oh.
And as far as the Manosphere, if I can describe the Manosphere, I would say it's a second teacher to me. The first teacher I would say is my dad, because one example I can give you all.
If I'm correct, is this Lil Nate? I might be wrong. I thought that was his daddy, the back here.
I think that's what I thought too. They so damn far away from each other. I thought that was Simba and that was Mufasa. Like, damn.
Yeah, I think that's his dad. In real life, that's his dad.
That's what I think too.
Watch when you say my first teacher. Yeah. When you say my first teacher, then you're gonna look back.
If I can describe the Manosphere, I would say it's a second teacher to me. The first teacher I would say is my dad, because one example I can give you all. I remember I was sitting in the car with him, and he told me as a teenager, maybe I was going in my early 20s, he said, if your mother had a child before you, you would not have been born. And I gotta say this.
What? Wait, what?
What the fuck?
Wait, what happened?
What the hell happened at this meeting?
Wait, okay, let's play it again.
If your mother had a child before you, you would not have been born.
If your mama had, I guess he mean.
He talking about the stepmama shit. Like his dad saying he wouldn't have been no stepdad.
Oh damn. Okay, that's what but that's Why would you tell your child that?
Exactly. That's the part I'm stuck on. Why would you tell him that? And he remembered that that was at a young age. Why would you say that?
Oh my God! I would not tell my child no shit. Look, y'all.
Wait, what did he
Remember?
say? I missed it. I stepped away. What happened?
Let me play it again for you so you can hear it.
I remember I was sitting in the car with him, and he told me as a teenager, maybe I was going in my early 20s, he said, if your mother had a child before you, you would not have been born. And I gotta say this, my mother and my father, I am blessed to have them. I don't know who I would be if I didn't have them.
I applaud that.
Man, what kind of fucking testimonial is this? This nigga had a man. But see, look, but to keep it 100, like looking at this dude, women would probably like him, and by looking at him. And, no, I'm just saying, like they would probably women. I wouldn't be surprised if girls like the dude. So what I'm saying is, like when I was saying earlier, it ain't even all about like how a motherfucker look. Like this nigga got to be retarded. You know what I'm saying? Like he up here giving a testimonial about I'm blessed to have my mom and my dad. Like nigga, you need to go to a Manosphere meetup to say some shit like that you got a mama and a daddy.
Yeah.
No, but the fact that he said that his dad said if your mama would have had a child before you, you wouldn't have been born.
Yeah.
What kind of shit is that?
And he's not even saying stepdad. He's literally saying if she had a child, which means if they had what, a girl or something before him, he wouldn't have been born.
No. He's saying that if your mom had a kid before I met her, we wouldn't have been together. So I basically wouldn't have been having a baby with your mama.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here.
Okay.
Yeah, nigga, you wouldn't be here. Your mama, you lucky your mama didn't have no children before I met her.
So he still would have been messing with her. He just wouldn't have had any kids with her if she would have had one before. That's messed up.
I don't know if he would have been messing with her, but it don't matter what the meaning behind it for real. I'm wondering why he told his son that though. That's like me going, if I go tell one of my sons, you know what? I was thinking about aborting you. Why would I tell if I was thinking about it and I didn't do it, then why would I go and share it? Like why would I put that on my son, on my daughter, or any like why? It sounds like
Because he's preaching the fact. I think the point is the dad was preaching the fact that don't mess with no women who already have kids.
Wait, say it again.
The dad was basically telling him, don't go and be with a woman who already have kids.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Basically, go get you a woman who don't have kids.
And what I'm saying is retarded about that. Number one is out of the life lessons you got from your daddy, like why in the fuck is that the shit that you bring up? I mean, it's stupid as fuck anyway. But like your daddy ain't taught you nothing more significant that you could have shared with these group of degenerate ass niggas.
Right.
No, because that's what they preach. They preach don't date women with kids. Right. Don't date baby mamas. So that's why he said he told them at 20 something, preparing them for, they're not dating people out here who have kids.
But he don't look like he got too many problems with that tight ass shirt. His semen probably restricted with all that. You know what I mean? He can't even move in that tight ass shirt. But what I will say, some women will date him just by his looks. He passable. But if his mindset is anything like what he just said, that's what make him undateable. His dad did it to him. That's what's sad about this situation is this nigga said he had a mom and a dad. What the fuck? And he's still in the Manosphere, talking like a fool. But anyway, here we go.
Here in Atlanta. That's right. The Manosphere is kind of the fraternity that I never had because I was not the cool guy in growing up. I was definitely a square lane, what have you.
Yeah, you still is, dude.
And obviously they don't know what a fraternity is because fraternities help each other out in a tangible way. So a fraternity ain't just a group of niggas that talk about dumb shit. Like if you coming out of college and these niggas be judges, police officers, lawyers, whatever they be, they set you up and get you right and make sure you straight. That's what fraternities do. So nigga, you ain't in no fraternity.
Right. And that's what they think. See, That's what they think. They think they found a group because they wasn't befitting to get in the group anywhere else because they probably wasn't accepted for whatever reason. And now they have found a group that accepts everybody. And here you have it. He always wanted to be in a fraternity. And you know, Kevin Samuels is the one who lied, acted like he was in a fraternity. And now these men want to be a part of his fraternity.
This sounds like the last get together at the summer camp. You know what I mean? Where everybody comes in and they talk about what the summer meant to them. That's what this sounds like.
This is sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's been
this is like one of them Jason movies.
Yeah. At the summer camp.
Yeah. But I'm waiting for Jason to come out.
And kill everybody up. Pop his ass up. Come on now. He always popping up the wrong time. Come on.
Look, H.D. Ball says sounds like AA to me.
Hi, Dan.
Okay, here we go.
And wait, one more thing. And then fraternities is not based on popularity. So if he went to college, he could have pledged. It's about what, 8 of them? So it ain't based on popularity. They even have like geek fraternities and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nerd fraternities. So this is a lie right here. Like, come on, man.
These are the men who didn't do nothing. That's what I'm saying. They didn't want to go to college. They talking about I'm the educated lame nigga. You wasn't no educated lame nigga. You were just a lame. They not the same. So
that's facts. That's facts. It's always them lame ass, dumb ass niggas. They don't even make good grades talking about they the educated.
Exactly.
Here we go.
My wife died, so I got 2 kids. But the what the Manosphere has done for me, besides awaken the Phoenix within, because it's hard to not be a monster in Atlanta, right? Now I just do it.
A booty monster, nigga.
No, I'm kidding. But definitely, as far as seeing how delusional women are, man, and I got a daughter, like, because I went from the Biggie Smalls, where it's like, raise my daughter with a college plan so she don't need no man, where it's like, this chick has got to get married. I got to get her, out the nest and get married up at 24, right? While she still got cash and chips and I got a little son, 14 years old. So the camaraderie for me, like you guys said, the fraternity, yeah.
Man, if I know no better, I would think this is the nigga who went to the DV shelter. Yeah, a little bit.
Wait, did he just say he had to marry his daughter off at least by 24 so she can pass her chips in?
Yeah.
This what this nigga said.
Man, I hate niggas like this, bro. Like I slap the shit out of niggas like that. Man, this shit retarded, man. And then sit up like talking about your daughter like that, nigga. Like, come on, man.
Dumb as hell. What BGS did, this nigga just told the room for a laugh about his goddamn daughter. That's not love. I don't know what this is. And that's why I can't stand BGS, because when he did that shit, called his daughter a thot, just based on the way she was dressing as a young woman. Right? She acted like a whore. She acted like a thot. I don't know if he called her a whore, but I know for a fact he called her a thot. And I was like, wow, my dad would have never done no shit like that. I would have been crying, hurt all my life after I heard my dad say some shit like that, y'all. Damn.
And I got a little son, 14 years old. So the camaraderie for me, like you guys said, the fraternity is amazing. Up my, my self-esteem was probably kind of in a dump because I got married young. I got married at 23, so I know nothing about game, women, all the jazz, etc. So I appreciate you guys for what you do. I appreciate where the Black community is about to go because of our leadership. Because, man, I tell you what, we've been weak for freaking years. But, I mean, now that you can stand up and lead as a man.
God, it sound like him. It's Cola in the chat, man. Cola, is this your husband? Didn't he have a trans at one time? He don't look, I don't even know. Oh, God. Okay.
You have the confidence to do it and understand the BS that we've been brought up on. That's going to change our community. So appreciate you guys for all that you do out there. I'm looking forward to learn. I'm looking forward to contribute whatever I can do. So peace, guys.
I could have sworn he did have dreads at one time. This don't look like him to you? It sound like him. I don't know. I'm a little. Okay.
This nigga 50 years old talking about self-esteem.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah,
God.
he was talking about his self-esteem and all that shit. Like, nigga, you come on, bro. Like,
Mr. Music said, when and where lame ninjas get educated. Lame mofos lazy as fuck. That's what it look. These look like some lames who, when they got older, they now found something they could do. A fraternity, right? Now they got a fraternity that takes any and everybody. A fraternity that's not doing anything, but they gonna send this nigga $10 a month though. So, god damn. Woo, baby. There you go. That I told y'all he got big hips like mine, baby.
Bob, but look at his chaperone to the left of him.
Yeah.
Boy.
Me and Verbal have that same hat. Verbal.
That nigga look like he was doing the feet and nails in that motherfucker. He was doing their feet and nails. That's what he looked like.
He didn't wear it well. Damn it.
He should have cocked it to the side a little bit. He would have been a little sniffy with it, but
not on that head. He wrong for that.
That's Theo right there. Theo is the one with the mic, y'all. He the one apparently paid for this. He paid for everything as far as the room. Huh?
Imagine if it was a bachelorette party at that same hotel or whatever. And the women, the women, they seen these group of men, you know what I'm saying? These group of black men, you know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of single women. Imagine if they all would have walked in that room, them niggas would have cussed them the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? Them niggas would have went crazy on them. Like, y'all got us fucked up. This our man time. Niggas done put on their suits. This nigga got his hat on. Y'all get y'all motherfucking ass up out of here, man. Like,
yeah, it looked like they would have been on. Oh no, this is not for you. Theo, man, look at Theo.
To give you some sort of idea, if you're bad in bed and you have no car, will you get girls?
If you're bad in bed and you have no car, would you get girls? And by the way, like y'all have already said, I think everybody up here have said it. These niggas are old. So what is he talking about? Girls should be women, but that's their mindset. They still stuck when they were young. That's the problem with some of them.
But how did those two even go together? Like, how did you go to two extremes? You bad in bed and you have no car.
Right. Like how you 40 years old and bad in bed with no car? No car. Like both of those things you can like work to acquire. You know what I'm saying? Like you can work on that shit. If you couldn't afford a car when you was 20, nigga, by 40, you should have been able to afford one. If you wasn't fucking right when you was 20, nigga, you should be doing your thing by 40. So why the fuck would a 40 plus year old man be worried about that shit?
But I wonder, is he saying this to say like you still should get a woman? Like fuck that you bad in bed, ain't got no car. A woman should still want you. I hope that ain't what he's saying.
I hope it ain't what he's saying either, because the ladies about to object. We about to object. Shit, here we go. Let's hear it.
If you're bad in bed and you have no car, will you get girls? If you're bad in bed but you have an R8, will you get girls?
What's an R8? Anybody know what an R8?
I don't know what that is.
It's a BMW.
Oh,
a BMW sports car.
So if you're bad in bed and you have an R8, would you get girls?
Yeah.
You
probably would, but the nigga that's good in bed gonna be getting that same girl.
Right.
No,
Or
what it is, no,
when
but
they
what it
sleep
is you
with
have
him,
a bunch of one night stands. Because after you
that's
fuck
what
them
I was
one
about
time,
to
you're gonna be
say.
like, oh hell no. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Shit.
that's what I was
That's
about to
it.
say. She gonna go with him, and then as soon as she see that he bad in bed, it's over.
But see, the problem is though, men don't take that shit as if that's something that they have to work on and have to do. And I think that it's a lot of niggas like that feel like whatever it is they giving their woman, however their performance is or whatever, like that's something that just gotta be what it
Wait a
is.
minute.
Like, nah, nigga, you supposed to,
Wait
as
a
a
minute.
man,
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Somebody came up named Yo. Hello.
I'ma find you. I am. I'ma kill you, nigga.
Lord have mercy.
Okay,
that's
Randy.
one of the niggas in the video. That's
Yeah,
one. That's the
right.
nigga with the sweater on.
Look, hey, that's the nigga that's bad in bed with no car.
Damn. With that fucked up eye. Yeah, damn. Okay, go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm saying like men act like whatever because whatever however they perform is just like that's what it is, and it's something wrong with a woman if she don't like give them some sort of leeway or grace or whatever. But now, like as a man, nigga, and if you got a woman, that's a part of your duties as her man. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel about it. You gotta take care of that, just like you take care of other shit. Like that shit is just important to me is paying bills.
And that's why these niggas are lame and lonely. Ain't no woman gonna stay around and you fucking bad in bed. She might stay around for a little bit, but it's just so she can stack up and get the fuck on, or she'll be fucking somebody else. Like
And
these
if
niggas,
you
like even the dude Jeff said that, like, oh, I don't give these bitches all the sex game because then they be stalkerish. Nigga, I want my woman to be stalkerish.
like as a man, who gonna sit there and accept that? Like you just walking around every day knowing that about yourself. Like damn, at 6 o'clock tonight, man, I'm gonna go disappoint my woman again. You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of pride do niggas have? That's what I don't be understanding, bro. Like
But see,
niggas
that's
ain't got
why
no
these
type
women
of
are not
pride about
submissive.
themselves.
But that's why these women are not submissive. What woman's gonna be submissive to a nigga that's bad in bed and can't provide? I don't know, not now one. Nigga, you putting it down in the bed and you provide, oh, she will be submissive. However, you ain't even gotta ask for it. She'll just do that shit.
And nigga, I ain't got no car right now either. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't got no car. But that other shit, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got to worry about. But I ain't got no car. But we good.
Oh man, here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Okay, but does it change your performance? Okay. That's right. So that's how you have to think about assert. You still have to be able to know how to do it, but you also need to have the cert to be attractive and be competitive in the market. So that's the first thing you have to think. So there's a lot of HR people, there's a lot of managers who only understand they have the cert. They have budgets and they have money. That's your goal, is to get the money, is to get the experience and actually go in there. These people will actually look for you faster if you have the cert. Now, when you have the cert, you actually, it's like you have an RA, that's good, you get the girl, but you still have to prove yourself in the bed, right? So it's the same way if you have the cert. You have to be able to solve problems. You have to be able to work. The cert just gets you in the door.
We talking about computers, y'all. This nigga done added cars and good in bed with getting a certificate. He's trying to sell this nigga lame in that fuck. Yeah. You know
Hey,
him
lame.
the cert.
Yeah, certification.
Yeah,
You
I
talking about the
didn't know what
certification.
Oh
He said,
God.
"Look, man, look. If you ain't putting it down in bed, man, just take this certification to her. You understand? if this certification don't do it, nigga, there's something wrong with her."
he's trying to sell them something to do with jobs. That's why he's talking about computers. And if he's trying to sell them for them to take a class so they could get a certificate in IT.
No, he's selling to pay him so he can help and teach you to go take and get your certification because
Right,
he
that's what I
can't give
mean.
them out. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to sell them that. So he's equated this certificate with them being able to get sex. And he said, so yeah, it'll get the shirt or get you in the door, but you still gotta perform. So wow. God damn, that's how you know he lame as fuck.
Just like the R8 gets you the date. Now you actually have to prove yourself. So what he is saying here is exactly correct. This is what I'm also saying in my course. You need to go out.
Y'all heard him? My course.
Yeah, my course.
My course. He's there to sell them something. That's right.
It sounds like this was
I'm going to sell them niggas something next year, Bond. I'm finna go off of courses next year.
What you said, Kira?
I was gonna say, what you selling them next year, Bond? Get in on this.
I sell them niggas nothing. Watch them go straight wherever they're going to failure. Yeah, let the men, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna buy shit from me.
Watch them fail.
Here come dumbass again, y'all.
Hey, but these are the same dudes that would pay for this dude course, but complaining about taking a woman out for dinner or buying her.
Hey, you hear that gun right here? Hey, hear my 4.5 right here, my 380. You hear that, nigga? Nigga, come in here. You hear my gun, nigga?
That's you popping that rubber on your underwear, nigga.
Hear my gun, nigga?
Clicking a stapler.
Hear my gun, nigga? I'll smoke you, nigga.
Out of here,
nigga, stop threatening people, nigga. Stop threatening people. I'm a real one. Stop fucking with me, bitch ass nigga. Stay in your place, you bitch ass nigga. Hoe ass nigga. Stay in your place, nigga.
Hey, go put on some clean.
Hey, you hear my
clothes,
gun right
nigga.
here, nigga?
You
Right here, 4.5,
Hey,
and I got a 380, and I got a 9mm. Bitch ass nigga.
Nigga, that's
Now,
not a
come to reality, nigga. Yesterday you was talking about you gonna come to my city, nigga. I'll kill your ass.
Hey,
Nigga. Don't ever.
this nigga over here clicking his keto balls and shit. Nigga, get your ass out of here.
You know what he doing? You know, he got on some undies like leak, right? And he's over there just putting the skin, pop.
No, this nigga over there, he popping one of them school staplers. You know, you click them down. Get your ass out of here, nigga.
I got a 9mm.
380 and all. Nigga, get your ass out of here. You'd have been shot yourself, nigga.
Look, Miss Kira said that sounds like Eminem's rattling. Oh man. God damn.
Look, I told this nigga slow. He can't have a conversation. He just come up here and say stupid shit and we're off the panel. Just slow.
We trying to have a conversation. You up here rattling your candy in your hand. Get the hell out of here, Randy.
Tell him, go bust a few in the air next time when you come on. So we know it's real. Go bust a few in the air next time.
You're
Go home, Roscoe.
Like what his name? Free Truman, who almost shot himself when his gun went off in his house. Who was that?
Oh yeah, True
Freeman.
Yeah, True Freeman. Yeah, shot the floor, playing around and shit.
Yeah, that nigga
Stupid
really
ass.
shot the floor by accident. God damn. Anyway, there we go.
And get projects, and there are all kinds of projects that we have on YouTube. I'm making projects myself in my course, and on the Demi, you have zillions of projects. So you still have to do them, but if you don't get the cert, they won't be looking for you first. The guys who get the certs almost always get looked at first, unless you have word of mouth. That's it. So you can, again, talk about red pill. You might be able to throw it down really good in the bed, man. You might be like the best guy ever with women. If women don't know who you are, who cares?
Where did you get out of?
Right.
Okay. She getting on my nerve. Let me see what else you gonna talk about.
I was $10,000 a month back then. That was back then. But what I did is I had a cert strategy plus an experience strategy. So I did both. Yeah. So I mean, it's all.
Yeah, man. Let me see if he got any more on this channel, man. That meetup, man. Mr. Jep looked like he lost some hair. Here goes some more, y'all. Here goes some more.
That boy Minister Jack
$1,000,
showed
this
up
whole
with his Uncle Phil.
$100,000 thing, that shit is a joke. You can do it on 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, whatever the amount of money you make. You maximize that, you budget it, you maximize it, you create an environment of peace for you, and anybody that comes into your space comes into your peace. They'll feel the peace that you create, and don't let anybody disrupt that peace. That's the message that we really should be pushing, is creating an environment of peace for ourselves, for Black men, to get you out of all of the chaos that goes on all outside your door.
Nigga talking too long. He talking about peace. Okay. Let's see what Crimson Curl can.
And I think it's important that I talk about.
Lord have mercy. I ain't even gonna do it. I'm gonna be good because she's a woman. Okay.
Is that the Kendra D?
Yes.
Oh, that's Kendra D. Oh, okay.
That's Bokeem Woodbine from Jason's Lyric.
Okay. Let's see. I think it was.
Oh, were you done with your Dr. Phil episode?
Yeah. Let me go back to it real quick. I mean, let me stop the share and start again. Is it? I think it was almost over, pretty much. But here we go, y'all.
Yeah, because he asked him that noose question.
4 delicious pieces of chocolate. 3 crisp.
Lazy boy, live life comfortably. Being a personal injury lawyer is about fighting for the
NFC Championship game.
I've been, my work has been at least in some
cause you want to join, a social injustice you want to protest, but you don't know where to start. Well, this is the place. Text PHIL, PHIL, at 88500. What do you mean you took the noose off of men? What do you mean?
What I'm saying is that I've been, my work has been at least in some way instrumental in preventing suicides.
It causes harm to women. You talk about suicide. What's the primary cause of young women dying in America?
You tell me.
Partner violence.
Yeah, because men are violent. We have a proclivity for violence. We have better trait aggression than we do agreeable.
You claim to have this great compassion for young men who you say are harming themselves. And yet, when I say to you, the thing that's killing young women is men, you sneer with such anger at me. And you say to me,
do you know what
actually men are
being
what the number
one way of men
So
being
men are
killed
killing
is right
men
now?
and men are killing women too.
It's not suicide. It's a male on male violence as well.
We've got some audience members listening to all this, and
What y'all think about that? Go sit your cross-eyed ass down somewhere, Randy SoCal. I ain't putting you up no more, nigga. Unless somebody wanted to come up. Anybody?
If old buddy said that after the dude was saying like most women are killed by DV and stuff like that, and then his response was, well, most men are killed by man-on-man violence. Then why the fuck y'all even addressing women? Like you defeating your own purpose now. Shouldn't you be talking about how men are treating men? Like what the fuck women got to do with it if it's the men that's killing other men?
You know what, y'all? Where is Aries? Anybody seen Aries in the New Year's?
I was going to ask that. Hey, everybody.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, I was going to ask that because, she's been missing for a while. I've seen her in the New Year, though. I've seen her in the chat a couple of times, but not like she
was here like last week.
Yeah,
she
was
was
here
last
last
week.
week. Yeah, she was here last week for a little bit.
I haven't seen her anywhere, though, for a while.
Yeah, because I talked to her. She was in the chat.
Oh, okay. Well, y'all see her, tell her I say hi, because I don't remember seeing her this year. I just thought about it when I saw Cola's picture. Cola, you know how I thought that was Aries. But anyway, you notice dude was like Yeah, but men are. That's what we do. We we are aggressive like that, basically. And then
He said naturally violent. That's what he said.
Naturally violent. And he smiled when he said it, like that's a good thing. Wow. But you're right, Moo, when you said, okay, if y'all harming each other, but see, they don't care. He's saying that that's natural. He's saying it's natural. But remember, he's the one who was begging for, or should I say, crying about them not being a place for, for suicide, for men who commit suicide. He made it seem like, yeah, it should be a man suicide month. And I'm thinking, if you want
That's
that, why not create it?
right. Like why didn't you create it of all people? Because you wrote that he the one that wrote that book. So if you got this huge following, why is that not, you know what I mean? Like that's the type I just don't see where women start to enter the conversation for these guys in a negative way, the way like where the vitriol and stuff come from. Because like I said, as men, yeah, in relationships, we do need like guidance and stuff or to talk to somebody sometime, you know what I mean? All that type of shit. But it's not on a level to where you should ever be talking about like how terrible women are and how bad women are and shit like that. Like it should always be about like, okay, well, what's going on? Like what y'all dealing with? If you've been there before, maybe you can help me out or some shit like that. But like all the shit he talking about with the suicide and stuff, like y'all need to stick to that shit when y'all dealing with y'all man on man conferences and shit like that.
I agree. I think this thing is almost over. Let's see.
See some of you really squirming. If you got a comment or question, raise your hand right now.
Hi, my name is Melissa, and I was just thinking how you were saying that women are more likely to be this way and men are more likely to be this way, but a lot of it is we are raised to be that way, and we without even having a choice. So I don't understand where you're coming from with that.
Okay, that's because you believe in social constructionism as a primary way of socializing human beings right now. You have natural proclivities as a woman, as a man, that are going to express themselves regardless of societies across the board. It's not all socialization, if anything. The nature versus nurture discussion in that debate has been over since the mid-2000s.
Nothing is all or nothing. Right. Is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that you have innate proclivities as a woman, as a man, that are going to express themselves. So again, as I was saying, in gender neutral societies, men are going to lean one way, women are going to lean another way. It's not because they were taught that way. It's because that's what their natural innate inclination is.
All right, we're out of time for today, but we'll be continuing this conversation.
What y'all think about that? Do y'all think? Because I think socialization is all. When he said the nurture versus nature conversation has been over, I don't think it did it end.
No,
I don't think so. I think that there's definitely both. There's a good book called Nature via Nurture. I can't think of the author right now, but it deals a lot with the nature of humanity, not just when it comes to men and women relationships and stuff like that, but it does play a part because across cultures there are certain behaviors in women and men that are the same no matter what the culture or what the upbringing. And so the nature does play a part in it, but nurture plays an equal part in it too, because it's been shown that people can and do change. Just like one thing that scientifically a lot of people don't know is why men are actually bigger than women. Early humans were actually was basically the same size. Men and women started off basically the same size, but men are bigger than women because men would fight over women. And so the bigger men would usually win. So the genes started carrying down. So that's why now modern man is bigger than women, because when men would fight for women, the bigger man usually win and pass down the bigger genes.
Oh, okay. So, and because women wasn't out there fighting, is that why she became more, not as big, or is that
Well,
what you said?
like I said, since the men were fighting like over the women, the bigger man usually won.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why now like it's common for men to be bigger than women. So I'm saying that when it comes to like nature and nurture, like nature does have something to do with things, but it does change. Nurture does change things, so it's an equal thing. So what he's saying is right and wrong, because nature is like that in some cases, but based on society, sometimes certain things can change that used to be um
Right.
considered just nature or natural to men or women, don't always stay the same.
Yeah, but is he right? Because even what he's saying, when they say that women have these natural roles, he's talking about like the gender roles. They taught us to be in the kitchen and shit like that. There's no nature that said, women, you gonna wash the dishes and you gonna take care of the kids. That's society right there. Because men could take care of kids too. Men could be nurturers just like women.
Right, and yeah, I agree with you on that. And so that's probably what he's appealing to, and that's specifically like gender roles. But like I said, that a lot of that stuff does come from nature, but it was created by nurture. So like say if my dad wasn't good at basketball or whatever, like something my dad had or didn't have. But if I get into that and I start to like be good at this and that, then I could pass that like down to my son, even though it didn't come from. So a lot of this stuff is just, it is social conditioning. It is social conditioning from humanities across cultures, but there are still some things that are like the same. And so what they try to do, even when they make the gender roles, is because most of the world is patriarchal in the sense that men had to go out, especially early humans, men have to go out and physically get it, then women would naturally be back taking care of the household. But we no longer live in a society to where women can't do on their own. So it's changing, especially here. Other countries is not necessarily changing because they still have they have a different system or set of rules in their society to where women I think in Saudi Arabia or some country, they just started letting women drive last year.
Yeah, but they let
So
women drive. But okay, so some countries, you're right, but letting a woman drive is them. That's society. That's not any. That's nurture. That has nothing to do with nature. A woman can drive.
right, what I'm saying is like nurture can create nature until you break the cycle again by nurturing something else.
Well, how can nurture? Okay, how can nature? Wait, say that again. You saying what?
Nurture can create nature.
Well,
So
how?
if you start,
Go ahead.
this is what I'm saying. So if you start conditioning somebody to do something, it can be passed down to where it's like stuff that's instinctual for a man and stuff like that. Like our proclivity to violence and stuff like that. That thing is nature via nurture. So because go ahead.
Now I disagree with that. So like when you mentioned the driving, society can say women can't drive, and then women don't drive. But that doesn't mean she can't drive. It's just that they won't let her drive. But you can give her the book and teach her the rules, and then she can drive. So that's society. So what I'm saying is, when you mention the basketball, passing that down to your son, that has nothing to do with nature. You educated him on how to play.
No, you can have certain genes, like you can start to like say that those type of things exist to where if I start doing something before my wife get pregnant, and I develop something that's like a part of me now that I do, you can pass that type of stuff down to your kids. So I'm saying like a lot of stuff was was nurture creating the nature. So if we grow if we grow up with women being more inclined to the gender roles that they have, it's not because from the beginning it's naturally set that, hey, women are supposed to do that. It's just that over years and years and centuries of this being what women do, it starts to become a part of the women by nature then. But if you're in a society where that can change, where women don't have to do that, then nature can change again, nature can change again, being nurture, because women stop having to fall into those roles.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true. You because everything you every example you're giving is just something that you have to teach. My mom or dad didn't have to play basketball for me to be good at basketball. Now, when we talk about genes, you talking about DNA. They don't pass down no basketball gene. They don't pass no. You don't pass down no how to wash dishes and nurture a child through genes. So scientifically, what you're saying is false. So, but there are things like height. If you're tall and your wife is tall, the chances of your children being tall, yes. But just because they tall don't mean they're gonna know how to play basketball, right? So
now you can pass down like personality and like skill sets and agility and all that type of stuff can be passed. A lot of that type of stuff is passed through genes.
no, your personality. That's how you. That's what you see. We end up becoming what we see. So if I see that my dad is hot-headed, hot-tempered, not only because I'm not his son, I'm his daughter, which means I could be hot-tempered just like my father. I don't think they said that hot tempers is passed down through genes, but it is passed down through nurture. So I can end up doing things that if I was adopted, this adopted family, I could end up damn near looking like them because my mannerisms would be like them because I learned that through watching them. That is called that's society.
But
Right?
you never seen children they never even knew a certain parent, never met them, never been around them, but they act and have a lot of things just like them. That happens.
What would you? Well, I guess, but not actions. Like yes, they could look like their mother or father. So what you mean? Like what you mean? Like give me an example. So I like what? Because I'm trying to follow. So let's say they didn't live with their mom and never met her, but yes, they could look like her or their dad. But will they act like her? How would they act like her? Because actions is like this woman and man who took me in could also be acting like her. Because the action is something we learn or something we just decide to do. So how are you? Like my mom, right? I could look like her. My mom had the blue eyes. I had the blue eyes. No matter who would have raised me, I would have had the blue eyes. But the licking of my lips that I do that my mom did, I do that because that's what she did. And even though I didn't do it on purpose, it's like she didn't lick her lips on purpose. I lick my lips constantly. Licking my lips. But if I lived with someone else and never been around my mom, could I been a lip licker? It depends on why. Like if my lips were like my mom's and dry, and that's why we lick our lips, then yes.
Like my son, my oldest son is my nephew biologically. Like he was my brother's son. So my brother walked a certain way. He used to, and he died when his son, my son, I know it's confusing, whatever, but he died when Jamarian was, I think, 2. So Jamarian don't even really remember being around him, but he walks like him. He has his same like pattern, the way he talks and stuff like that, a lot of mannerisms. So I'm saying I know you know this too, Bum. There are children that take after their parents without watching them, without seeing their parents, and they take on the same behaviors, mannerisms, and all that, whatever. So I read a book.
I read that single book, so I'm not an expert on this, and I'm okay with being wrong. If I'm sounding dumb right now, it's cool. I
I'm not
can.
saying
So what I'm saying is like, if anybody actually researches this, and that was about the extent of the research I did in this particular book, Nature via Nurture, they were saying that when it comes to like certain things, like even when it came to like playing the piano and stuff like that, if you were really into that, you can pass down like I don't want to call it a gene or whatever, but your kid can have a certain level of interest in that based on you having that interest and you passing that on to them. So it's not like a fucking piano or basketball gene, but your kids do take on things from you that you were actually like really did a lot or focused on or were really good at, or like I said, even down to your mannerisms and stuff like that shit is passed on. Even with like when we talk about when people start talking about like black people having what they call that, like suffering still from slavery, like the mental effects and passing that shit down. So do that shit not apply when black people talk about that? Is that not a real thing then? Because they talk about trauma being passed down then. So if you can pass down trauma, you can't pass down nothing else. Yo, y'all still here or did I cut out?
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry, y'all. I was
Oh
talking.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like things are passed down, bum. And so what I'm saying in society, what he's saying as far what people are saying when they talk about nature is that a lot of these things are passed down genetically because of like how we're wired, but they can change. They can change with the coming generations, and so nurture can affect nature.
Okay, so listen, this is the thing. Yes, things can be passed down through your genetics and things like that. Yes, right? Things can be passed down through genetics. But remember, they're talking about roles, gender roles. They're talking about things that we do. You don't pass down driving or not being able to drive. You don't even pass down playing basketball or not being able to play basketball. You don't pass down any of those things. Those are not genetic traits. Now, you could pass down being tall and then you can learn to play basketball. You could be what they call a natural at it because you're tall enough and somebody taught you how to shoot that ball. You got to understand it, but that's not passed down. So now, yes, there are many things that can be passed down. Attitudes, people say it could be where I can act like my mom, even though I didn't live with her, or could this person just claim that I act like my mom? Like I think that's subjective. I think when and remember, I'm looking at it from the basis of what these men are saying, and they aren't saying that hey, this woman is acting like, they're saying that we supposed to wash dishes because we supposed to wash dishes. And you, based on what you're saying, I'm hearing you say that if in a society women wash dishes, that eventually
That's not what I'm saying, no, bum. What I'm saying is what what I'm saying is like there's certain like mental things about us that are at our core that causes us to be a certain way. And so like how they say like when they talk about women a lot, they say that women are looking for like stability and a provider. Like they naturally want that from a man. That's natural in a woman. So when that type of stuff is passed down, when that's passed down, that's what leads to being in a position to do the gender roles. Because
yeah,
if a
but that's
man is
wrong what
supposed,
you said. But you don't pass down.
I'm not talking about passing down the actual gender roles. I'm saying that mentality is what leads to that passing down like that mentality or those, like I said, I don't want to call them genes or whatever. That is what leads to the gender roles.
No, that's culture though. So in our culture, if women were supposed to be submissive, which submissive, that doesn't mean she was born submissive. She learns that. See, they teach us this when we kids, especially girls, right? We start learning from being little girls with them giving us baby dolls. So the submissive thing is culturally instilled in us. And then when we get out of place, they spank us and tell us little girls don't do that. Or they tell you little boys, right? If you fall down and start crying, they tell you get up, boys don't do that. Stand tall and fight. All of this shit that it has to do with this gender role, all of that is socialized. That is culturally what they tell us how this shit go, and that's what we do. And then the men are saying, no, you looking for a man because that's what women do. But no, that's not true. That's not true. What make y'all think that we
I'm
go
saying
on?
I agree with that, Bum, but it becomes a lot of that stuff, and I'm not talking about the exact acts of like a woman washing dishes is passed down. I'm saying the risk taking for men, the proclivity to violence for men, the all of that stuff, like that type of stuff is passed down. Like that's in our brain, that's in our DNA. And so that's what I'm saying is passed down. And that's what leads to the gender roles. I'm not saying that the gender roles are passed down, like the washing dishes and cleaning the house is passed down. But if the mentality is a man is supposed to go out and provide and protect, and a woman is supposed to keep the home, like there's a core, like there's something in our brain. I'm sounding dumb because I don't know the terms,
No,
and I
you
ain't
don't
trying to
sound
like.
dumb. You're not sounding dumb, but I do. You don't sound dumb. So I understand what you're saying, but I do disagree because I think I'm not sure if you understanding nurture and nature. Like nature means boom, like you born with that, and nothing gonna doctor it, you know. Unless I guess you grow out of it, I guess, but you born with something. Nature means somebody taught it to you through culture, socialization, media, whatever. So what I'm saying, the color of my eyes, yes, hereditary, I got that from my family. But the way I blink my eyes, yeah, even though people might say I blink just like my mom, that is because that's what I saw, right? So when you say that women, first of all, I don't even know where we get this from, because with black women, I'm still waiting for a time in which y'all are saying that black women were not in the fields working just as hard as black men. When we doing slavery, we was out there with you, and so when you even say women, you know, were taught to be submissive, that's nurture. That is not nature. I could be just as mean as a man.
Right. It is nurture. And that's what I'm saying. Like nurture is what causes nature, is what I'm saying. Because it takes either it can take down to one generation to break certain like things that are a part of somebody, like a part of their build. And so anyway, I got you. I'm gonna let you have it because I'm being redundant now, but I got you.
Well, anybody else want to come up and share? Because I listen, I agree with you as it relates to, yes, there are things that genetics, right? Hereditary. What I disagree with the fact that we can learn something so much that it becomes now a part of our genes. I disagree with, so, because that's what I'm hearing you say. I'm hearing you say that if women for a generation or two become submissive, don't drive cars and just do this, that, and third, that eventually her DNA will switch to that. Now, bodybuilding, shit like that, I'm still saying even that, like you said, at one point, the women and men were the same size. But even our size then had to do with our environment. That has nothing to do with a woman becoming submissive and not needing to fight. That has to do more with environment, right? Like, for instance, black people got wider noses, white people got smaller noses. We know that why that is, right? It's the environment in which these people live for decades, if not centuries and hundreds of years. So but based on what you're saying, we can, if women start playing basketball and the men stop and we do it, you're saying in 2 or 3 generations, all our girls will want to play basketball. I'm saying it's not true. Just like if you've always had women who didn't like men. They've always been by homosexuality in our communities. So based on what you're saying though, we shouldn't have some of these things based on genetics and things like that. If culturally it's against our culture, right? It was bad, it's negative, it looked down on, but it still exists. It just wasn't to the forefront.
I'm saying this, Bomb, and I'm gonna read more on it because, like I said, I'm gonna go back and read it, and maybe we can come back to this conversation again if you ever interested again. But this is what I'm saying, and from what I read when I read that, and it explained much more in detail that I can't remember all the words and details now. Is basically saying that if, like, say if I'm into whatever, whether it be cars, basketball, football, boxing, I joke a lot. I'm a jovial person. I have certain mannerisms. It's saying that if I create a child, that even if that child never sees me do these things, that something, a part of them, like I said, I don't know the words right now because something, a part of them, like shows an interest in that, or like is quote unquote like a natural at it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying like that does exist. I believe it exists. I'll go get the info though. I'm like right now I'm not equipped to have the conversation and make it make sense. So I'm gonna just concede on this one.
Okay. No, you don't have to concede. We just say we'll come back to it because I'm like I said, there's nature, which I agree that yes, without me knowing that my mother played a instrument because she did it when she was young and she was good at it. Could I be born and have that talent, right? That talent of playing that instrument or be interested in playing that instrument? Yes. But I don't know if you consider that. Is that what you give me? Like,
So that's what I'm saying about like, so across cultures, and this is what I mean. I'm not saying that a woman, like if your mama, I'm not saying like that washing dishes and cooking is like the thing that women are being born now, like that's a part of their DNA, quote unquote. What I'm saying is like the fact that we still live in a patriarchal world for the most part, and women are like, you just had feminism, like the feminism be able to create certain lanes for women to come in and be able to do a lot of things that men were able to do. I'm saying that's changing the DNA or what is hereditary about who women are. It's hard. Like I said, I gotta like this. It's not that the so-called the direct thing that women are doing and gender roles are passed down. It's like the nature of it, like what causes. Anyway, like I can't. I'm sounding.
Hi everyone.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
I'm well. How are you, Mom? It's been a minute.
Hey, yeah, it has. Welcome to the. So you come to explain it for us?
Yeah, because something like that did happen in my family where my mother had adopted 2 children, a boy and a girl, and she had them from the time they were infants, so they knew nothing of their biological family. And so we pretty much raised them, as Baptists, even though we weren't practicing Baptists. We do believe in Jesus, and things of the sort. But the oldest girl, she was drawn to things like witchcraft and voodoo and Wicca. And, coming from a Baptist background, that's all sinful stuff and stuff. But to make a long story short, she was able to reconnect with her family, and her father her biological father practiced those things right along with a few other cousins and things like that. So I'm not sure if
how old she was when she was practicing this.
she began to become interested when she was in high school.
Right. So see, that's what I'm saying. In high school, we all remember the group of kids who wanted to do Wicca, when the black lipstick, the black. And in fact, they had The Craft and a few movies that come out that was very influential to our kids.
Mm-hmm.
So she ends up liking something, and then we find that her father likes it too. But that doesn't mean that she got that through her genes, though.
Okay.
But
So
boom, like I said, my son acts just like his dad, his biological father.
Right.
And he never, like I said, he don't remember him. He only know me as his father, but he act just like my brother. And every time people like meet him, he's 23 now. My brother died when he was 21. So wait, my bad, 22. His father died when he was 22. My son is 23 now, his father. So when people see him now, they say, damn, like my brother name was Man. They like, damn, man, that's Man all over again. Not just the way he looks, but he only knows me as a father. A lot of all that shit was passed down without him even, like I said, being around my brother like that.
Even your example could be explained, because I'm quite sure, even if you and your brother don't look alike, but your nephew look like his dad, you and your brother may have same, y'all may walk alike, y'all may not look alike. You got and other people in the family, he sees these things. But even that though, walking and shit like that and talking is genetics. That could be through genetics. You're right about that. But we talk about the actions and the things that people end up doing, or some of the hobbies. You know what I mean? That is nurture. That is not nature. So you in the same family. So I'm quite sure people look at you and your brother who passed, and you probably have a lot of the same. Y'all grew up in the same family. Y'all got the same ways. He just looked more
Nah,
like
I wouldn't. That nigga wasn't nothing like me, bum.
I'm
My
not
brother
talking about
never.
you.
Oh, okay. He never get no trouble. He was, he married his mom when he was 18. Took care of he died taking care of his family.
Yeah, but see
But
those things that you're talking about right now, that's not through nature. Those things are nurture. The attitudes that we have, the way we act, whether we good or bad. Yes, my mother may have been good like me, but that don't mean that I got my goodness from her. You know what I mean? That those are two options that we are. We either rowdy or we quiet. Like, so I'm not understanding, like, and I'm reading something right now, nature versus nurture, and they describe nature refers largely to our genetics. When we talk about genetics, then there's a lot of things that are genetics, like the color of your eyes, even the way you walk, whether you're short or tall, the color of your hair, how long it grows, all those things are genetics. So your nephew could very well look like his dad and act like his dad in many ways. But nurture encompasses the environmental factors that impact who we are, and those from early childhood experiences. And they even found that even a baby in utero, right? In utero, like when they're in the belly, that they could be learning from their both parents. If both of them, the baby's listening to their mother, listening to their father, and learning things even when they're in the belly. That's the thing about it. So the way you raise our social relationships, our surroundings, culture, movies come out. Y'all know movies, y'all. That helps little girls and boys end up learning things that even their family may be not into. And that's where that the thing with the Wicca and voodoo or whatever. That's where that came from. Because that, you know, you might have a child who's into werewolves and vampires. Well, there's movies that were out teaching kids this.
But I would, being that she was heavily influenced by us, I just found it odd that she would gravitate towards that because again, even though we didn't practice it, we really are Baptists. She was baptized in everything, or christened and everything. And for her to gravitate towards that and then to discover that her father practiced that type of stuff and a few other relatives, I could see where the gentleman was making some points.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying, but no, there's examples. Like I've already given examples of why she would. I mean, there's only but so many things these teenagers gonna get into, and depending on her age, I could almost assure you, like depending on her age, I could go through movies and tell you what. These are the options that I bet you these kids fall into. And the craft was big. And then they made another craft, right? And the kids started getting
Okay, I
into.
see you're right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Nah, don't give her that. Don't give her that. She bum. Nah, bum.
Even I love the craft. I love
Those movies were popular. I didn't even
Yes.
think about
And
that.
what about the Twilight? Twilight was huge. What about the Hobbit was good. And what's that other one with the kids with the
Harry
magic?
Potter.
Harry Potter. These are things our kids grew up on. And so you could have been religious, but Harry Potter is against your religion because magic is against your religion. But that's where the kids were falling because of these movies.
She got that magic from her daddy, bum. It came from her daddy.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do agree that when it comes to teenagers, man, don't y'all agree that most of us, not everybody, we pull away from what our family's teaching? We want to go with the cool kids, or we want to do something totally different, just to even show that we are an individual. Like I don't want to be. I know my family's religious, but I'm not. I don't want to be religious, so I'm gonna do something totally opposite. Especially if she decided to be a little ornery, now she gonna go to something that's totally opposite. So I don't know what because you haven't told her was she a problem child or was she purposely trying to make her own way and look different. But if she was, she gonna do the total opposite of what the family is doing, and that would make sense that y'all are religious, and she goes straight over to Wicca.
Well, no, she wasn't a problem child. She loves studying and, she graduated college, and things of the sort, but she was just very attracted to that craft, and then and we were like, where is she getting this from? Like, but yeah, the movies, all those things, they could be a bit more influential than the family.
Right. They are very, no matter what, even if like she going to church with the family, not looking at too much TV, but see when they sneak off and go to school, yeah, they doing their own little thing.
So everything else can be passed down, but y'all getting in that damn kitchen.
Yeah, well, getting in the kitchen, the reason we get in the kitchen because people got to eat, but that's not passed down. And even then, you notice that my grandma or my mom taught me how to cook. So you saying that cooking is just something we know how to do when we born?
Nah, I'm just saying like we I'm saying like there's certain things like that there's differences between women and men that I think are passed down is all I'm saying. I'm finna go take a shower though.
Okay.
I'm gonna get back on later, yeah.
Okay, have a good one, baby. What do y'all think about the women who are like their dad? Because I look like my mother. If y'all saw my mother, like I look like my mother, except I'm lighter than, but when we was kids, we looked just alike, but I'm more like my dad, though. So what happens when it's the girl who's like her father? And that happens a lot. So are we saying that, are you saying that I'm like a man now? Like I'm, because, I'm more like my dad because that's who, I don't know, maybe I favorite more. I don't know. Maybe it's because that's what I wanted. Remember, I told you I was a tomboy. I could have been more ladylike like my mom, but I don't know why I kind of decided to be, I was a tomboy. I wanted to be out there playing. I didn't want to be sitting in no house playing with the easy baking oven unless we all was playing with it. You know what I'm saying? Nisha, the craft was my movie too, man. Did you see the newest one? Man, the latest one. I think I'm not sure when it came out. I have to look it up, but it was good. It was good. So my mom is the best cook. She taught me, but can I cook like her? Nope. Yeah. Until we have to really, when we get their recipes and we figure out how to do this and do that. But that's taught. So yes, there are many things that is passed down. Lots of things, right? I think when a kid is tall and the dad played basketball, right? Because remember, isn't the young man who died, the basketball player, wasn't his daughter a basketball player too? She was about to, you know what I'm saying? So I think what happens is when your parent is a basketball player, football player, whatever, and they have children, I think the kids want to be just like their dad or their mother, and then the mother or dad get out there and help them get good at their sport. But I don't think that anybody is born naturally with the gene of playing basketball because they haven't found a gene, a basketball gene. They haven't found a cooking gene, and they haven't found. So that's all I'm saying. But I do agree that, and it says here. Let's see what it says. Let me share the screen. Let me see. Present share screen. Keep popping up. Okay, here we go. Debate of nature versus nurture. It said some philosophers such as Plato and is it Desocrates? What that is, y'all? Descartes? I don't know. Suggest that certain factors in inborn or occur naturally regardless of environmental influences. Right? These are people way back anyway, but this debate has been going on for forever. Somebody said it was already solved on that thing, and that's not true. Let's see. Theories such as Bon G. Watson believe that people could be trained to do or become anything, regardless of their genetic background. Let's see. Advocates of this point of view believe that all of our characteristics and behaviors are a result of evolution. They contend that genetic traits are handed down from parent to their children and influence the individual differences that make each person unique. So that's one. Behaviorism is a good example of a theory rooted in the belief as behavioralists feel that all actions and behaviors are the result of conditioning. Yeah, that's when you condition to do certain things. But let's see. Okay, one example of when the argument of nature versus nurture arises is when a person achieves a high level of academic success. Did they do so because they are genetically predisposed to elevated levels of intelligence, or is their success a result of enriched environment? So did they achieve that because they like to learn? They like, and when they like to learn, people encouraged them to learn and gave them every opportunity, every material that was needed, and encouraged them to read and learn. Okay, so okay, the argument of nature versus nurture can also be made when it comes to why a person behaves in a certain way. If a man abuses his wife and kids, for instance, is it because he was born with violent tendencies? Or is violence something he learned by observing others in his life when growing up? So that's another one. You wonder, did the kid learn? Did he inherit that violent streak, or did he learn it? Like a man, a boy who watched his dad beat his mother. When he grow up, and if he ends up beating his wife, do y'all think he was born with that, or do we see that it could be that he watched it, and so he thinks that's what men do, and that's how he react when he's angry because he was taught that. Let's see what else. Now let's find one when people let's see, nurture. Okay, psychologists coined the term nature versus nurture and eugenics, right? And believe that intelligence resulted from genetics. Galton also felt that intelligent individuals should be encouraged to marry and have many children, while less intelligent individuals should be discouraged from reproducing. God damn. I'm not. Oh, look, I'm gonna leave that one alone. I ain't gonna say shit. So they got something called behavioralism in social psychology.
Bob, you know you was talking about Randy. Shit.
Randy should not have children, baby.
Him and all that other dude.
So here go to one about personality development. Let's see, there is, and I think this is what some of y'all was saying. There is some argument as to whether nature or nurture plays a bigger role in the development of one's personality. The answer to this question varies depending on the personality development theory you use. According to behavior theories, our personality is a result of the interactions we have with our environment, while biological theories suggest that personality is largely inherited. See, that's why, even though I was disagreeing with him, I wasn't telling him he was wrong, because there is different theories, right? And that's what I was saying. Remember when old dude said, yeah, they've already come up with the answer to nature versus nurture. And I'm saying that that's not true. The battle, the discussion of nature versus nurture is still very a conversation people are having, because there's different theories of it. And I understand why some people could say, well, hey, like he said, his nephew was like his dad who he never met. So that could, from one argument, right, of the biological theories, that they're saying that's true. But then like I said, it could be that, but he's still around the family, right? His dad, even though he's not there, he had a dad and a mom and brothers and sisters, and I'm quite sure there might be some brothers and sisters, or the mom and the dad, which is now the grandma and the grandpa. One of them may be the one who passed his dad the genetics, or the way he act and his personality, which means his son could have gotten that from them. or he could have gotten it from his dad, just like you said. So that's why I wasn't telling him he was wrong. I was just saying I disagree, and basically what I'm saying is that the argument still exists, and I think it's a little bit of both. I think, but remember, my basis is about what the Manosphere are saying. They are saying, ladies, because I know some of y'all you came up to agree, but based on what these men are saying, we wash dishes because that's what we supposed to do.
Well, I don't agree with that. Not at all.
That's what women supposed to do because that's what we
No.
supposed to do. That's our gender roles, and that's the argument I'm going with. But as far as just having a discussion about it, I think I agree with both. I do agree that whether I met my mom or not, I could be just like her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Because, things like being depressed, I found in my family, y'all, we have depression. It runs in our family. And so I found out my mom was depressed after I found out I was depressed. Then when we go back, she says, well, yeah, there's some other family members where it's just depression, and so that's when I was like, well, damn, okay, this I learned early on that alcoholism, depression, and things like that run in the family. So I don't touch alcohol. You see?
Mm-hmm.
I don't
What
really-
Black folks, we call them generational curses.
Yeah.
That's what we call it.
Yeah. So I even though I was disagreeing with him, I wasn't fully disagreeing, but on the theory in which these men, was talking about, I disagree with that wholeheartedly, with the gender role bull crap.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, how you doing? Mixing made easy.
Yeah, you can call me Angie.
Okay.
I'm well. Thank you so much for asking.
Yes.
I won't complain at all. How's everybody?
Everybody's good.
Oh, good,
Everybody's
good,
good up here.
good. How you doing, Bomb? It's been a minute since we it's been almost a year since I've been up on the panel. I make a quick in and quick out.
Just come in and come out. Just come in and come out. Nothing wrong with it.
Yes, indeedy.
People are always welcome to come in. So,
well, thank you for having me. I certainly do appreciate, being able to come up, at any given time and just share a point of view and have a dialogue and go back and forth. Things like that.
And we do it with respect. See, that's why I don't want people to be scared to come up, because I know y'all see me get on some people, but I promise you it's because they're driving me crazy.
Yeah, I heard you. You can breathe fire sometimes.
It's driving me crazy. They got me running around rabbit holes and shit and chasing them and trying to pull them back into reality. Lord have mercy. When old dude said, well, there's a epidemic of what he said, cream pies being thrown at universities. I was like, what? Was you here for that mixing?
No, I wasn't here for that.
Girl, I'm not lying. Somebody, to make his point, he started talking about cream pies be thrown at universities. And I was like,
what does that mean?
Woo, Lord. Oh, and don't talk about when he mentioned, so he was like, yeah, you women, you able to go back into your, so he, and I'm talking about Big J, right? Because he gonna know I'm talking about anyway. Mm-hmm. But Big J came up and he was like, well, he was talking about something. He mentioned how, I was like, hey, when you look into the real world, or women, when women tell you what we like, y'all won't listen. All of us are different, right? What you like mixing, and I like maybe totally different.
Mm-hmm.
That's good for the men.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if I was a man, I would be like, oh, snap. So you mean there might be a woman who might like me even though I'm shorter and thinner or bigger? So I encourage the men. I want the men to know we all like different things. Yeah, there might be a woman who say, you know, I don't like them big men, but then there's some women who gonna like big men, right?
Mhm.
So that's me encouraging them. He comes up and he says, well, that's not what they told me when I was 20. I remember, you know, he was like this young woman, you know, who expected him to be tall. And I said, Big J, why y'all do that? Why y'all go back to when y'all young? The girl's young or the young woman's real young and you young. You're almost 40.
Mhm. Let it go.
Yeah, let it go. That's what I told him. And you know what he told me, girl? Sister, let me tell you what he told me. He said, well, Bob, you don't say that when these women bring their pastors against us. And I said, what are you talking about? Yeah, when they mentioned it, you know, when they were young and they were sexually assaulted.
Hmm?
Girl.
What?
So in this instance,
No.
we're talking about a man.
Wait a minute, he said that?
Wow.
Yes, girl.
Yes, he did, Charze.
Wow.
I was like, what?
Really?
Then, you know, I
That's
did.
a
Mm-hmm.
traumatic time. I don't know even why he bought that.
Girl, he brought that up.
Yeah.
So he was
Mm-mm.
comparing the fact that some girl, young woman, he was young, so I could say a young woman, told him that she preferred taller men to women who were sexually assaulted and don't want to mess with certain men. And I was like, well, a young lady or a young boy or girl, whatever y'all we want to state, because y'all confuse me with this female shit y'all don't like. But anyway, whoever gets sexually assaulted, I said that's traumatic. So yes,
Yes, it is.
that's
It
gonna
is.
carry them through their life.
Yes, it
It
is.
is. I didn't know he said that. I think
Girl,
Mm-hmm.
yes, and then I
Yeah,
probably
he
got
said it.
louder because I didn't say that I was raped, and then I go into and yeah, that shit still affects me. And I'm in my 50s. And that happened when I was like 18, 19 years old, y'all. I don't know. I was young.
shit. That
Okay.
shit happened when I was 7, and I still remember that shit. So what are you talking
Wow.
about?
Yeah.
So and that through everything, and that's what he does. He pushes real hard. What the hell a woman saying you're not tall enough got to do with a woman being sexually assaulted? A woman who don't want to deal with men, she don't want to deal with men. If she don't want to deal with men because what happened to her, she got every right to. Then he's like, but Bob, what about the man? I said, you got every right to deal with who you want to deal with or not. I never told him he couldn't. I don't know why he make it seem like I'm over here telling men not to deal with this, not to do that. Even with the passport rule, I don't care if a man go overseas and have fun. That's not even my argument. My argument is these passport
That's
rules.
none of our
It
argument.
sure
Right.
ain't.
My argument is a dude who advertising women like he's a pimp of them,
Mm-hmm.
telling men to come over is how cheap it is to have sex with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Are
they,
you messing with a homeless woman?
oh, that
Shit.
thing right there, that man needs to go to jail, y'all. I don't even know right there. But anyway, so and so I ended up getting in him a little bit, you know, and then he was like, don't disrespect me. I'm like, then so some kind of way we got to uh where I'm the guy on the video I was playing, he said something about, yeah, he's right when he kind of said that masculinity is attacked. And if he go to a university to speak, there's always somebody in the audience who disagrees with him.
And throwing
And
cream pie.
no, he said
Oh.
disagrees with him. And Big J is the one who says they throwing cream pies. That's why I was like, God, I was pissed off at it. But there is a
There's an epidemic.
epidemic
Of
of
cream
cream
pie.
pies being thrown at universities. Man, I'm like, dude, you think I'm stupid? An epidemic? A whole epidemic for real? Man, that shit got crazy.
I mean, I keep hearing it, masculinity is under attack. And my question is, who is attacking it?
The men. That's what I
Exactly.
keep
There
telling
you go.
There you
Ain't
Yes,
got
go.
nothing to
there
do
you
with us.
go. Other
Bingo.
men.
other men. That's what I kept
They
telling
calling
myself.
you simps and they calling you who doing that?
There
Women
you
ain't
go.
doing
We've
all
been
that.
telling
We
them
ain't
it's
done that.
them. It's other
Men is
men.
calling
It's
you
not
simp.
women.
The guy on the Dr. Phil show, he was like, "Yeah, men are deleting themselves," and so I paused and I said, "Well, that's true, right? The men at a certain age are deleting themselves at a large number," and I said, "But what is the cause?" And Big J like,
Hell,
"What?
they deleting
The
you.
men.
Yeah.
The men are the cause for men deleting themselves.
Mm-hmm.
A man who think he's failed, and the reason he think he's failed is based on what these men are telling him. Like he don't have no children, no family, or maybe he did have a family, lost him because she divorced him. Like these men are harmful to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
almost like we need to put a straight jacket on them and put some duct tape on their fucking mouths and put them in a corner
Mm-hmm.
for the rest of their fucking lives. Because if you telling men that you have to do this, have to make this amount of money, you need to be doing this, and yeah, if your wife left you, oh my God, oh shit, you shit, you in a bad situation. Then when this happened to these men, like he said, nobody's there to pick them up. But who in the fuck's supposed to be picking up men?
Exactly. Other men.
Are the men supposed? So if the men educate these young boys that hey, your life ain't over just because you got a divorce. Do you hear these men when they say, "Yeah, you women are divorcing us"? Oh yeah, you making it. Listen, people fall out of love. People
Mm-hmm.
get divorced.
Mm-hmm.
It
You,
happens. Get over it.
Mm-hmm.
we women, this shit is hard on us too. We're not deleting ourselves though.
Mm-hmm.
We
But I
just
think that's because we tend to reach out and support each other. We're a bit more we're ready to support each other more so than men are.
yes, and
Uh,
that. So the men
Mm-hmm.
are shitting on each other, even like you said. So many, my husband really calls so many simps, just basically
Yep.
he's married
He sure has. Yeah.
and not arguing with me and telling people how he beat me and make me do this and that he sit at the head of the table and all that shit. So they call
Yeah.
him
They
simps.
call themselves
what
all
I
the time.
this is when I find that men will support each other when they're coming against women, which I find really odd. You know, when they'll create a whole sphere,
Whole thing.
a whole sphere to come at women. This is when they'll support each other. And I'm just like, with all that kind of energy, so much could be done if they would support each other in a healthier manner. Our children would be going to better schools. Our neighborhoods would be better ran, but they're too busy pointing
Talk
fingers
about them black bitches. That's all. Them black bitches.
with
That's they
with weaves and well, bruh, there's so much going on aside from us trying to look pretty, right? With our
Mhm.
weaves and our nails that you could be focusing on. But you have created a whole sphere again to come at us to point out that we're wearing weaves and stuff.
And when white women, Bomb just showed a video yesterday of white women put weave in their hair.
Mhm.
You can't make it up. It's sometimes I look at them and I'm like, y'all just tragic for no reason.
Yeah, it's bad, and they're hurtful to themselves. And we as women, they then tell us we making the men soft because we do. Like I like to talk to the men and try to get them to understand so they won't harm themselves, so they can have some hope. I'm over here telling Big J it's not too late. Hey, you're a cool dude. Hey, you can find somebody. He's the one who said, "Well, no, I've given up." Wow, like I never heard my dad, uncles, or nobody say they given up. Even if they had, in a hard time, they could have had a little slip of, what these men call masculinity. I wouldn't know it because he didn't do it in front of us. But Then
Yeah,
what we
that's what
saw
I'm
him
saying.
do
I
is
don't
get,
understand.
yeah, they got his ass up and went and did what he had to do to take care of his family. These men don't want to take care of families. I'm confused with what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Do they want a woman who is a feminist because they say they don't like it, but then they say they want a woman with 50-50?
And that cracks me up. That cracks me. You know, I just got out of a relationship with a 50-50 girl. You talk about headaches. That man was a headache and a half. I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I'm not ready for a relationship. I'm done. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
So when you say 50-50, was it down the line 50-50 for real?
Down the line, we going out is 50-50. But the thing about it is, you coming back at me talking about I'm, not doing anything to support and I'm like, you know what? I'm the woman in this relationship. Listen, you're getting on my nerves, bruh. I was like, I can't.
How many of us women that done so much while we doing so much when in the argument they tell you ain't doing nothing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking to myself, what? You mean every day I get up and take care of these kids and change diapers and clean this house and clean clothes and wash clothes, go to the laundromat? 'Cause back then we have we had to go to laundromat back in the day. You mean all this shit I'm doing? You mean it ain't nothing? Because I must be in another world where I'm doing a lot. You know what I'm saying? And so the 50-50 thing, I don't suggest any woman do that, ladies.
I agree.
Do not do it. If anything, yes, you could be in a relationship and you can help out.
Mm-hmm.
But never call it a 50-50 because that shit is not gonna work. Eventually, it's gonna end bad.
Mm-hmm. It's almost as if that, she she going in 50, maybe I can get her to go in 60. Let's do 60-40. Oh, she doing 60. Let's see if I can push it another. It's like, you know what? Next thing you know, you putting in 100%, and it's like, dude is just sitting there talking about you ain't doing enough. No, no, no. That's not sexy. Not at all.
Not sexy at all, huh?
Not at all. Mm-mm.
Ladies, if you want to try, don't try it on no real relationship. Try that shit on a date, a couple dates maybe. But you ain't gonna like it. He not gonna like it neither because I ain't gonna lie. If I had to give where it was a relationship where we named it a 50-50 relationship, I'm not talking about because I'm married. So I don't mind when I get money. Shit, it goes to the pot.
Mm-hmm.
And if I need to go in the pot, I'm gonna go in that motherfucker pot. And if I don't, then I don't. So but we don't have nothing called 50-50. So it is what it is. But if I was in a relationship where we were going 50-50, and I got mad at him for whatever reason, it could have been he could have asked me for more money, or it could have been anything. When he told me, "Can you go fix me a sandwich?" I'm like, you go fix your own sandwich. If we got mad, and if we got mad in an argument, I wouldn't feel like he can't kick me out, right? We like roommates in this bitch.
And that's exactly what I told him. I'm like, yo, you looking for a roommate? And no, I can't. I'm not doing that. I can't, because the way you're getting set up. Because if you're doing that with this brother, then where's the extra funds going to who?
That's right. If you giving your 50, he give 50. That means he got another 50 somewhere. Where that shit going? You would wonder, even if it wasn't going. I'm not saying that he's spending it wrong or anything, but you would wonder where it's going. So look, somebody say being submissive damn sure wasn't passed down. It actually was to you men. Okay. you soak the shocker ass niggas.
But I come from a generation where, and I'm not, you know, I don't know how old the women are on the panel, but I think you and I, Bomb, we're pretty close in age, right? And I remember, you
And
know,
I think
growing
I'm
up,
older than both of y'all, so I know. Shit.
you know, I remember growing up and seeing the men in my family hand that check over.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about some real submission, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, they going out, and then I seen my grandfather do it to my grandmother. I seen my father do it to my mother, and I had a host of uncles who did it to my aunt. When they got paid, my mother got paid, my grandmother got
Facts.
paid, my aunts got paid. Okay, it wasn't they handed the money over; they submitted that check.
Yep, they sure do.
That is true. I don't tell them that because you know I don't want to hurt their little family feelings. But they do. That's why they say my granddaddy he didn't do right. Yeah, they messed us up. Yeah, and because they talk about their granddad, but you know back in the day though, a lot of the women knew how to read.
Mm-hmm.
So when granddad came home, he gave her the check, and then she would then pay the bills, make sure all the bills got paid.
Mm-hmm.
Um, even though he gave her the check, they were a family, you know? They were a family. And today we got men. I don't understand what's going on. It's a lot of I don't understand. I just
There's a lot of retard shit. That's what
yeah,
they
it's,
are.
it's
Yeah.
crazy. They're not thinking about families. They never think about
Mm-mm.
coming together to love anybody. They just keep talking about submission, submission,
Mm-hmm.
submission. But if
But
you love someone, you're not trying to enslave her and shit.
exactly. I mean, the way they envision it, you got to work your 8 hours, but still submit to them. And they don't give you the check, though. They're not giving you that check. Even because you got to you got to do the 50-50 with them and be submissive. They don't give you, well, where do we win? What do we get from this?
Now, how? Oh, you be submissive to your boss, and your boss tell you to do something, nigga. I'm getting a check. Shit.
Well, you know, there
What
was
you think I'm gonna go in there and cuss him out? I'm gonna go in there and cuss the supervisor out.
you know, I mean, they when they started saying, okay, well, you're gonna go out there to work or whatever the case may be, you handed over those reins. So now your women are submitting to corporate America. What do you want from us? What do you want from us? I would
Everything they want us. And we got some women on here teaching women to be really slaves for real.
Mm-hmm.
Older women,
Mm-hmm.
you know. Look, lady, she said non-bomb, bad built bodies can run in the families. That is true. You know? But I don't think that runs through. It could. I don't know if it's genetics or it could be nurtured. Because remember, if my mom is big and she cooks a certain way that made her big, and we as the family, we're gonna get big too.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be actual genetics. I think it's culture because the women on my mom's side of the family, we're big, and culturally, we the same culture, and we eat the same foods, and that's just what that is. But it could be genetics because I think they did find that it could be now with DNA we know a little more about
That a
ourselves.
person can be built up bad, and then the other person they get it from the
Yeah, but
mama.
remember these days you can have surgery and get built right.
Yeah.
So shit, what we gonna consider that? I guess that's nurture right there, huh? That's
Yeah.
culture. I don't know what they're gonna be called, but a surgery. It could just be called
Yeah.
surgery.
You ain't got no booty. You can get some shit.
You could get some booty, baby. You can go and get some booty. I don't recommend it though. I
That
wish I
shit
could give y'all
dangerous
some of
stuff.
my ass. Listen, If y'all, I wish y'all could stand in the line and I give you a pound of flesh right on my booty. Here you go. Oop, you want the booty? Here you go. I'm passing out ass, ladies.
If only it were that easy.
I know that's right. Oh man. Just passing out some ass. Come and get some. Shit, free. You get a pay. No, but yeah, this was a great conversation, man. I went over to Dr. Phil Manosphere conversation. That's what we was talking about.
I caught a
Was
little
they
bit
a
of it.
Manosphere? Was they Manosphere? Was he a Manosphere?
Yeah, this was the guy, the Godfather of Manosphere. Get what they said his name was. Al. Wait, no, I have to go look in the video. But so I signed it.
Tomasi, yeah, that's what they were talking about.
Let me see. Let me see what his name was. I'll rewind it a little bit and see. The first dude had had like a penis. That's what made me want to show it. I don't know if y'all saw it. Let me see.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Let me show it to you. I'm not even joking. It was bad. It was bad. Let me see. Media file. I did. Oh, did I save it?
Oh, you didn't put up Andrew Tate picture, huh?
Yeah, I got Andrew Tate right now, but this other little dude. Let me show y'all. This shit was, I was like, I'm gonna share this shit some kind of way. I said, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Woo, Lord, let me show you him without. Okay, so let me share.
I was wondering why you was on StreamYard.
Yeah, because it wouldn't let me do it on Zoom. Is it? It wouldn't, like, it let me do the audio, but it wouldn't let me share. Let me see. Here we go. So this is the dude. Y'all see him?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna play a little bit of it. You see, you got that hat on.
Yeah, because I was about to say I do not see the penis. So
don't worry, you're gonna see it.
Okay.
Yeah, give it a second.
Is a man who builds valuable things. That's where his masculine sexual energy comes from. So a man's going to judge a woman first and foremost by how fertile she is. That's why men care about a woman being soft. Men care about a woman being pure and healthy and nurturing, good at cooking, cleaning, and all that jazz, while women care about a man's status and a man's value, because that shows how good he is at building things, how good he is at taking care of his body, being strong enough to protect her and her children.
Notice he got a
It's
hat
not
and
unfair
everything.
that men care more about looks than women do. It's just how nature designed us.
Now, you already said nature designed us where women don't care about looks, but is that
And
true?
that's a lie.
That's a lie.
Yeah, it's a lie. I don't even know why they tell that.
They really believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he think he gonna be able to get a woman. Now, why? You notice he had the hat on the whole, all through them, all them pictures. Here he come though. Dr. Phil was like, nah, bro. You gonna have to take that hat off. I bet you he fought. I bet you he fought to keep that hat on. Look at this shit right here, y'all.
Wow.
What?
So you understand women?
Yeah.
Oh, child, no. Poor thing. No. Now see.
Oh my God. I told you look like a egghead, like a council patient looking like an egg. His head look like an egg.
Oh my
God, you don't see that point at the top of his head.
Child? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it.
Oh Lord.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, damn. And he gonna talk so arrogant, like as if he's the perfect man.
How do you understand women so well?
Oh, just life experience. I've put myself out there a lot and had my fair share of learning. I've read a lot and experienced a lot of different perspectives and did my best to put them all together.
You're a sexual energy coach.
Yes.
Oh my
Sexual energy
goodness.
coach. He made up that.
Wow. I didn't even know such a thing existed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Created that
Sexual
shit.
energy coach.
Yeah, man. They making up all kind of shit in the Manosphere. And what's worse though, you notice when he asked him, "Oh, so how do you know this?" He said, and he never said I dated a woman. He was like, "Well, I put myself out there, and and I learned a lot, and He
And
needs.
then that nigga look short. Damn.
But yeah,
Is he short?
he does look like a little puppet.
He look like a little puppet. Damn.
Yeah. Oh my poor thing. I kind of feel
He look
bad
like
for
one
him
of them munchkins and
because he's
shit.
putting
Damn.
himself out there, and I don't think he pulling.
He
Oh
ain't
yeah,
pulling on women.
yeah. He an incel.
Mm-mm.
Even when he's not dating anyone. And I think that the film gonna ask him like, but how do you know, if you're not? But we went through this whole video, and yeah. So the Manosphere, the Godfather, the real Godfather Manosphere is this guy here. Let's see,
How old is that dude?
which one? That guy?
Yeah,
He
he the
looks
godfather.
young.
No, not him. He's not the
Oh.
Godfather. Him.
Oh, okay.
This guy is, and he's on here. He's here. It's Rolo or Rollo.
Rolo Tomasi.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there you go. So is he wrote a book, and he said he'd been here since in the Manosphere when he started in 2002, and so he gave some background, and it was always about women. But to see the thing about the Manosphere, the white guys, they're not beating up on their women.
Nope, they sure not.
You heard that young man say, "Yeah, I'm looking for women. I want her to be fertile. They want to have
Mm-hmm.
babies. They want to have families and shit."
Yeah.
So, but they still have the misogynistic thought process. But the thing is, we've always had men with misogynistic thought process, so they're not a danger to us. That's why they've been here for as long as they have. It's these black men who think, oh, they think they like the white men. They think they're gonna be able to get away with what they're doing for too long. They should have kept that shit on the low, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But now they come in and talk about, oh, we mainstream. No, you ain't mainstream, but yeah, you're gonna
Well,
end up
the
in
shit that you doing is mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So that's what we was talking about today, and that's how I ended up on StreamYards because I had to. Zoom
And
was
I just don't understand how, the black manosphere in particular decided to wage a war against the women in their group. Like, we're just trying to survive like everybody else.
they're angry. They're
Yeah.
angry, and they keep saying that they. I don't know why, because they do have a lot of men who was trying to put them on the right track, offer them the information that they might need, so we could do better. I think this is a time in society where black people could be doing good things.
Mm-hmm.
We could be trying to catch up. We could be doing things to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, we just in a whole gender war. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, it is, bomb. It's tragic. It really is. I think that we could be utilizing our time and effort and energy to be doing better things, especially for the kids coming up.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm in the hood, and they're building up, and you don't see too many black men on those construction sites. And I'm like, growing up, that's all you used to see were, at least that's all I used to see were black men on construction sites and what have you. And that's few and far between now.
These niggas want to be dating coaches. That's all the fuck they want to do.
That's
We got
right.
about 20 million dating coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Remember somebody said up here earlier that the men keep talking about they built this country or they built the world, but then the men who really probably was really doing that job, construction, building things, why do the ones who don't do that type of thing, why do they get credit while they're
Yeah.
sitting at home on the internet talking about we built? No, dude.
Good question.
Your fat ass ain't build nothing. Angry man always holler, I build, we build. What the fuck you build? A fort in your mind?
Would you build a fort on Fortnite? What'd you build? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he built watching um Black Panther and
Yeah.
the Avengers and
Thanos or whatever they call it, you want to be.
and
You know,
those
he
Nah,
always says,
nah, bomb. He built up that stack of books that he never reads.
them cyclopedians that he talking about.
Look, Queen of Cali said 20 million dating coaches and ninjas still losing.
Yes, look at 20 million.
Stay losing.
They're even going overseas and getting kicked out.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Oh.
And getting
Man.
exiled. Who does that?
Either
Man.
they get kicked out or they get deleted. Shit.
You know, I think the most pathetic sight for me, I don't know if you ladies are familiar with, hold on. I don't know if you ladies are familiar with a group called Carbonation.
Oh yeah, combination. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, the leader of the group was given $300,000 and they ain't got nothing to show for it. I'm like, you know what?
Is he
That
still
nigga
in
in
jail?
jail. Yeah, he's
He's
still in
in
jail.
he's 300 grand, and you're in uh, a country where you could do a whole lot with that money,
Mhm.
and y'all ain't got a thing to show for. I said, you
Cause
know
they
what?
gave that shit to him.
And you want to lead who, where, what?
You saw what he
They
led.
never
He
say
led the
where.
women into fighting each other and ended up in jail. That's
They had more than 300,000, but where you leading us?
mm,
What? Where you leading us?
Cause he was taking their money too, right? They was donating all their money to him.
Hmm.
mhm.
That's some shit.
I bet they were.
He would
All
have
that
got a
money.
dime out of me.
I'm like, they ain't grow a tomato. What?
Ain't that something? Nature boy, but he ain't growing shit.
Okay, not you ain't grow. You had all that, child. And
Girl,
y'all talking about you want to lead us. Where? Where you leading us?
shit to hell. Shit, I can do that myself. I don't need you to
Just
give me some.
For
I
real.
said the hell.
Mhm.
I can send my own self to hell. I don't need you leading me. No nothing.
Right? I
Shit.
know where it is. It's to the left.
Yeah.
Head on down. I know where it is.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's a great example though. Um, that some women decide to be real feminine. All them ladies was beautiful, young.
Yes, Lord. Can you talk about it?
Oh
Mm-hmm.
man, and they gave
Gave,
of themselves.
gave them babies in the whole nine.
To that
Yes,
And
idiot.
what did they get in exchange?
Nothing but diseases
youth,
and everything else.
diseases.
Diseases,
Mhm.
Talked about,
humiliation,
dragged all
gossip.
through the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm-mm.
That's the leadership of that. That's that black man leadership right there.
Hmm.
Mm.
And that's what we supposed to submit to.
Yeah.
Hell
Child.
no, I don't want it.
And I ain't gonna be with no
Mm-mm.
bunch of women. Shit. Fuck that shit.
And then that's what the men want too.
Yeah.
That's why they don't talk bad about Nature Boy because they want to be able to have many women.
To do what with
Shoot,
it?
we don't kick them out and get to work. Shoot, what they
For
mean?
real. All that money, all those resources, all those men. And
The
they
men's was now
have
them men's was
nothing.
weak as them men's was weak as fuck with him.
There
He
was
was
some other
Yeah.
fucking
shit,
them.
'cause he
He
was
was
busting
fucking
out
on
the
them.
pole too. They was
He was
saying,
tearing their pussy up too. They was getting bending their pussy over too. It's a shame.
So where they leading us, ladies?
Nowhere. Like I said, to hell, but I can do that myself. Shit.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to say to hell.
While their brethren is online talking about our weeds and child.
But you see, like I said, none of them, you don't see none of the Manosphere talking about what happened to their boy they just buried yesterday. They ain't made no video about him, about what them cops did.
that's terrible, y'all.
We're busy steady warring. Look, all we trying to do is survive. We trying to take care of the kids y'all left us with. We're trying to keep the ladies,
Yeah.
I stop in mid-sentence because I get so frustrated.
Right.
because as much as I want to rest in my femininity and I want to be soft and I want to be, you know, I can't. The dude that I had to break up with, brother told me he don't want to be nice to me because he feels that if I get used to it, he gonna have to keep it up. Well,
What?
my
Yeah,
dude.
you should have went on. You did what you did. Bye, tear your motherfucking ass. Bye.
I was
I'm
like,
out of here.
I
I'm
said,
out of this
see,
motherfucker.
no, I told him no, you must think that on my forehead says newborn fool.
No,
Like
you did.
Nah, he think it say boo boo the fool. What the fuck?
for real, I
If
was
I'm
like,
nice to you, I don't want you to get used to it.
you
But don't you want me to be nice
Ain't
to
you
you?
supposed to
What
be?
the
Ain't you
fuck?
supposed to be nice? I
for
Exactly.
real.
mean,
Don't you want to be nice to me? You
I,
narcissistic.
I was like, that's what we're supposed to be to each other. We're supposed to be each other's soft spot.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're supposed to be to each other. Now, I don't expect you to be nice to everybody, but to me, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Better be nice to me. What the hell is it?
shit,
I
you got to
had,
fight out there in the world, and then come back and fight there too. That's some bullshit.
like I
Hell
said,
no, I'd have kicked you out.
because he was one who looked the manosphere kind of junk because he didn't want to be a simp. I was like, then why are you out here trying to meet women? What is
Yeah,
your end game? What's the end goal here? What are you doing? Why are you
I
wasting
can't
people's
believe it.
time?
Those of these men, listen, y'all. I foresaw it. Our community is gonna be destroyed. Okay, these men gonna regret it. They're
Oh
gonna
yeah.
delete themselves. So in the
Mm-hmm.
next 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
these men gonna be deleting themselves because they're getting older, right?
It's
Um,
coming faster than that bomb.
the
I thought it
younger
was 10
ones
too.
are going to be deleting themselves because they are not going to succeed, and so then it's gonna take a generation, a whole generation, and then we'll start coming to our senses.
Yep.
So if you got boys, if you have sons, make sure you grab them and educate them
Mm-hmm.
right,
Yep.
because they're gonna get caught
Mm-hmm.
up in this.
Yep. If
Some
you
of them
don't,
don't even want to get caught up in it, but they're gonna get
yep,
caught
but
up.
they're gonna get up and yep, they're gonna get caught whether they like it or not. You're gonna get caught right in it, whether you like it or not. Yeah. You better tell your sons the truth and let them be
I tell
honest
them
all the way
niggas I
through.
rest in my grave before you talking about some resting in some femininity with your ass.
Hell yeah. I'd rather be dead. Hell no.
Mm-mm. We saw what that looks like with again that Nature Boy character.
Mm.
Had them women on their knees with their hands out. It was just a mm-mm. saying that a man should beat a woman and literally did go upside their heads. Had how could
Yep.
they rest?
I seen Nature Boy one time. He went to it was a video I was watching. He was in Atlanta and he was trying to get in the party, but they wouldn't let him in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't let him and the women in. So he goes back to the car and he said, "Forget it." And then some people recognize him, and so they're like, "Hey!" And then he make them women get on the ground and get on their
Mm-hmm.
knees just so he could show off to the bypassers that he could make them do whatever he want. And see that type of dude right there is where I would have been like, even if they thought he was God, when he did something like that, I would have been like, wait a minute,
I would
God
have showed them
couldn't do
God
nothing like
shit.
Mm-hmm.
this. Why would God show
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
off? He don't have no need to show off, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Man,
He'd have
oh,
met God. That's what that would have been.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. God
Since
gives
he,
you free will.
but
God,
since
God.
he God,
God gives you a
why is
choice.
he in jail? Why is he in
Mm-hmm.
jail? Since he's supposed to be God, you should be able to get out of jail. You God.
he
Mm-mm-mm.
took that woman, held her hostage. That's how spoiled he was and
Mm-hmm.
stupid he was. Because when she said she want to go, he wouldn't even let her go. You got enough women. Why are you keeping her? And then you thought you were going to lay some pipe on it and thought that was going to change her mind. But that didn't. She did what she did so she can get out of there. And as soon as she got a chance, she ran. And yeah, she went
Mm-hmm.
to the authorities as she should have.
But you know he had a white girl and she wound up killing her mama.
She sure did.
Mm-hmm. I think he had 2 of them.
Yeah, this one wind up killing her mama.
Yeah, I heard about
Mhm.
that.
Like,
Yep, from Canada. Mm-mm.
things that I witnessed there helped me to understand that they ain't ready for leadership at all.
No.
And to have
Yeah.
so many of them supporting that kind of behavior, I was like, I'm scared.
Mhm.
Because you got people, men, donating to this kind of craziness.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing, so was your guy our age or was he younger?
50. 50.
Oh,
Ooh,
He
50.
probably, she said he got a hold to the manosphere. He probably, a
Sure
lot of them
did.
do get a hold to the manosphere. It's over.
how the hell old man don't know no
Mhm.
better though?
50. Uh-huh.
Damn, yo.
Yep.
Mm.
You see why I like the tenderoni shit. I can deal with them.
Yes, girl. Listen, maybe that's the route you gotta go with these tenderoni with the younger men. Because if the older one's gonna be just as dumb as
Dumb, you might as well just get
you
you a
might as well
young
give
like this.
Exactly.
and you,
Exactly.
God damn.
Goodness gracious.
You, you gotta, where you located at?
I'm in the Bronx,
Oh,
New
okay.
York. The
Yeah.
hood, ladies, the hood.
You gotta, the hood. Listen, girl, look, it's about to get hard for every goddamn body. Okay, the electric bill done went so sky high. I'm over here thinking to myself, what the hell? Okay,
Shit, they ain't even got no bread. Shoot, we couldn't even find no bread nowhere. The person came saying, "Hey, y'all ain't got no bread." I said, "Yep."
God, it's getting crazy.
Yeah. And
Um,
it's getting crazy. And a gender war is something that we cannot afford and all this here craziness. But they got time
No,
for it, though.
we
mhm.
can't even have them to protect us like they supposed to be policemen, and they up there beating another man to death.
Child. I
That's
mean,
What kind of leadership? Y'all supposed to be in leadership. Y'all up there acting like hoodlums.
for real.
mm-mm.
And sacrificed their whole jobs, their careers, their pension, everything.
For what?
For what? For what? Like,
Mm-mm. I want to know.
it's
Like
I know them other dudes ought to be mad. Shit, they didn't think they would go get in trouble.
mm,
You done fucked up our whole situation.
mm-hmm.
oh man.
Killed the brother.
But this other
Killed.
boy said he beat it. Some boy said he was walking and he didn't know they was police, because they didn't announce it and then they was in a regular car. But he
Mhm.
said he got knot and stuff all on his head from them beating on him.
Mm. Yeah, didn't he call the police? The reporter. They
Yeah,
said
and they didn't do nothing.
twice. They didn't do nothing. Mm, it's crazy, man.
It really is. It's like, mm-mm. Child. And then they going, what is it? They got the passport now.
Them idiots.
They dragging with their women from their own groups for filth overseas. I mean, you can't even make it work with the women here. How you gonna make it with the women that don't even speak your language? What are you doing?
But they don't even want to marry them women. They're not marrying them women. That's what are you going over there for? The American women don't cook. Shoot, them women don't cook either.
Okay, I cook. My
No,
mama
I'm just
cooked.
saying that's the lie that they telling. But them women ain't cooking either. Y'all not marrying them women. Y'all just going over there to lay up with them women. That's it.
That's all. Like, they gotta
And if
be
you get them
kidding.
pregnant, shit, ain't nobody gonna know. They don't know who got them pregnant.
I mean, their whole identity seems to be entrapped in their penis.
Yeah, that's it.
Maybe we need to go around and cut it off.
You gonna make a whole lot of women mad now.
Wait a minute, but you know, old boy said his shit
You gonna
was
make a
big
whole
as
lot
them
of men
shrimp.
mad. Shoot.
Look, old boy said his shit was big as that shrimp.
He sure
Mhm.
did. He said
Little
that.
shrimp dick. Yeah, Holloman. Yeah.
Man.
This bigger than mine. I what?
Oh man, I hope he was joking, man. I just hope he was
He
joking.
wasn't
Dude,
joking,
you was a
especially when he said,
baby.
"Don't worry
You was
about
a
it."
little
Nah,
baby.
he wasn't joking. Little
Look,
inchworm. He wasn't joking.
I ain't gonna talk about it. I dated an inchworm. He wasn't that bad, lady. So I'ma just shut up.
Look, it's not like like we all have said to the men. It's not the size that matters in a lot of cases. It's how you work it.
yep, and some of them can't
Like
work it.
yeah, but like, yeah, that's right. Like in the video we was playing
They
of
tender
these
dick.
manosphere men, the manosphere meeting, and the dude was like, "You don't know how to, you don't not good in bed, and you don't have a car. Why would he not good in bed? He must know that they're not good in bed. That's why they. I guess that's why they in the position they're in. So I can imagine a man who in the manosphere, but he knows he's good in bed and he don't have no problem getting women, but he ended up in that meetup. I wonder how he would have felt, man. That would have been just so hilarious. When he'd be like, I don't know about you, but look, I'm good in bed. I got a car. He would have realized that's not his group of men.
Yeah, I understand that. You ain't got a car, you ain't good in bed. The fuck you got?
Oh, goodness gracious. I guess it's going to be up to the women to straighten things out in this community.
Yes, it is. And I guess we're going to have to start because it's going to be some hard time. Or maybe even if because we're not going to be able to straighten the community because they fighting us, remember? It would be one thing if they wasn't fighting us and just not doing nothing, we would be able to do something, but they fighting us. And so they even fight us when we fighting for them.
Yep.
When
Mm-hmm.
George Floyd was
Yep.
dead, you didn't see these manosphere men talk about, yeah, he
Yeah,
deserved it.
windmilling like crazy.
And then they were mad at the Black Lives Matter group, and and then
Oh, you talking about George Floyd?
yeah, George Floyd. What did I
Mm-hmm.
say? I thought I said that, but I don't know.
No, no, I said you talking about George Floyd when they
Yeah,
saying that he deserved it.
yeah, and then
Don't nobody deserve that.
yeah,
Not at all. I tried my best not to watch that video, and when I did, you couldn't help but cry.
yeah. I
Like,
still haven't seen it.
eh, don't look at it. It is horrific.
Um,
Yeah, but I don't think it's the shoot George Floyd went worse than what them dudes did to that black dude. Now
I
that was
haven't seen
horrific.
that. I won't watch it.
Well, don't watch it because if you that shit was horrific.
I did
I
see
was
that.
like in tears.
Yeah. So here we are crying for these men who want to fight us.
And that's what's like, remember when that young woman, I cannot remember her name, but she was a beautiful young woman who had a son in a car and she wound up dead. The police got to her home
Oh yeah, from
and
Maryland.
and there was no sympathy for her at all from those men. And I was
What you
like,
mean the police? Which who y'all talking
Remember
about?
in Maryland? Remember she was saying that she didn't abide by the laws, but she was driving and she was fighting them in court. That's why they what was her name? And remember
Oh,
they came in and shot her son?
oh, you talking about what's her name? Dang, I can't think. Damn, I know who you talking about now. One that had the baby, the light
yes,
skinned girl.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Lauren, was it Laura Cohen? Cohen was it something her name? Last name
Corinne
Cohen.
something?
I don't remember her
It
name,
was
but
Corin Hank, Corin something. It was I know who you talking about, but she was a light skinned girl, and he was with that what you call that stuff, that old pro black ass shit, and he had her fighting. He jumped out the window with his baby, and her son got hurt.
yes, yes. And the Black Manosphere, they had no love for her. And here we are, these in the midst of, in spite of what we hear, we still can sit here and say, I can't watch what they did to to George.
Right.
We still, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
the same with the young woman who wound up dead in the jail cell. They had no love for her.
Yeah. The one who got shot in her house watching TV with her boyfriend. No love for her. Say her
And here
name,
we are.
Anna Taylor.
Here we are, in spite of all of that, we can still sit here and say what happened to those men was tragic. I
Lauren
can't
Field,
watch
the one that got killed with the date with the
Corinne
white
Gaines.
guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Corinne Gaines, that's her name. Then Lauren Field, the one, went on the date with the guy, the pretty dark skinned girl, and she wind up dead. They talked about her like she was a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is it going to take for us to wake up? I don't know. As we could still sit here in the midst of it, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to celebrate the death of those men. It was tragic what happened to them. It was tragic.
You know why we never gonna wake up? Because they our goddamn sons.
Mm-hmm.
Right
You know what
about
I
that.
mean? And so they know that. They know that. Even when the men are dying,
We still
end up
feel sorry.
call for their mother.
Mom.
Mm-hmm. But
So
aren't we their daughters?
they don't care about their daughters. You wasn't here when somebody in the Manosphere, he talked about his daughter negative, just
Wow.
so the men could applaud him.
Wow.
Girl, they don't give a shit, girl.
Mm-mm.
Wow.
He's talking about she gonna be like her mama. Yeah, I'm gonna have to marry her. Oh, like that's what he said about his daughter.
Wow.
They don't care.
We are in a pickle, ladies, for real.
But then you got the mammies, so we can't do nothing because the mammies gonna stand beside them, even if we try to fight.
They gonna stick beside them.
No matter what they do.
Them the pick me's right there. Like you said,
Yes.
because we got sons, the ones who got sons. See, that's why I understand why some of you
I'm,
don't trust women with sons. I remember when somebody said that a few years back, and I was in the chat room, and they were like, "Don't trust her; she got sons." And I was like, "What the fuck?" But now I understand because I'm looking at some of these women who are siding with these men simply because they got sons. I do have sons,
Mm-hmm.
but I also understand. I taught
right
myself
from
that.
wrong.
So,
Absolutely.
hey,
And I have sons too. I
yeah.
I
have
do too.
a son and I have two grandsons,
Mm-hmm.
right? My son is married to a beautiful black woman, raising two boys, you
Mm-hmm.
know. He's grounded. He's a good man, right? He ain't out in the streets. He ain't never give me that kind of trouble, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like I said, and we got the women who, and so when
Yeah, I got two
that's
sons,
when
but
the
if them
men was
niggas
upset. They was upset um, when Cynthia G said, "Hey, ladies, you got to stop having these boys."
boys, yeah, they were hot. They still hot. 60G still got them hot. 'Cause that's all they talk about. She talk about aborted black boys.
Man, they were hot. They was hot at that. And but why would you bring someone in the world where you know they're gonna be a group of men who will grab a man and have him hating you?
And
Mm-hmm.
then they kill you. Shit,
And
some of them kill their own mama.
that's what I am saying. This shit. I got a different perspective on it. Like when I heard that she said it, I'm not even sure if she said it that way or how she said it. It don't even matter. But I was like, hey, if a woman decides she don't want no kids, and then I was like, hey, she by the time she found out what the sex of the child is anyway, it's not like she could go, you know, and do certain things. But the truth of the matter is, we that's something we might have to think about.
Yeah, when you think about what she said, you be like, damn, shit.
I'm gonna have to find it. What what she said, so I can know what she said. Cause if you think about it, and I think that's what she was saying. I think somebody told me that's what she said. I'm not sure, but I think they said, "Hey, like she was saying, because the men were the ones, claiming they hate the women. They was even talking about harming women. And she was
Mm-hmm.
like, "Hey,
Laying in the
we got
pool of blood and all that shit.
damn, it's gonna shut down. Is it? Please don't. I don't know how I do on my computer gonna die. It just came out for a fucking second. I'm tired of this goddamn laptop, yo. It comes out a little bit, and then by the time I get the notification, it's too late. But it didn't kick me off yet. Anyway, it is 8 hours. It don't feel like I've been up here 8 hours. Goddamn, what time I started? Oh,
Been here a little while. Ladies, are we still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. That this
Yeah.
bomb she trying to do her computer.
Yeah. I don't know, just
Yeah, shit is crazy.
it is. It's like, how do we make things better? Because I'm all about trying to make things better. I refuse to believe that all men are
No,
that.
all man. No, but we how can we make it better if they keep fighting us?
Mm-hmm. And the thing is, if we could get to the root of the issue, what is the issue? Because in many instances, they move the goalposts. One day, this is the problem. Okay, so we try to rectify that, or we do, and now it's the next day. No, it's not that problem. It's this problem. They just continue to move things. Like, are we ever going to build? What
Nope.
what are we doing instead of pointing fingers at each other? Are we going to come together and figure this thing out? You know, I didn't even realize that there was such a gender war until I got online, like, and I started hearing what was on these men's mind, and I was like, wow, because I grew up. When I grew up, black men loved their children. I was raised with my father, who loved his daughters dearly. The same with my grandfather. You know, they never laid a hand on our mothers. And again, they brought the money home. They supported us. They did what was necessary to keep us afloat. So these men are quite foreign to me.
yeah,
Yep.
it is. Hey, Sharice, what's going on? She
Yeah,
said,
it's a different breed.
Mm-hmm.
she said, I just want to say the way to make it better would be to walk away from the majority of black men. They're the problem and the solution, and they don't want to do shit. Plus, they don't like women.
She might be right,
She might.
unfortunately.
Them niggas like each other. As they say, nigga, you gay. Shit, they look like each other.
And it's so hard for me to even, like, you know, looking at what Reese said, you know, it's hard for me to come to grips with that. Like, just don't, pay attention to black men, because again, I was raised by really good black men, really good ones, from my father, my grandfather, my uncles, loving men. How do we walk? I am so torn, ladies, because it is a. You remember that song "Love Is a Battlefield" by Pat
Mm-hmm.
Benatar?
Had dinner down, yeah.
Love that
Who
song. Love
That's
is
my jam right there.
who knew she was predicting the future?
oh
Like,
yeah. Never thought of that.
Yeah, that was my jam right there.
Mhm. You begging me to say, but I'm
Mhm.
begging you. Yeah.
oh,
Oh my God.
I feel like I'm in a battlefield, ladies, and I don't like it. I
Mm.
wasn't ready.
Nah.
Mm-mm.
And these men keep grabbing up our son, but like this is a generation of lost boys, like that guy said, men who are lost, and then another group of men, right, who wasn't lost, by the way. They're the ones who grabbing up these young men for the for money
For
and
money.
for money, trying to destroy them, knowing that it ain't gonna work. They know that this, like they all know they lying.
Mhm.
Angry Man lying about his relationship. The one dude who we
Mm-hmm.
just exposed yesterday, this nigga knew he was lying. He's married
Mhm.
to a woman who had children. You know,
Mhm.
she's older and all that good old shit. But while he's telling young men, don't marry women with children and don't marry a woman who's hit the wall and all that
Mhm.
shit. So they lying to these men, and that is the fucking problem. But they're doing it for money, and so that's why, yeah, some one of them soon gonna be gone. Look, God is doing some work. Okay,
Yeah.
Yes, Lord, you ain't
Yeah, he
lying.
doing work, boy, because they checking out of here, shit.
that is checking out as they should, cause I'm telling you, this shit gonna get bad unless other men decide to fight against this and stand up and say, no, you know, come, I got the answers for you. Hey, bro, you need some answers? Come and check me out. Come, you know, take them under their wing. But they
You
call
got
those
young
steps.
boys. They running them young boys. Jalen is just ruined.
Mhm.
It ain't no help for him. He's been indoctrinated.
Oh, yeah, he's in trouble, him. There's nothing you can do for Jalen. And and if he was just a regular boy, who just got, it would have been something else. But he's you know, he's on the spectrum. So
Yeah, that
he
poor
on
boy, and the things that
he on
fly
the
out that child's
Tyrone
mouth.
spectrum. Shit.
I, I just, I'm gonna just turn my daggone computer off for at least a month. Just kind of just walk
Hmm.
away. It's just too much.
Every time I think about he did that with Kendra G. Kendra G had the way she make them faces like it was funny as fuck. She
Mm-mm-mm.
probably said, "What the hell he talking about?" I want a neat woman or something. A woman something. Like, really? Shit.
yeah, man. I'm trying
They
to.
want a woman to look good, but they can look like shit. But a woman's supposed to accept that.
And I looks are subjective, right? What looks good to one person may not be the same for another. It's almost as if they want these cookie cutter type women. And I think I had said this some months back when I was talking to Bomb. You don't hear white men talking like this.
Nope.
You look at Barbara Bush, okay?
She was ugly
Who
as fuck. Look
okay,
old as Methuselah
but
too.
she was provided for and protected. And Eleanor Roosevelt, provided for and protected. And these women weren't popping out in no magazines. They weren't, what would be considered the standard of beauty. You got a lot of women, white women in particular, who are provided for and protected and have six-figured men. I don't know where these men come from. Looks are subjective.
Even when they women's are whores, like Kim Kardashian, you think they call her a whore? I ain't never seen no white man call her a whore.
Okay, but she was a celebrated hoe.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but when she celebrated by black man, she
Don't make no sense. That's what Kanye married. Child, you can't make it up. All these college educated, beautiful black women on
But
the
Kanye
ready
had a good woman, the woman that helped him with his fashion career. He left her.
for a hoe. Or at least that's what she came out on the scene as.
She'll always be a whore to me. Yeah. Told me she had more nuts than Planet Peanuts. Shit.
Oh my goodness. And I ain't one to judge. I'm not one to judge people. I'm just tired of people judging me, men judging us, and still ain't nothing getting done. Now they done put all the weight of the world on black women's shoulder, and they still ain't fixing nothing.
What's that fat ass? What's this fat ass? That fat ass dude talking about this black women's fault because of what them policemen did. No, how is our fault?
Can you now? That was a stretch if I ain't never seen one. That was a stretch.
You fat ass coon.
That was a real stretch. Like everything is our fault.
Yeah, he like blame them minions. Like how was this black women's fault?
Like it don't make sense.
Jason Whitlock. They can't. A lot of people can't stand him.
You know, I'm not too familiar with the gentleman. All I know is that he said what he said. You know, and it was a stretch. It was a stretch. Like, come on. And it makes them look so weak. You know, I don't think they understand, you know, how weak it makes them look when they put everything on our shoulders. That's like women saying it's the kids' fault as to why the community is all messed up. You know, we just gonna blame everything on the children running around, you know, and just messing things up. Well, what would that make us as the women look like?
Mm.
We're supposed to be providing and protecting for our children. We're supposed to be raising them. So if they're all out of whack, what is it saying about us? If this is what we do and run around and blaming our children for the ruin of the community.
Yeah, sad state of affairs.
So now they're supposed to be the providers and protectors according to society's rules. And they run around blaming us for the ruin of the community. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Listen, I may be strong, but I'm not strong enough to pick up bricks on my back. I can't build. I'm just not built that way. I have to call my son to push things, pull things, move things. I have to call a man in my life to get things moved because I can't push, pull, or my dresses or things like that. I'm just not strong enough to.
Okay, sometimes you got to do it. You got to work smart and not hard. We might just need to get, instead of, you got sons and stuff, but the women who don't, you might have to call your girlfriends over, and it might even take 10 of us to move and pull and prod and move shit. But It's well, I guess we're gonna have to come together,
Yeah.
because our men are in trouble.
Yep, damn big trouble.
Yeah, they're in trouble. So
look, they making them the face of everything now.
Child, they don't even understand. They out
Yeah, they
there
ain't even looking at it. They making y'all the face of everything.
everything. Them passport brothers, I was like, how stupid could you be? That is nothing to brag about. You run around
We
there.
know white men's been doing it, but do we? Had they been coming over? Had they been sitting up there just showing it, showcasing?
Nope.
No.
They want to be the face of that. Like,
Until that boy, till they get that boy deleted, and then they ain't gonna do nothing. They ain't gonna even have no, probably won't even have no memorial for him. All the men that Kevin Sanders went knew. Only one man went to his funeral. Out the
wow.
whole people he knew.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
well, that shows you who Kevin really was.
Yeah.
Because nobody showed up at his wedding. He had his few family members.
Yeah.
And one guy.
Mm-mm-mm.
One guy from the YouTube.
Wow.
But everybody was Kevin Sanders. Don't talk about him. We gonna protect him at all
All
costs.
costs. I said, well, my Lord, they're gonna protect him at all costs, but won't do that for the community. What is it? Fuck the community. You ain't gonna protect the community at all costs.
That's little shorty do little short ass. That's bug free.
Goodness gracious. You gonna protect the little. I ain't trying to talk against the dead, but he was bitter. You gonna protect him, but not the community where your women and children are.
Shit, that nigga dead. He can't hear us. Shit.
My
I don't give a
grandmama taught
damn
me
about
never
it.
speak ill of the dead. That's what she said. Don't do that. You don't speak ill of the dead. So I try to
I
honor.
do, but I do. I don't shit.
I try to honor out of
I didn't
respect.
like him in life, and I don't like him in death, so I don't even fake.
I never said I liked him in life or death, but I'm gonna try to speak
So
ill
what
of him.
I say about him where he was alive, I'll say the same thing when he dead.
We gonna have to do something, ladies. That's for sure.
Well, for the younger women, shit.
I tell you, the younger women, they we definitely got to step up for them and guide them and support them in ways in which fosters a healthy sense of self. You know, so that they could pass that mindset on. You know, I just would like things to get better.
Well, it's gonna get worse before it get better. I can guarantee you that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even see it getting better.
I mean, I I remain optimistic. I do believe that it can get better. You know, it's gonna take time and understanding, I guess. You know,
And you got Trump running for president again.
what y'all think about that?
He said he finna abolish all that gay stuff. Something he said. Somebody said he said.
Well, there you have it.
Which I don't know how he gonna do it, but
I, I just, I mean, you can't abolish gay. I mean, it's here. People are gonna be gay if that's what they
well, he
want.
talking about against all the stuff that's going on. You know, the laws and all that.
At the end of the day, it don't mean nothing to me. Gay folk got their fight and we got ours. You know, I don't. I mean, what laws? What is he about to pull back on?
That's what I was saying. I don't know what he, but that's what they said he said. I said, what?
And like we got work to do on ourselves. You know, I don't know what he plan on doing with the gay folk.
Yeah, I don't know what he planning on doing anyway, but you know he ignorant anyway, so he'll say anything.
You know, I don't know if he's ignorant, and I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Trump, he's something. He keep you watching, that's for sure. You know.
When he caused all that COVID stuff, shit, he,
That
did
was
it.
a hot mess. That was a huge, oh Lord, ruined. It affected. That was a real mess. It did a whole lot in my life. That COVID debacle made me. I had to make a hard choice because of those stupid ass mandates.
Mm.
Ruined so many lives.
Yep.
People, this whole thing was a mess. Well, 3 years just flew right by.
Yeah.
Something else. How did you handle the COVID situation?
How did I handle? Well, I worked because I worked at the hospital, so
Mm-hmm.
I worked the whole in Amazon. So shoot.
I worked. I worked remotely. But actually, I busted my ankle because I worked in a preschool, right? But I busted my ankle a week before they was shutting the city down, and I really didn't take it seriously. I was like, it's a little cold. I busted my ankle, so I was home before the actual shutdown took place.
So did you catch COVID?
I did, amazingly enough, and I don't know how I did because wasn't nobody in here. I don't know how I got it, and then I got that 2020 COVID, and it was no joke. It was no joke. It wasn't no flu. It wasn't no cold. And I'm here by the grace of God, ladies. I'm telling you. And I was by myself.
Mm.
No medicine on a busted ankle.
Yeah, my stepdaughter, she died, but they brought her back.
Yeah, thing. I didn't even step outside my door. I first and foremost, I didn't believe that I had it. But I had the symptoms, lost the sense of smell and taste, but that thing broke me out in a body like hives just broke me out. I had an earache for months. It dried me out to the point where I couldn't eat anything. My mouth was completely dry, no saliva whatsoever.
Mm.
I was like, I don't know what this is, but it's not COVID. I just would not believe that that's what it was. And again, it was the grace of God because I had a lot of herbal remedies that got me through, and they worked. They worked. You know, it was the grace of God, ladies. You know, and then Then the mandates came down. I was working all throughout, and the mandates came. I had to make a real hard choice.
Well, they closed all the schools down.
They closed all the schools down. Mine was closed. We worked remotely for almost a year. But when the vaccines came, they were like, either you take it or you got to go.
So I guess you didn't take it.
It was a hard choice, and I'll just leave it at that. It was one of the hardest choices I've ever had to make, and I resent having to be put in that place.
Yeah, like I told them at work, I said, only way I'm gonna get it, y'all gonna have to mandatory. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not taking it on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Then they started mandatory.
Mm. Such a horrible, horrible thing we've been through this past 3 years.
But so
Stress.
far, I've been okay. Neither
God
one
is
of them.
good.
I
God
had
is,
four of them.
God is good. God is good. You know. Mm-mm-mm. On that note, ladies, I'm about to go. Barm, thank you so much for having me on your panel. Ladies, it was nice talking to you.
All right.
Hopefully, we'll get to do it again. You have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
Oh, you have a good evening too. It was good
Okay.
talking to you.
Thank you. Likewise. All right, ladies. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Where did Bob go?
I'm not sure. Shoot, we ain't got no control. We ain't got nothing.
That's it. On this, what is this screen joy? I thought you was gonna go to back to what's gonna do
We're gonna go back to who?
Zoom.
Zoom. Oh, that's what I thought too, but I don't know where she went. I hope she's not on mute and we just can't hear her.
Mm-hmm. I'm about to send her a text. Where you at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't even know y'all was on. But I was at work.
I know. I think there's something going on with the notification because it took a while for people to get in the room too.
Oh, did it?
Mm-hmm.
Then when I looked, I said she on Zoom. I mean on StreamYard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's because of the video. It wouldn't play in Zoom for some reason. You could hear the audio, but you couldn't see the video.
You didn't start pouring down rain. It went from sleet to rain.
And then it's weird in StreamYard too, because if somebody else wanted to come up, like we can't, we can't even see them.
You can't even see them. Cause she the only one that can bring them up, right?
Mm-hmm. And StreamYard, yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
You tell her text you what she gonna do.
Hello.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah. But mixing left.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she had
Oh,
said bye, but she was gone.
oh yeah, I wasn't. I was sitting here looking at TV. My head hurt, y'all, and hubby bought me some food. So anyway, I'm about to end it. But if y'all decide y'all want to go live later, just call me and we'll put it on Zoom.
Okay.
Cause I've been up here almost 9 hours. It's 8:44. It don't seem that long. God damn, these things go by so fast. But yeah, I'm gonna take some medicine and eat. And I don't know if I'm going to sleep, but if it don't matter, if y'all get bored, because I see Psychopathia is live. I think I saw that RBR was live. Taz was live. I think. Um, so if y'all ain't got nowhere to go, just somebody call me and I'll start.
Okay.
Or tell Devastating, it's up to y'all. But yeah, I'm gonna go take some medicine.
Okay.
And okay, see y'all
Okay.
later, everybody. We have
Oh,
fun. If you missed if you missed the whole thing, catch the replay. Okay.
all right.
Oh, there go Devastating now. Wait, I think that's Devastating. Let me see.
Yeah,
Is that
Hey,
you?
Devastating.
yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
What
What
happened
you
to the
working?
Zoom?
Huh?
What happened to the Zoom?
Oh, nothing happened to it. I just I couldn't play the video like I wanted to, so I had to come over here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be at the house in about another 10 minutes. It's gonna be another cold blast tonight. I'm gonna get down to -8, so I just had to get some stuff, so I won't have to go nowhere tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, call me when you're ready to go
Well, you
live,
call her when you get home or whatever. If you go, she said if you
and
want
that
to
way I'll start
go.
the Zoom because I want to end the stream,
Okay.
y'all.
Okay. Yeah, you got to end this one anyway. Okay.
So call me, and then I'll put it up for you.
Okay.
Okay. Think
All
about
right.
it for you, because titles that they bring more people when the titles.
I got you.
Okay. See y'all later, y'all.
All
All right.
right.
All
Okay.
right.
Bye, Melanated. Bye, Sharice, Caitlin. Bye, y'all. Elizabeth, how you doing? Bye, y'all.